Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Splash! The cold tap water splashed on his face, and his brain, which was groggy because of writing the proposal, became much clearer. Wang raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. His originally handsome facial features were squeezed and deformed by the fat on his face. His skin was dark and loose with a slight oily sheen. His nasolabial folds were obvious and there were faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot, his vitreous body was cloudy and dull, and there were heavy dark circles and bags under his eyes. Coupled with his messy hair that was not taken care of and his bloated figure that could not be covered by the cheap and loose clothes on his body, he was a complete loser. In just 2.5 years he was only 26 years old, and he looked so old. What does love bring to men? Nearly 2 million in debt, endless holidays and gifts, endless proposals and overtime work, and a demanding online car-hailing platform for passengers who were pressed by things. He lived like an ox or a horse, and she was not working hard enough. After repeated quarrels and constant self-denial, Wang finally slowly realized, if you succeed, love is like a daily necessity at your fingertips. If you haven't succeeded yet, love is a luxury that you can't get. 2 days ago, because he didn't buy her a gift for the 7th anniversary of the college entrance examination, they had a big quarrel and broke up. Suddenly, he welcomed his own hope, the wish game system, so fuck love. I want to become the handsome and chic single nobleman before. Brother Wang, Director Chen asked you to go to the office. I know, thank you Su. Wang took out a tissue to wipe his face, threw it into the trash can and strode out of the bathroom. Walking through the busy office area, he turned a blind eye to some colleagues who were emitting white light in his field of vision. Wang can now see the light of wishes condensed by others. As long as he consumes his spirit, activates the task, and then helps them complete it, he can get a certain reward. The white light is the most basic wish, which is often a simple wish of low value such as hunger and thirst. He went straight to the door of the office with the nameplate of Director of Creative Department. Dong dong dong, come in. Chen Kuangkai's iconic duck voice sounded in the room. Wang pushed the door open and walked in, but his footsteps suddenly paused and his pupils shrank slightly. There were 2 people sitting in the room, Chen Kuangkai, a middle-aged man in a black suit behind the desk, and Pei Ziwei, a young woman with heavy makeup in a white shirt and skirt sitting opposite. In Wang's vision, the moment the 2 saw him, red light suddenly rose from their bodies. Against the backdrop of the red light, the seemingly kind smiles on their faces became extremely weird, as if they were smiling ghosts crawling out of hell. What are you in a daze? Close the door and come in. Chen Kuangkai greeted enthusiastically. Wang's expression returned to normal. He closed the door casually and slowly walked to the desk. The red light that had never been seen in the past few days was not in the white, green, blue, purple, and orange wish ratings provided by the wish game system. What does it mean? He looked at Chen Kuangkai, his mind moved slightly and his spirit seemed to be drained away. A little fatigue flashed through his mind and then a prompt appeared. Take the blame and resign. Who told you to offend my baby Ziwei? Note, red is a confrontational wish which is different from the satisfaction wishes of other colors. The player needs to destroy its wish to achieve it, so that's it. Red represents hostility, and the task is completed only if the other party's wish is not fulfilled. If there was no wish prompt, he might really suffer a big loss. Then what about Pei Ziwei? Wang once again spent his mental energy to activate the wish prompt. I hope the plan goes well, not only for Feifei but also to prevent you from discovering the relationship between me and Mr. Chen. I don't want to break up with my boyfriend yet. Pei Ziwei is the best friend of my ex-girlfriend Yuan Yuan, and I introduced her to Xingcheng Media for an interview. It's fine if you don't repay me, but you are retaliating against me. These 3 people are in collusion and I don't know how they plan to frame me. There is an important live broadcast this weekend. The creative plan was originally given to Pei, but I am not satisfied with the one she just handed in. Time is tight, so I need an experienced old employee like you to come forward. Chen Kuangkai looked at Zai Wang with admiration, as if you are my right-hand man. Zio Pei has the preliminary research and analysis materials. See if there is any problem in completing it before the end of get off work on the 12th. Zai Wang took a report handed over by Pei Ziwei with a smile and read it carefully. It's not complicated, 2.5 days are enough. His mind raced. He took out his mobile phone to check the calendar and then said, Director Chen, today is June 10th. Do you mean to let Pei Ziwei transfer the live broadcast plan for the 15th to me now, and then I can complete it before the end of get off work on June 12th? Good, now until the 12th, 2.5 days you have to work overtime. Is that enough? Don't say I'm exploiting you, haha, I'll apply for a bonus for you this month. Chen Kuangkai waved his hand full of generosity. I don't believe you. In the past few years, the achievements are all his credit and all the problems are blamed by his subordinates. Bonus, 200 is not counted. Thank you, Director Chen, then I will hurry up to write the plan. Zai Wang returned to his workstation, threw the research materials away, unlocked his phone and started to fish, even ignoring another plan that was almost finished on the computer. 17:00. Zai Wang stretched his body and happened to see Vice President Hu Lijun, who had a hooked nose and high cheekbones, walk into the office of the director of the creative department. Ding ling ling, the landline on the table rang. Come to my office. Chen Kuangkai's calm voice came from the microphone. Zai Wang picked up his phone, operated it while walking, and walked in without even knocking. Chen Kuangkai frowned. Zai Wang, the weekend live broadcast plan I gave you last week should be finished, right? Show it to Mr. Hu, Mr. Chen, you are forgetful, right? You just transferred it to me this afternoon and you want it now, Zai Wang said calmly. He saw the old woman next to him, who became more gloomy because of family discord, and his face sank instantly. Pa. Chen Kuangkai slammed the table suddenly. What nonsense are you talking about? I handed it to you last Thursday and it's not finished yet. I emphasized that it must be completed on the 10th. If the live broadcast is delayed, can you bear the responsibility? Zai Wang did not rush to confront him but turned to look at Hu Lijun. Mr. Hu, the work was indeed just transferred to me and Mr. Chen told me to complete it before leaving get off work on the 12th. Before Hu Lijun could speak, Chen Kuangkai was filled with anger and spoke first. Zai, you really disappoint me. As an old employee, you actually framed your direct supervisor in order to shirk responsibility. Did you deliberately fail to complete the task just to let me, the department leader, take the blame? Okay, President Hu, I will take the leadership responsibility, but I can't keep such a subordinate anymore. Zai Wang, you should resign on your own initiative. Let's save face for each other. Zai Wang's eyes flashed. Chen Kuangkai, are you trying to drive me away? But don't forget that there were other people present at the time. Pei Ziwei is my witness. Chen Kuangkai's eyes showed an irrepressible joy. He didn't expect this kid to cooperate so well. This is much better than providing witnesses himself. He picked up the phone expressionlessly. Pei Ziwei, come to my office. Soon, he knocked on the door twice and Pei Ziwei walked in impatiently. Hello, Mr. Hu. Hello, Mr. Chen. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell Mr. Hu when I asked you to hand over the plan to Zai Wang, Chen Kuangkai said confidently. Last Thursday morning you called me and Zai Wang to hand over. The scene became quiet and the three people looked at Zai Wang in unison with different meanings in their eyes. Zai Wang responded with a bright smile, unlocked his phone, turned up the volume and clicked the recording clip. Director Chen, today is June 10th. I will apply for a bonus for you this month. After the recording was played, Chen Kuangkai was no longer as calm as before. He never thought that this kid would record an ordinary job, the most basic trust between people. At this time, he stared at Zai Wang like a hungry wolf wishing to eat his flesh and blood. Pei Ziwei's face was pale, his eyes were dull and his body was shaky. The anger in Hu Lijun's eyes faded, leaving only coldness. She looked at the three people present fiercely. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Kuangkai suddenly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hu, Pei Ziwei has already completed the plan. I can give it to you directly. It won't delay the live broadcast. You are all very cunning. You can't do your job well, but you are good at intrigue. Hu Lijin ignored Chen Kuangkai and continued to speak. Chen Kuangkai will deduct the bonus for the quarter as a punishment. You too, no matter what grudges you have, you should not affect the company. According to the Employee Code of Conduct, you will all be fired. Pei Ziwei's body softened and fell into the chair. She looked at Chen Kuangkai for help, but he immediately turned his head away. At some point, the red light on Chen Kuangkai and Pei Ziwei completely dissipated, and a series of system prompts appeared in front of Zai Wang. Red Wish Chen Kuang, completed player obtains 320,000 fusion value, limited time discount exchange *1, first completed Red Wish gift package, Red Wish Pei Ziwei, completed. Player obtains 550,000 fusion value, limited time discount exchange. Zai Wang's anger disappeared immediately. The rewards for Red Wishes are quite a lot. In the 2 days since I got the system, I spent a lot of effort and only accidentally completed a green wish yesterday. The reward is only tens of thousands of fusion value and there is no limited time discount exchange. The Red Wish should be on par with the higher level Blue Wish, that is, the reward is within 1 million fusion value and limited time discount exchange. In his guess, the fusion value is probably the process of the system interacting and integrating with reality through the wish task. It can be exchanged for many things including money in the exchange store, and the exchange ratio with money is 1:1, but the cost-effectiveness of exchanging fusion value for money is the lowest. Not to mention those expensive super-realistic props and attribute points, it can also be exchanged for various high-end physical objects such as real estate, cars, yachts, private jets, etc. The exchange price of these physical objects is only equivalent to 50% off in reality, which is much cheaper than exchanging them for money and buying them. Zai Wang took the time to look at the exchange store, and 2 limited-time discount exchange items have been pinned. Chen Kuangkai's wish task has a slightly lower fusion value, but the limited-time discount items are of higher value. Xingcheng Media 10% equity, Beidou Xingcheng Media Co. Limited, 10% equity limited time discount, 10,000 fusion value, 10% equity is only 10,000. According to Zai Wang's research over the past 2 days, the limited time discounts in the system, the exchange within the million level should all be at a discounted price of 10,000. Is it calculated based on the registered capital of Xingcheng Media instead of the valuation? This makes sense. Its registered capital is 7 million, 10% is 700,000 and 10,000 after the limited time discount. Another is the limited time discount for Pei Ziwei's wish mission. Wenji M9, Pure Electric Ultra Edition 100 kWh Golden Black. Limited time discount, 10,000 fusion value. Special note, limited time discount vehicles do not include Beidou license plates. Players need to solve it by themselves. The pure electric SUV with a manufacturer's suggested price of 569,800 can now be obtained for only 10,000. It's just that the exchange is obviously discounted, and the system that despises the poor and loves the rich doesn't like to serve. Fortunately, he got a new energy license plate last year, gritted his teeth and borrowed money to buy a BYD Chin Plus and usually drives it to run Dada online car hailing. This is forcing himself to change the car. However, the system description also hinted at a key point. If you exchange the car at the original price in the exchange store, the system will directly solve the license plate problem. According to Beidou's strict lottery rules, it should be registered under the company's name. He only thought of this possibility. Without hesitation, Zai Wang, who had just earned 870,000 fusion points, exchanged all the 2 limited-time discounts. Exchange goods and interact with reality. There is no time to open the gift package anymore. Zai Wang's mood has completely calmed down. He looked at Hu Lijin coldly and said that he would deal with you and Chen Kuangkai next time he received the shares. Mr. Hu is so domineering, but I'm sorry I started recording since I entered the door, including what you just said. If the negotiation fails, I will show everyone in the company how powerful Mr. Hu is when I leave the office. He shook his phone and teased calmly. By the way, I will send it to Boss Chi and several other presidents and vice presidents to let them judge. If the conclusion is the same, I will naturally take the evidence to the labor arbitration and the court. At that time, I will inevitably go to the internet and the company's live broadcast room to increase your popularity and promote the unique corporate culture of Xingcheng Media. You dare? Hu Lijian's eyes were once again filled with rage and her face was distorted like an old witch. I didn't expect this little employee to be so shameless. He was addicted to recording and dared to threaten her. Everyone knew that Chen Kuangkai was his own man. If this scandal of framing employees spread to other executives and bosses, she would be the unlucky one. Zai Wang smiled and did not give in, watching her helpless rage. After taking a few deep breaths, Hu Lijian barely stopped her anger and gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Now I will take you to resign. After the money arrives, delete the recording and leave, otherwise don't even think about leaving the company." As the sky gradually darkened, Zai Wang walked out of the vision building with his few belongings. I touched the bank card in my pocket and there was more than 80,000 cold cash in it. Tusk, that's great. I originally planned to resign by myself and work until the end of the month. At most, I would get the salary and bonus for the month. How can I feel comfortable with N+1? Zai Wang looked at the sky dyed red by the sunset. In the sunset, enjoying the refreshing night breeze, he exhaled heavily from his lungs. It feels so good to no longer be a slave. He got into his white BYD chin, called up the Wish game system panel and the light curtain unfolded in front of him. He consciously touched the personal information in the top row of labels. A real-life 3D model of him was displayed on the screen with specific data next to it. Player: Zai Wang, age 26 years old, height 180 cm, weight 90 kg, physique 6, spirit 9. Note: the standard for adult men is 10. If the physique and spirit are lower than 5, it will cause serious physical or mental illness. Funds: -1. 782 million yuan. Fusion value: 882,000 yuan. Under the feet of the character, a gift bag emitting flickering red light was quietly placed there. Zai Wang, who had already opened the green Wish gift bag for the first time, touched it with ease. The gift bag slowly opened. Congratulations to the player for winning the Male Gods 180 standard 3-piece suit. The player's height has been detected to have reached the standard, and an extra 3 cm will be given to avoid causing physical burden. 180 plus 3 cm and 180 will be transformed within 30 days. 180 Chinese symbol will be interactively completed within 3 days. Zai Wang took a breath. He has always envied those high-quality men on the internet who claimed that the 3 major 180s have already reached the standard, and he felt ashamed of the fact that he dragged down hundreds of millions of male compatriots. Now he can finally not sit at the table of the children. I just don't know where the house in Beidou can be given. The gap between each urban area is not small. But he is content, no matter where it is better than the 110 square meters he bought in Beihai City next door. The quasi-unfinished building that has been suspended for several months is the main source of Zai Wang's mental pressure. He waved his fist vigorously in the car to vent his inner excitement, and Zai Wang began to think about his future plans. Before getting the Wenji M9, he will continue to drive online ride-hailing cars for the time being. It's not for the income but for the Wish mission. Yesterday, he luckily fulfilled his green wish by chatting with the passengers and eliminating some of their vigilance, so he helped to solve it. And the few people who took the initiative to chat on the street were all regarded as having ulterior motives and rejected him harshly. Before thinking of a better way, online ride-hailing is the best choice to reasonably contact others. After the short-term plan was determined, he decided to set off immediately. First, go to Chen Kuangkai's house to expose the news that Zai Wang once sent him home drunk, and he still remembered the room number and wrote an anonymous letter to report that he had an affair with a female subordinate and stuffed it into the crack of the door. Chen Kuangkai's wife is very fierce and she is a native of Beidou. When the time comes, haha, I'm not a magnanimous saint. Since you do it on the first day of the month, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th day. Zai Wang suddenly patted his forehead. He almost forgot. He picked up his phone again and sent a kind reminder to Pei Ziwei's boyfriend. The screen was full of green vegetables and cuckold emojis. In a good mood, he decided to have a good meal after delivering the letter, and then it was time to try his luck with online car hailing. It's so annoying, it's so hard to make some money. I'm busy from morning to night and I spend it all when I go out. It's so annoying. I always want to get off work when I'm at work. After starting the BYD chin that was about to be laid off, Wang hummed a song and walked away. The unkempt fat man in front of him had been staring at the liveliest king crab in the glass tank for a minute. The waiter was a little impatient and said, "Brother, if you like it, order it out. It's only $11.88 and you can own it completely tonight." Wang glanced at the guy who wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination and then moved his eyes back to the seafood glass tank. In the past, he would never stare at these expensive seafood, just like he would never go to a luxury store by himself. It's not that he can't afford Hermes, but Pinduoduo is more cost-effective. But it's different now because it's green. In his field of vision, the king crab exudes a faint green light. This is the first time Wang has seen an animal generate a green wish in 3 days. Those cats and dogs are just ordinary white wishes for food and drink. It's really a king crab with a brain. His mind moved slightly. I want to leave this small place. Fortunately, it's not too difficult. Not too difficult compared to humans. Wang heaved a sigh of relief, finally not wasting his mental energy. Recalling the blue wish of the gym-goer yesterday who wanted to find 6 of his kind to have a party with him, he felt a chill. Today I was really unlucky and I fulfilled 2 red wishes. I can also meet a super simple green wish when I go to the seafood stall for dinner. Turning his head, Wang calmly said to the waiter, "Please take it out and let me see it." The waiter looked over in surprise. Based on his experience, this should be a guy who only looks but does not buy. But he still quickly put on gloves and fished out the king crab, holding it up with both hands for the customer to check. The green light is still there and the wish is not fulfilled. It can't be in a controlled state, or must I do it myself? Wang coughed lightly, put it on the table and let me touch it myself. The waiter quietly curled his lips and put the king crab belly up on the operating table. Wang moved closer and skillfully checked its tight belly and slender legs. Up and down, left and right. The green light began to slowly dissipate. "Big brother, stop touching it, it's a male." The waiter couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing the green light completely disappear, Wang finally touched its breastplate and said calmly, "Sorry, this flat chest doesn't suit my aesthetic taste, let it go back." Waiter, I really didn't make a mistake about him, but about his thick skin. Wang hurried back to his seat, leaving the king crab lying on its back, looking at the sky with lifeless eyes exposing its plastron. The crab legs were spread out at its side, shaking occasionally. Green wish, king crab, completed, player gets 12,000 fusion value. The king crab, which was touched for nothing, returned to the glass tank to entertain guests. Wang, despite the waiter's contemptuous eyes, ordered a seafood fried rice and a plate of cold kelp shreds, and after thinking about it, added a plate of mantis shrimp. Consider this meal as an improvement in life. Brother Tongzi has it, but his mentality has not changed. Besides, it is the starting stage now. At least he has to wait until the debt is paid off before he can be free and easy. The Wish game system is not a consumption cashback system. He took a photo and sent it to his circle of friends. Today's seafood dinner. After a while, there were many likes and comments. Flying a plane with one hand, Dad will take you to a seafood buffet later. Give someone a handle reply. Flying a plane with one hand, Dad. Food, Wen Yunfei, don't eat if you can't afford it. It's embarrassing. Wang frowned. He was so busy studying how to fulfill his wish for the past 3 days that he forgot to delete his ex-girlfriend. This idiot. Directly send a one-stop service of deletion and blacklisting. Wang lowered his head and continued to enjoy dinner. The more he ate, the more uneasy he felt. After a quick glance, he found the seafood tank in the distance. The king crab was still blowing bubbles in this direction in front of the glass of the tank. It was so ugly. Thinking of this guy's green wish, which at least brought him more than 10,000 yuan in revenue, Wang sighed. He stood up and found the waiter, paid and asked to take the king crab away, and then sat down and continued to enjoy the food with peace of mind. Repaying kindness is a role model for our generation. After having a good meal and a good drink, Wang walked out of the seafood stall with a foam box. The night in June in Beidou was moderate in temperature and refreshing. The streets were still full of car lights like a river and people were flowing. The elderly who took a walk after dinner, the children who jumped holding their parents' hands, the tired office workers, the business travelers dragging suitcases, constituted the sentient beings of this prosperous international metropolis. In Wang's eyes, most of them were emitting a faint white light which gathered into a white river that flowed endlessly, dotted with a few blue and green fish. It was fine during the day when there was plenty of sunlight, but at night against the black background of the evening this scene looked like light pollution, causing Wang to frown and squint. He did not drive but lowered his head and walked quickly through the white light river to the real river not far away. He walked along the riverside trail for a while, found a remote place where the lights were not enough, turned over and crossed the low fence, went down the slope and came to the river bank. Wang squatted on the shore, unpacked the foam box in a few seconds and took out the king crab inside. It seemed to sense something and struggled with its crab legs happily. Just as he was about to untie its straps, a low and sexy female voice sounded timidly beside him. "You, what are you doing?" Wang's hand trembled and he almost threw the king crab directly into the river. He turned his head and saw a woman standing in the shadow of a big willow tree not far away from him. She was wearing a loose black t-shirt and wide-leg pants. Her face and age could not be seen clearly in the dim light, but her height was definitely outstanding. Wang even felt that her height was not much different from his own 180 cm. Her figure also looked a little round and she felt quite oppressive standing there. Compared with her low, sexy but timid voice just now, the contrast was quite strong. Wang was about to speak, but he held it back. His slightly absent-minded pupils reflected the golden light that slowly lit up on the woman's body. Wow, tilde golden legend! With the light, he saw the woman's bare white feet, as well as the neatly placed shoes and socks, mobile phones and shoulder bags next to her, and his pupils shrank slightly. Wang did not hesitate and his mind moved and triggered the wish prompt. Who can give me the courage to live? Note, gold is the exclusive color of teammates and their candidates as expected. Although it is popular now to respect the fate of others and let go of the plot of helping others. But Wang couldn't bear to watch a young and vibrant life disappear even if there was no wish mission and he wasn't a teammate. At least he should persuade him, right? He felt there was still hope. After all, the woman took the initiative to speak and the light of the wish was on, proving that she also had the desire to survive. Wang coughed lightly and then answered her question. "It has done me a favor, so of course I want to release it." His tone was confident and gentle and he was ready to extend the topic to the meaning of life. What you hate today is how many people dream of tomorrow, blah blah. But king crabs are marine creatures. The woman's eyes, half covered by her long hair, seemed to reveal a strong sense of doubt and confusion. Damn it! Wang felt a black screen in front of his eyes and felt as if he had just returned to Gotham and was covered in a big black moth. How could I forget this? What's the difference between this and throwing tortoises into the water in those release videos? Wang, who was so embarrassed that he had to build a house for himself with his toes, looked at the king crab with its legs tied in his hand, and then looked at the woman who was also in a semi-confused state. He sighed in his heart. He had already lost face, so he might as well ask her for advice and try to get closer to her. He deliberately looked ashamed. "Then what do you think I should do? How to do it?" The woman swallowed subconsciously. "Steam it, Wang." The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. The woman also reacted and explained hurriedly, "No, I mean you should find a place with sea water to keep it. I don't want to eat it." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became and the more desperate she became. Suddenly, she held her head and seemed a little dizzy. She staggered a few times and as a result she fell into the river while standing on the shore. With a splash, water splashed everywhere. Wang only reacted when she fell into the river. With a quick thought, he knew that it would be too difficult to jump into the river to save people with the tonnage of the two people and his ordinary swimming ability. With a sigh, he decisively activated a reagent bottle floating in his mind. Gene Burst Potion, Constitution 6 plus 10 right arrow 16, Spirit 9 plus 10 right arrow 19, duration 1 minute, can only be used once. Endless energy surged in his body, and his strength, agility, endurance, and energy were all improved. Wang couldn't help but want to shout, "Who else?" But his spirits rose instantly, so he regained his composure. His extremely clear mind quickly determined the limit of 16 points of physical fitness, probably stronger than the top special forces. Looking around, there were no directly available tools, so the best choice was. Wang looked at the big willow tree, and his brain quickly calculated many parameters such as the load-bearing capacity of the willow branches, the length from the shore, the weight of the woman, and the strength. The next second he rushed over like a flexible monkey. The fat monkey, with a run-up, jumped high, wrapped a bundle of willow branches around his forearm, and swung to the river. At the moment when the elasticity of the willow branches reached its limit, Wang leaned over and reached into the water, accurately grasping the arm of the woman struggling under the water. With the force of the rebound, he shouted and suddenly burst out with amazing power with one arm, forcibly bringing the woman out of the water and swinging back to the shore. If there were spectators at the scene, they would shout "Kung Fu." When they saw this smooth and flowing scene, Wang gently placed the soaked woman on the shore. She sat on the ground, stunned for a while, and suddenly burst into tears, mumbling "thank you." In panic, she had no idea of the specific process, but at least she could feel that she was rescued by the person in front of her. Wang was relieved to see that she still had the energy to cry. He didn't say anything, just quietly accompanied her. After a while, a huge sense of emptiness came from both the mind and the body. This was not the sequelae of the potion, but the instinctive discomfort of his body after the effect faded. He felt an infinite desire for attribute points in his heart. After experiencing this powerful feeling, it was hard not to indulge in it. Looking at the woman whose golden light had faded a lot, Wang smiled bitterly in his heart. The reward for completing the first green wish and the props that had not been in his hands for 24 hours were used up just like that. I didn't regret it. Even if I was just an ordinary passerby, I would not watch her drown. I just hope that good people will be rewarded and the fusion value given by the golden wish can be more abundant. 3 hours later, Shuguang District, Changying home. After taking Yuan Yuan to the hospital for a detailed examination, it was confirmed that there was no water in her lungs, and the fainting that caused her to fall into the water was just hypoglycemia caused by not eating for a day, commonly known as starvation. The two who exchanged names returned to Wang's rental place, a small one-bedroom apartment. In fact, Yuan Yuan insisted on coming to him, and Wang, who was reluctant to give up the mission, agreed half-heartedly. But I don't know if this is his charm or the charm of the king crab. When Yuan Yuan came out after taking a hot bath and drying her hair, the red and hot king crab was already placed in the middle of the small dining table, next to 2 simple quick cold dishes, 2 bowls of sauce, and hot steamed buns. The 2 of them who really couldn't feed it decided to steam it. Wang stood at the table and looked at her, but suddenly froze. The messy long hair that had been covering half of her face was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her face with a full sense of contour. A pair of deep big eyes, slightly heroic eyebrows, a tall nose, and red lips without makeup. She was younger than expected, and a few drops of crystal, whether it was water or sweat, passed along her fair and delicate cheeks, reflecting the full collagen. Although her face was round because of fat, she was a standard beauty embryo. If she was thinner, she would definitely be amazing. She had a strong face, but her expression was shy and timid, which was full of contrast. She didn't look very loose in Wang's long pants and pajamas, especially the front part, which was tight. According to the supercomputer brain of Wangjing 19, when he rescued her, she was 178 cm tall with a large frame and was estimated to weigh close to 170 kgs. She looked a little, well, fat, but her skin was fair and tight. He would rather use the 4 words that describe Yang Gaifai, round and smooth. But the reason why Wang was stunned was not because of her appearance, but because she looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen her. beer or drink? Zai Wang asked while untying her apron. Well, beer, thank you, drinking is good, it's easier to confide. As soon as a can of ice beer covered with water droplets was handed to her, Yuan Yuan reached out to take it. The cool feeling came from her palm, which made her brows relax a lot. Squeak tilde. Zai Wang also opened a can of ice beer, sat opposite, leaned towards the king crab in the middle, took a deep breath and was intoxicated. Brother, you smell so good, puff. Yuan Yuan's face, which had been depressed, finally smiled like a beautiful rose suddenly blooming. The two people who were full of wine and food sat on the sofa and chatted. Yuan Yuan's alcohol tolerance is not good. After a 500 ml can of beer, her face was as red as that king crab and her eyes were a little hazy. No wonder you dare to come to my house, so you are Aunt Kyan's daughter, I said. You look familiar. I saw your photo before and Aunt wanted to match us up at that time. Zai Wang really thought it was a coincidence. Aunt Kyan was a cleaner at Xingcheng Media. After 3 years of getting along, the two had a very good relationship. Unfortunately, when I left today, Aunt Kyan had already finished get off work. Mom also showed me your photo. Yuan Yuan pulled the corner of her clothes shyly. My condition was a little worse at that time and she said she was afraid of dragging you down, so she didn't mention it again. The condition you mentioned, is it convenient to talk about it? Zai Wang's eyes flashed and he cautiously tried. Well, it's not inconvenient. I have been taller and heavier than my peers since I was a child and I have always been called stupid fat and boys and girls are unwilling to play with me. My father passed away when I was in middle school and I was often bullied at school, so I got depression, which occasionally occurred over the years. Yuan Yuan opened up and vomited out all the grievances in her heart. Today, 3 roommates in college left me and secretly went to the graduation dinner. I was very depressed and left school without taking medicine. I walked a long way to the river and kept wandering there until I met you. Then why did you take the initiative to talk to me? Did you recognize me? Zai Wang was a little curious. Yuan Yuan shook her head and glanced at the trash can. Well, I think it feels a little pitiful. Like me, it will soon fall asleep in the river. A good guy, I think you should give the king crab a kowtow. Thank you for your company and hospitality tonight. I feel much better after a full meal. Except for my mother, no one has chatted with me for a long time. She was drunk and looked at Zai Wang with red eyes. Suddenly she threw herself on him and cried on his shoulder. I thought I was not afraid of death, but I was so scared when I fell into the river, dark, cold, unable to breathe. When I was most helpless, most scared and most regretful, you pulled me up. Thank you, thank you. Zai Wang hugged her and adjusted his sitting position awkwardly. Then he patted Yuan Yuan's back and comforted her silently. Yuan Yuan's crying became weaker and weaker and her breathing began to slow down and lengthen. Zai Wang patted her hurriedly. If you are sleepy, go to sleep in the room. I can't hold you. I will sleep on the sofa tonight. Yuan Yuan did not look up and begged timidly, Brother Wang, can you accompany me to sleep before leaving? Every time I have an attack, I need my mother to hold me. As she spoke, her white ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sexy voice and shy tone tickled Zai Wang's heart. Looking at the only golden light left on Yuan Yuan's body, he nodded slightly. Okay. A moment later, Zai Wang and Yuan Yuan lay down in their clothes side by side on the double bed in the bedroom. The two of them tossed and turned all night, and both drank alcohol and were very sleepy. Yuan Yuan fell asleep quickly, and Zai Wang barely waited until her golden light completely disappeared, but he couldn't resist the attack of sleepiness and fell asleep without having time to return to the sofa. He didn't even bother to look at the system prompts that appeared. In the morning, Zai Wang woke up in the bright sunshine and the laughter of children in the community. He felt that he was holding something soft and fragrant in his arms, and he slept very comfortably. With a start in his heart, he woke up and secretly opened his eyes. As expected, Yuan Yuan was sleeping soundly in his arms with her back to him. He held her with one arm, but fortunately his hand was not placed in the wrong place. Feeling the soft touch on his body, Zai Wang couldn't help but sigh that many LSBs on the internet said that slightly fat is the best, and it's true. He was reluctant to let go, so he just pretended to sleep and checked his gains. Golden Wish Yuan Yuan completed. Player obtains 368 million fusion value, limited time discount redemption *2, first completion of Golden Wish gift package. After seeing the fusion value number obtained by the Golden Wish, Wang almost laughed out loud. Worthy of being a golden legend, Yuan Yuan baby. You are really the god of wealth. There is a line of tips in the information list that has not been there before. You have completed a high-level wish and you can turn on the wish blocking option. Hey, there is such a good thing. Wang raised his eyebrows. He had long been fed up with the overwhelming white light and immediately chose to block the white wish. For him now, the white wish with a fusion value of 1,800 is not worth looking at. Moreover, his spirit is only 9 points and he can activate 4 or 5 wishes at most every day. The high-level wish is the best choice. His eyes moved to the team management label again. It was originally gray and unavailable, but it was flickering slightly at this time. Click the label, switch the page, and lines of instructions appear. Before, Wang only knew that the golden light was unique to teammates and their candidates, but he didn't know that each candidate was a 5-star character recognized by the game system. When the candidate's first golden wish is completed, it will be added to the list to show loyalty. When the loyalty reaches 70, it can be converted into a formal teammate and both parties can gain benefits. An avatar has already lit up in the team management. Candidate, Yuan Yuan. Loyalty 60, experience 0. This number made Wang look sideways. He had only met her once before. Well, maybe the king crab has half the credit for the Medal of Honor. Yuan Yuan's training plan has been updated. The first stage, lose weight to 130 pounds and exercise a perfect body. Do you want to start training? The training plan is the optimal training plan generated by the game system based on the wishes of teammates or candidates, with the purpose of aiming to improve the team's combat effectiveness. Wang is skeptical about this combat effectiveness, but seeing that there will be huge rewards that continue to increase at each stage, he has no reason to refuse. Start! Yuan Yuan, the first stage training plan has been started. Please go to the redemption store to redeem the limited time offer training refueling package. Players share all the results of Yuan Yuan's training and the effects of the refueling package in real time, in proportion. Share the results of training and the effects of the refueling package. Wang was stunned. Free? How can this be my team member? This is clearly my beloved relatives, friends, brothers and sisters, the kind that won't give it to you no matter how much money you add. He excitedly clicked on the exchange store that kept flashing reminders, and there were already several top exchange items in it. Skillful Hands, a one-time item. Greatly improves the coordination of mind and hand, the dexterity and stability of both hands, eliminates and immunizes hand diseases, and improves hand shape. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value. Spiritual Potion, increases 1 point of spiritual attribute. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value. These two are the rewards of the Golden Wish, all of which are exchange items with an original price of millions of fusion value, and now the broken price is only 100,000. Yuan Yuan's training refueling pack has 2 exchanges. Fitness Master, a one-time item. After use, the effects of weight loss and body shaping are doubled and it will not cause harm to the body. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value. Skin Tightening, a one-time item. After use, the skin will always remain firm and will not become loose due to weight changes. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion points. Wang did not hesitate and his mind swept over 400,000 fusion points to redeem all these limited time offers and chose Fitness Expert and Skin Tightening to use on Yuan Yuan. Spiritual Potion is a small blue bottle. After activation, it is like a breeze blowing through and the thick fog in the mind is blown away. Thinking, perception, and memory seem to have improved and the mental state is obviously much better than yesterday. The most magical thing is Skillful Hands. In his vision, there is a pair of illusory tender white hands wrapped and caressing his hands. The extremely comfortable feeling spreads from his hands to his whole body and the whole person is floating in the air. After a while, the illusion subsided, and the mouse hand and tendinitis he had suffered from long-term computer use were relieved. All disappeared, and the hands seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. He played a few finger dances casually and felt that his hands were extremely dexterous. At first glance, the joints of the hands were clear and not abrupt. The fingers became more slender. The 10 nails were neat, shiny, full of luster without any flaws, and the light white crescent at the root of the nails was clear and elegant. Satisfied, Wang opened personal information and prepared to receive the biggest harvest of the Golden Wish. Player, Wang, age 26 years old, height 181 cm, weight 90 kg, physique 6, spirit 10, funds -1, 782 million yuan, fusion value 174 million yuan. Under the character's feet there was a golden and dazzling gift bag. His heartbeat accelerated slightly and he tapped his fingers lightly and the gift bag slowly opened in the dazzling golden light. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the S-level membership qualification of the Miria service platform, including an annual fund quota of 50 million. The relevant information has been sent to your mobile phone. What is this? Confused, Wang clicked on the detailed description. After a moment, he took a deep breath and his eyes showed excitement. Simply put, this is a world-class service platform and also a social network that covers wealthy people, people with rich connections and high-quality service providers. Members who have passed the review can match and exchange resources, seek required services, and establish connections here. For example, if you want to watch a sold-out concert, temporarily rent a helicopter to a neighboring city, or attend the Oscar Awards, you can directly make a request on the service platform. Basically, any product or service formal platform you need can be provided. Although the cost is paid by yourself, the game system reimburses 50 million a year. The specific content and operation need to be viewed on the mobile phone. After closing the system screen, Wang took out his phone from under the pillow and looked at it. It was already 8 o'clock. In addition to a text message about the Miria service platform, there were several WeChat messages. Unlocking the phone, he found that all the WeChat messages were sent by the same name not long ago. Yi Lingxi, Yuan Yuan broke up with you. It turns out that you are a rubbish brother with no charm and you can't get rid of the fate of being played and abandoned. Yi Lingxi, trash, are you very sad? You can come and cry and beg me to comfort you. Although I will feel sick, who made you the brother I watched grow up, tilde. Yi Lingxi, I warn you, tilde, if no one is sleeping, just be alone, don't go out like a nymphomaniac to find unclean women. Looking at these mocking and contemptuous WeChat messages, Wang said that his heart was calm. He has known each other for almost 20 years and has long been accustomed to this vicious female ghost. Wang, you are not with me, so don't worry about who I am with. The female ghost seemed to have not entered the laboratory yet and she immediately responded. Yi Lingxi, I know you still want me, you rubbish brother who covets my sister. Anyway, if I smell the smell of an unclean woman on you, I will use scissors to serve you. Wang sneered and raised his mobile phone to take a photo of the bed without seeing the face. Wang, haha, I had a 178 pure girl last night, what can you do? Photo, JPG. Yi Lingxi, 178 is the weight, right? Trash is trash, it can eat anything. Forget it, judging from the weight it is probably pure, so what? I was going to introduce you to an old girl from the laboratory, tilde. Yi Lingxi. Also, you looked so poor last night, why did you send a seafood feast? Trash brother has never seen a real seafood feast, right? Hurry up and take the pure girl to see the world with the money. Yi Lingxi, transfer 10,000 yuan. Wang stared at his phone for a while, returned the transfer and took a screenshot of the balance from the Shangzhou Bank app and sent it to him. The other side replied with a gif of a kitten humming and didn't say anything else. Smiling, Wang quietly got up and slipped into the bathroom, not noticing that Yuan Yuan's body suddenly relaxed. The soft and fragrant bread slices were spread with salad dressing, sandwiched with juicy green lettuce and fried eggs, which made people's appetites grow. With a cup of hot milk, the breakfast for the two was ready. Yuan Yuan's face had been red since she got up and she didn't dare to look at Wang. It was not until she sat at the dining table that she found that he seemed to have become more energetic. She stole a few glances and said hesitantly, Brother Wang, you are so great tilde you can cook and your room is clean and tidy. I've been used to taking care of myself for so many years. Mom told me that Brother Wang you grew up in a relative's house since you were a child, so you are very sensible. Yuan Yuan looked at him with a trace of heartache. Actually, Brother Wang, you are also very lonely, right? It must have been very difficult for so many years. No, my relatives are very good to me. There is also a neighbor girl who grew up with me. She has been around for so many years, noisy and fighting. At this point, Wang remembered the WeChat message in the morning and the corners of his mouth hooked unconsciously. Yuan Yuan, who had been staring at him, suddenly felt a little flustered and pursed her lips. My mother said that you broke up the day before yesterday. Why don't you try to date your childhood sweetheart? Wang shook his head. She is about the same age as you, but she is still like a child. It's not suitable. Besides, I did confess my feelings to her in college but was rejected, so let's just be siblings. Yuan Yuan's fist under the table shook, but he didn't know what he was thinking about. He touched his belly and lowered his head again. Wang had been thinking about training absent-mindedly. Seeing that breakfast was almost finished, he finally spoke. Yuan Yuan, I looked up some information about depression this morning. It is said that proper exercise can secrete a lot of dopamine, making people feel happy, which should be very good for your condition. In addition, I think a large part of your heart knot is also the lack of confidence in your body shape. Why don't you try to exercise and change yourself? My mother said so too. I tried running and so on, but I couldn't stick to it. Yuan Yuan picked up the third slice of bread with the egg, feeling a little ashamed and embarrassed. Wang's eyelids twitched and he wanted to say that was mine. He sighed and continued, then you lack motivation. In fact, you are very beautiful. If you lose weight, you will definitely surprise everyone. Imagine that, then all the girls will be willing to be friends with you and all the boys will line up to chase you. Yuan Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked at him. Am I really beautiful? Of course I am beautiful. Your usual hairstyle completely seals your appearance. As long as you lose weight, you will be a real beauty. Wang encouraged him with all his might. Okay, then try it. You must try it. In order to make you more motivated to persist, let's get a gym membership and buy private lessons. You will feel pain when you want to back down after spending all the money. Yuan Yuan said, oh, not particularly concerned. Wang sighed in his heart. A child who has not yet graduated does not know how hard it is to make money. It seems that he can only work hard on himself. Finally, in order to urge you, I decided to lose weight with you. We can make progress together and supervise each other. Yuan Yuan's big eyes burst into a gleam. She nodded heavily. Lose weight. I want to make progress so much. Starting today, I will not eat. Eat one less bowl of rice at night. Yuidong Fitness Center. Wang parked in the parking space at the door and got out of the car with Yuan Yuan. This is a 5-story independent building, all of which belongs to the fitness center. It has been open for 5 or 6 years with a good reputation and a stable customer base. There is no need to worry about sudden running away. Next to it is the Yuanjing building where Xingcheng Media is located, a 25-story Class A office building which is said to belong to the same developer. He chose this place because he was familiar with the business conditions of this fitness center and because Yuan Yuan's family lived in Hongyu North Lane not far away, which only took 5 minutes to walk. The two walked into the door and the girl at the front desk stood up to welcome them. Good morning, sir and madam. Do you need to exercise and swim? Wang nodded. I want to know first. Please wait a moment. Several of our membership consultants are receiving guests now. I will find a coach to take you around and she can also apply for a card. After a while, a young woman wearing a fitness vest with a slim figure and bright makeup came over. Hello, I'm Huey. Please follow me. Huey first took the two to the swimming pool on the first floor. It was 40 meters long and had 5 lanes. The water was clear and transparent and the shower room and changing room were clean and tidy. When they came to the equipment area on the second floor, they just took a few steps and a young man with a slicked back hair came out of the elevator. He was dressed in sportswear and looked in good shape. He went straight to the big bird. When Huey saw the young man, her eyes lit up and her expression was a little hesitant. But when she saw another female teacher in a sexy outfit in the distance, she was very excited. When she walked towards the young man, she made up her mind quickly and said, "You two can go around by yourselves first. I have a member who needs some instructions first. It will take 2 minutes and I will be back soon." Without waiting for their answer, she walked quickly towards the young man. Wang frowned, said nothing, and walked around with Yuan Yuan. "Brother, how tilde you are here tilde," a delicate voice sounded, and the young man turned his head to look at Hui. "Aren't you bringing customers? Why are you here?" "Those two people are not our target customers at first glance. The man is wearing pin zai and the woman is ordinary. They will definitely turn around and leave after hearing the price. Brother, how is more important. I will help you stretch first. They will be fine later." "Whatever you want." Wang and Yuan Yuan walked around the equipment area and waited for more than 10 minutes, but Hui didn't come back. He was almost laughing with anger. He didn't expect to encounter such a retro scene. The following plot is that he goes to the front desk to ask for a change of coach and then throws tens of thousands of yuan to show off. Huey is unwilling to come and make trouble, and then he scolds her severely and slaps her face, right? "Well, let's do it." After calling Yuan Yuan, the two walked towards the elevator. At this moment, the elevator door opened and a tall, curvy woman walked out. She was wearing a black tight short-sleeved shirt and yoga pants, showing her smooth and graceful muscle lines and fair and healthy skin to the fullest. She wore a Yuidong work badge on her bulging chest. Her long, dyed burgundy hair was tied into a ponytail and there was a hairband on her forehead. She was about 25 or 6 years old and her appearance was pretty and lovely. Wang met her and they were both stunned at the same time. "Wang Zai, milk." Hearing the two people's names, Yuan Yuan laughed out loud. "Don't call me milk, how many times have I told you?" The woman puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. "Then don't call me Wang Zai." Wang laughed and turned to introduce Yuan Yuan. "This is my classmate and good friend from Lushy Normal College, Wang Jianai from the Department of Physical Education. We both came to Beidou after graduation and kept in touch. This is my friend Yuan Yuan." After the two greeted each other in a friendly manner, Wang asked, "Aren't you in the fitness center in Hedian District? When did you come here?" "The boss of that place ran away again and the house I rented has expired. It just so happens that I am recruiting here. I just moved in yesterday after the interview. It's fate. I'm here today to apply for a membership card and buy classes, then I'll find you. It's best to have someone I know to teach you." Wang talked about his experience just now and Wang Jianai nodded. "No problem, but you'd better go to the front desk to say hello." The three returned to the front desk and Wang explained it again, but he didn't mention that he knew Wang Jianai. He just said that he met an enthusiastic coach and wanted her to help him apply for a membership card. The front desk apologized for Huey's behavior and then asked Wang Jianai to take them to the member center on the 5th floor. As soon as Wang walked into the spacious and bright member center, he saw Huey and Hao Ji, who were handling some business at the counter. "Enemies meet on a narrow road. I know this script well." Wang sighed at the bloody plot and then led the two to the counter next to her under Huey's gaze. Wang Jianai said to the girl at the counter, "Open 2 annual cards, each with 50 classes." Huey was still struggling whether to speak, but when she heard the number of 100 private lessons, she couldn't help it. "Sir, you are the first one I received. According to the rules, I should be responsible to the end, so let me do it for you." "What rules?" "The rule of leaving customers alone for 20 minutes. "No, sir, I explained to you at the time that there was an urgent matter to deal with. I only left for a while and I came to find you soon, but I don't know where you went." Huey put on an innocent look. "Heh, you mean to blame me for not waiting for you for a day? Okay, we are not stupid, don't bother me." Wang turned to the counter and said, "Hurry up." Suddenly someone touched his shoulder, turned around and saw Yuan took out a bank card and said timidly, I'll pay." Wang was almost laughed out of anger. "What are you paying for, a girl who hasn't graduated yet? Is it easy for your mother to earn some money so hard? Wait." They were whispering here and Huey and Wang Jianai next to them were confronted again. New here, it's only been a few days and you're grabbing orders. Do you understand the rules? Let others know. Can you still stay in Yuidong? Be sensible and leave quickly. Please don't slander. This is a customer diverted to me by the front desk. If you have any opinions, you can report to the front desk or the manager. Wang Jianai's attitude was very calm, but she didn't give in at all. I won't go to them, I'll go to you. I want everyone to know that you grabbed the order. Manager Wei, hello, Manager Wei. The surrounding employees stood up and greeted him. Wang Jianai was a little nervous at this time, and she also shouted politely. Hui knew that she was in the wrong, and she couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Zai Wang, hoping that he would show mercy and not complain. Zai Wang didn't bother to pay attention to her and looked directly at Manager Wei, thinking about his words in his heart. Manager Wei looked around the room, glared at Hui and Wang Jianai and was about to ask, but his eyes swept to Yuan Yuan, who was standing next to Zai Wang. He blinked in confusion, looked carefully and asked in an uncertain tone, "Excuse me, are you Miss Yuan?" Yuan Yuan said ah, and looked at Manager Wei with a confused look. I am, you are. Manager Wei quickly changed from a serious-looking manager to a kind and amiable middle-aged uncle. Oh, it's Miss Yuan, what a rare guest. How is Mr. Kyan? Why didn't you come to me directly when you came to the store? I really didn't treat you well. By the way, I'm the store manager, Lao Wei. I was the one who accompanied you when you came to the store with Mr. Kyan and our boss Zhang last time. Yuan Yuan blushed and said embarrassedly, yes. I'm sorry, I just happened to follow you at that time. I didn't look around much and I didn't pay attention to you. Oh, it's okay. Is Mr. Kyan in good health? I haven't seen her in Yuanjing building for a while. Thank you, my mother is fine. That's good. Miss Yuan came here today. Do you want to exercise and swim? Yuan Yuan had talked so much to a stranger and was already nervous. She unconsciously hid behind Zai Wang. When Manager Wei saw this scene, he turned his eyes. Zai Wang kept a calm smile, but his heart was already churning. What the hell are Miss Yuan, Boss Zhang and Mr. Kyan? Aunt Kyan, aren't you a cleaner at the company? Why are you playing the role of a sweeping monk? He kept saying MMP in his heart, but when Manager Wei looked at him, he could only say, Hello, Manager Wei, my last name is Zai. My Yuan Yuan is planning to lose weight recently and she doesn't want to practice alone, so Aunt Kyan asked me to accompany her. So I came with her today to take a look and, by the way, find a private trainer to teach us. After saying this, Manager Wei's attitude towards Zai Wang was obviously a little more respectful. My Yuan Yuan, and Aunt Kyan asked, this is obviously a close person of the same level. Yuan Yuan behind him didn't think too much, but after hearing my Yuan Yuan, her heart beat fast, her face flushed with shame, and her fingers desperately pinched the corners of her clothes. Wang Jianai has completely relaxed, knowing that she is stable. She just looked at Zai Wang with interest and felt that she could not recognize this old classmate. Hui's face turned pale, and she kept cursing these two rich second generations who were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Brother Hao, who was sitting at the counter next to him, had been watching the excitement quietly at first, but now he stared at Yuan Yuan with a flickering look and his face was changing. As soon as Zai Wang finished speaking, he found that Wang Jianai and Hui were both lit up with blue light, and he immediately chose Wang Jianai's wish prompt. As for Hui's, you don't need to guess to know that she hopes he will be merciful. Naturally, he will not waste his mental energy on such an impossible wish. We must have a good start and get the commission for this big order. Hearing that the two really came to apply for a membership card, Manager Wei immediately said with a smile, Mr. Zai and Miss Yuan come to my store to exercise, you are most welcome. Then he turned around and signaled the girl at the counter. I will apply for an unlimited membership card for each of you, and there is no limit on the hours for private lessons. You can choose anyone you want. Zai Wang quickly stopped him. No. Manager Wei, we appreciate your kindness, but we will pay for it ourselves. You can't open a store and do business for free. Nonsense. If you don't pay, how can Wang Jianai get a commission? Who will be responsible if I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars? Manager Wei's attitude was also very firm. Mr. Kyan is a good friend of our boss Zhang. Mr. Kyan rented the whole building to our store at a preferential price. If the boss knew that Miss Yuan and her friends came to exercise and I still charged money, my job as a store manager would end. 5-story commercial supporting building within the East 4th Ring Road of Beidou, a fortune of several hundred million. Wang was shocked again. Yuan Yuan popped her head out at this time and whispered, "We have to buy the lessons ourselves. This sister is very good. I want her to get a commission." She pointed at Wang Jianai, and Niu Nai immediately raised her head and chest and looked at Yuan Yuan gratefully. This, Manager Wei hesitated but wanted to persuade him again. Wang quickly said, "Manager Wei, if you are so polite again, we will change to another store. I believe Aunt Cayenne doesn't want us to do this." Manager Wei sighed, "Okay, then let's take a step back. Private, you guys can buy the lessons yourself and I can give you the card. Otherwise, I can't explain it." Wang thought about it and the card didn't cost much anyway, so he nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Brother Wei." The two of them reported their personal information and the girl quickly got the card. When she looked up to confirm the number of private lessons, Yuan Yuan had already stood in front of the counter. This time, she looked at Wang firmly and said softly, "I'll pay." Wang nodded and didn't argue with Yuan Yuan anymore. She was the one who pretended today, so what's the big deal about paying some money? Since ancient times, there has been no reason for others to pretend to be me. If I had known you were such a rich woman, why would I pretend to be a big shot? Seeing that Wang didn't fight with her, Yuan Yuan turned around happily and took out a bank card and handed it over. 100 lessons per person. With Wang Jianai excited and Wang envious, hundreds of thousands of yuan were swiped out. Tusk, she looked so handsome when swiping the card. The two of them had the same idea at the same time. After the card was processed, Manager Wei asked the counter to take out 2 sets of the best member equipment gift packages. A backpack that can be carried, which contains Under Armour fitness clothes of the right size for 2 people, Lock and Lock sports water bottles, bath towels, slippers, and toiletries. Seeing such a complete set of equipment, Wang and Yuan Yuan simply decided to start training directly. With Manager Wei's farewell, Wang snorted at Hui and followed Wang Jianai downstairs. He believed that with Manager Wei's vision he would not let her have an easy time. Blue wish, Wang Jianai completed. Wang Jianai took the two to the equipment area on the 2nd floor and enthusiastically introduced the weight loss plan while walking. If you are overweight, you should focus on strength training in the first stage to improve your physical fitness and intersperse appropriate aerobic exercise. Also pay attention to your diet. Wang listened carefully and saw Yuan Yuan's sad face next to him. Knowing her love for food, he had to remind her cruelly, "Yuan Yuan, if you can't lose weight, I won't accompany you. My time is very precious." The absent-minded Yuan Yuan was shocked and shook her head desperately. "I will try my best. Milk sister, add me on WeChat and give me the recipe." Wang Jianai's face darkened and she was helpless about the name of Milk sister. But thinking that she had just come for 2 days, this rich woman brought more than 20 commissions plus the subsequent continuous class fees, she could only pinch her nose and accept it and honestly add WeChat to send information. "Milk, you are a professional, we all listen to your arrangements. If she can lose 130 kilograms in 3 months, I will give you another gift." In order to complete the first stage of training as quickly as possible and get a perfect figure of Yuan Yuan times and himself, square root, Wang also spent a lot of money. Wang Jianai immediately became energetic and was no longer angry even when being called milk. Although he didn't know what his old classmate was doing now, for the little rich woman who obeyed his every word, this gift was not bad. Go, both of you get training, don't be lazy." The energetic shouts echoed in the equipment area. Xuguang District, delicious steamed seafood. The 2 fat guys who lacked exercise were severely trained by Wang Jianai. The 2 who had no desire to live decided to have a good meal at noon to make up for their wounded hearts. Considering their dietary requirements, they finally chose steamed seafood. A table full of king crabs, lobsters, abalone, scallops. But there were no other dishes, just a bowl of sauce for each person and boiled water to drink. After drinking enough water and eating enough food, the two fat guys patted their round stomachs at the same time and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Wang picked up the phone on the table, took a look, and smiled. Aunt Cayenne asked me why I resigned. As you are going home tonight, I will not reply to her. You can tell her in detail when you get home. Yuan Yuan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Brother Wang, you lost your job because of your boss's frame-up. The compensation is not enough to live on. I heard from my mother that you still owe more than 1.8 million mortgage and loans. Why does Aunt Cayenne tell you everything? You even know how much I owe. Yuan Yuan's face flushed. Number. No, my mother and I can talk about everything, and I didn't ask you about anything in particular. Huh, it seems that I have discovered something. Wang looked at her in confusion. Well, it's about this amount, but it's okay to resign. I have savings in my card and other investments that will be credited soon. Yuan Yuan took out a bank card from her bag, stood up, and put it in front of him. This is my pocket money. I don't need it on a regular basis. Brother Wang, use it to pay off your debts. People are stressed when they are in debt. You have looked much older in the past few years. I guess it's because of this. I don't want you to work so hard. Good guy. Wang really wants to give a class to the handsome guys on Douyin. 3 sentences to make a woman spend 1.8 million for me. There are more than 3 million in the card. The password is XXXXXX. Brother Wang, take it for daily use first. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. Looking at Yuan Yuan's serious and cute face, Wang sighed. Is this the legendary love brain? I really can't take this money. If Aunt Cayenne finds out, how will she look at me? Mom doesn't mind. She likes you very much. Not long after you came to Xingcheng Media, she praised you for being handsome and sensible and always said that if she had a son, he would definitely look like you. Yuan Yuan seemed to be recalling something with sparkling eyes, and she continued, Mom has always said that it was that ex-girlfriend who made you like this. If it weren't for not wanting to give her a bargain, Mom would have helped you a long time ago. Wang looked at her with a complicated expression and was quite grateful to the mother and daughter. If it was 3 days ago, he might really eat such a fragrant and white soft rice in front of him, but with the game system, his own pattern should be opened up. After all, he just vowed to return to being a handsome and unrestrained single noble. I appreciate your and Aunt Cayenne's kindness, but we are just friends, not relatives. I will never accept such a large sum of money. The light in Yuan Yuan's eyes dimmed, and her mood obviously began to get depressed again. She murmured in a low voice, just friends. Wang shook his head, fearing that her depression would flare up. Thinking of her loyalty of 60, he stopped playing dumb. Yuan Yuan, regardless of men and women, the purest and most selfless love only exists in first love, and most of the subsequent love is just a product of weighing the pros and cons. As for me, I probably lost half of it after my confession was rejected in college. After this relationship ended after work, I completely gave up and didn't want to fall in love again in the short term. And you have never had any emotional experience before, and you don't know yourself clearly enough. I suggest you lose weight first. When you become a brand new person, you will naturally attract many excellent people, and maybe you will change your mind. Seeing that Yuan Yuan was eager to speak, Wang waved his hand to interrupt her and continued. If you don't change your mind by then and can accept my current situation, then let's discuss it again, okay? Yuan Yuan pouted. What her mother said was indeed right. My brother was heartbroken. Wang Yunfei deserved to die. Seeing that she acquiesced, Wang's mood also improved, and he was finally relieved. With the Wish game system, he was destined to live a different life. The team in the system was obviously not a serious team, and he must have more than one team member. Although he liked this cute girl very much, Wang would definitely not force her. When Yuan Yuan couldn't accept it, she would naturally let her go and delete her directly from the candidate list. Let's talk about the future later. He is very open-minded now. Let's get the rewards of the first stage first. Thinking of what he just said, Wang felt a little sad. Zai's decisive rejection back then was indeed a big blow to him, who was full of confidence. He took out the photo of the table full of seafood he had just taken, found the WeChat of the female ghost, and sent it to him. Wang, did you see it? The 178 cm tall innocent girl who slept with casually is a rich woman. She treated me to a seafood feast and paid 3 million to maintain me. Oh, this charm that has nowhere to go. The female ghost should also be having lunch, and she replied quickly. Yi Lingxi, it seems that the garbage brother has done it, congratulations. When this stage of the experiment is completed, bring her to me to see. If the breath is not good, my sister will not agree to this marriage. Wang, you agreed to Wan Yunfei at the beginning, harming me. Yi Lingxi, I was afraid that a certain erotic maniac would get sick and go out and mess around. At least she is clean. The female ghost claimed that she could smell other people's special smells since they met. The reason why she recognized Zai Wang as her brother was because he smelled sweet and delicious. At first, she commented on Wan Yunfei as clean but disgusting, but it was him anyway, so it didn't matter if he was a little disgusting. After accepting Yi Lingxi's invitation, Zai Wang first sent Yuan Yuan back to Beidou University of Technology. She was about to graduate and it was okay. She planned to pack up her personal belongings and move back home in the evening. In the next 3 months, she would focus on losing weight. Finally free, Zai Wang did not rush to start running but leaned on the driver's seat to prepare to sort out the harvest first. In addition to the fusion value of up to 650,000, Wang Jianai's Blue Wish reward also includes a first-time Blue Wish completion gift package and a limited-time discount fitness skills worth 10,000. Rubbing his hands, he opened the gift package. Congratulations to the players for receiving 70 million special entrepreneurial funds, which can only be used for the registration and operation costs of the company founded by the players. The funds are not small, but there are many restrictions. It must be a company founded by the players themselves. He shook his head and had no plans to start a business for the time being, so he put it aside for now. Then, Zai Wang activated the fitness skills, and a lot of fitness, weight loss, and body shaping knowledge emerged in his mind. His body also instinctively memorized various standard movements, force techniques, and even some basic massage relaxation techniques. It took half an hour to digest it all. It can be said that he doesn't need to follow Wang Jianai to lose weight now, and he can do better by himself. Then he opened the text message on his mobile phone, followed the link in it, installed the special app for the My Ruya service platform, and logged in with the provided username and password. As soon as he entered, a new message popped up in the app. Yuna, Mr. Zai, the distinguished S-level member, good afternoon, thank you for joining. I am Yuna, your exclusive special assistant of My Ruya, and I am dedicated to serving you 24 hours a day. Yuna, you can contact me at any time by clicking Exclusive Assistant on the homepage of the app, or you can call my mobile number 13xxxxxxxxxx or add my WeChat. Let me introduce you to the basic situation of My Ruya. Zai Wang carefully read her introduction. The various service items really opened his eyes, and of course the fees were not cheap. Each time you use My Ruya's service, if it is within the domestic scope, you need to pay 10,000 yuan. If the service scope is expanded to multinational or global, the fee will be as high as 25,000 US dollars. The cost of specific service items is calculated separately. Fortunately, there is a system that stores 50 million per year in the member account. Otherwise, Zai Wang would really feel painful to use it. In addition, as a member, he can also register his own service area, and when other members need it, the platform may also seek help based on the information. He casually wrote down Yuna's phone number and added WeChat with only chat permissions. He couldn't let others see his miserable circle of friends, otherwise it would be a loss of style. Opening Dada Travel, Mr. Zai, a distinguished S-level member, started his work again. Ding ding, you have received a regular real-time order, please go to Kaiheng Shopping Center. After running for 2.5 hours, he didn't meet a shining passenger. Zai Wang stopped at the boarding point and lay on the steering wheel in frustration to think about a better way. He already had inspiration and plans in his mind. Then he saw Shenhao and Funina. Looking at the two beautiful cosplayers who walked out of Kaiheng Shopping Center and walked towards his car, Zai Wang couldn't help but admire in his heart, it's good to be young. Both of them are only 18 or 19 years old, full of youth and vitality. Seeing that the destination is Beidou Fashion College, they should be freshmen or sophomores. On the left, Shenhe has exquisite facial features on her palm-sized face. She is a beauty with no blind spots. Although she is only about 168 meters tall, she has a pair of slender comic legs, as if she has stepped from the second dimension into reality. The high-collared Cheongsam-like costume highlights her exquisite and graceful figure. Through the black mesh at the abdomen, you can see the cute belly button that is looming, which is very eye-catching. Next to her, Funina is almost the same height as Shenhe. She looks pure and sweet, and her reason is amazing. She is also a young and energetic little beauty. Under the shorts, a pair of beautiful legs are white and glowing, and the black leg rings are particularly attractive. When the two of them approached the front of the car, Wang keenly observed that the quality of their costumes was actually very average. The materials were poor and there were threads, and they were soft and not very slim. The makeup looked like a novice and the level was average. Maybe they didn't look as good as the two of them without makeup. Getting into the back seat, Shenhe confirmed the last digit of the mobile phone number with Wang in soft Shanghai Mandarin. Then the two beauties chattered non-stop in the back row as if they had endless things to talk about. Wang wanted to say a few words to try to trigger his wish, but he found that he didn't understand many topics, so he simply kept silent to avoid embarrassment. The two people's voices were soft, and the other was crisp and pleasant, which made him enjoy it very much, as if he was doing an eardrum massage and hearing care. After listening for a long time, he only knew that they were working part-time at a shopping mall promotion event. Shenhe was called Near, and Funina was called Bebe. As they chatted, the topic suddenly turned to beauty and skin care, and suddenly a bunch of technical terms that he didn't understand were output. Wang, who was confused in his mind, heard them mention a well-known chain beauty center that had just opened near the school. He was very envious of a certain senior sister who had the money to go there to experience beauty and skin care. I wonder when we can go there to splurge. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the car was bright. Stunned by the faint golden light sprinkled on the center console, Wang swallowed his saliva, took the opportunity to turn right and glanced sideways, and found that the two little beauties were emitting golden light at the same time. Extracting mental power, 2 consecutive wish prompts appeared. I also want to have a membership card of Jai Lion Beauty Center and go there to experience beauty and skin care. I really want to meet the wishing magic lamp and apply for a membership card of Jai Lion Beauty Center for me. Very good. With my current financial resources, there is no problem in taking 2 wishes. Wang was quite excited. To be honest, seeing 2 little beauties of such a level, any man would be tempted, and he was no exception. The game system directly certified that they were all candidates and gave them wish tasks, which was the best thing. The difficulty now, the point is not to rush and scare them. After all, he is just a fat otaku with a bad image. Online, you can attack as you please, but in reality, can this kind of innate network male god body who weighs 200 pounds, is level 60 of god, is Makeo in the national server, and loves to watch 2-dimensional harem animation, apply for V. He was going to use his inspiration just now to test the new plan. After sorting out his thoughts and words, Wang suddenly said during the gap between the two people's chat, "2 little sisters, can you please do me a favor?" Near and Bebe looked at the driver's seat after hearing this and did not answer with a little caution. He didn't care and continued to speak as gently as possible. I am going to open an account on Douyin recently, and the content I create is to help strangers realize some wishes and dreams. Just now I heard you chatting. It seems that you really want to go to that beauty salon for skin care. I have a win-win proposal, that is, I will help you recharge and apply for a card there for free, and you can help me shoot the video material of the process, and then I will make a short video and post it on Douyin. After listening to the 2 girls, they looked at each other, and finally the more lively Bebe said with a teasing tone, "Master, the one we just talked about is not an ordinary beauty salon but a chain beauty center called Jia Lion. Although it is not the top one, the recharge card seems to start at 20,000. Do you want to consider it again?" Wang did not hesitate. "Don't think about it, this amount is no problem." Let alone 20,000 just for the income of Golden Wish. He would pay 2 million to apply for a card. Unexpectedly, the two of them looked at each other again but became more vigilant. This time it was Near who spoke, and her voice was not so soft. "Master, we won't sell anything for money. You should find someone else." Wang was a little amused. "What are you two thinking? I didn't ask you to sell anything, did I? It's just a video of the card application process, and you don't have to show your face. If you are not sure, you can use your mobile phone to shoot and then select the appropriate video and send it to me." Bebe frowned her beautiful eyebrows and doubted. "Master, if you really have so much spare money, why do you drive an online car-hailing service? You said that you don't want to spend money on us. What do you want?" "Driving an online car-hailing service only means that I have free time, not that I have no money. Of course, I want the content, traffic, and account of the short video. Don't you think this subject is easy to explode? If you can become an online celebrity with millions of fans in the future, what is the initial investment?" The two thought about it and really felt that this theme was quite novel and easy to become popular, but it was a bit expensive. It happened that they had arrived at the entrance of Beijing Fashion Institute. Wang did not persuade them anymore but took out 2 business cards of Xingcheng Media from the armrest box and handed them over. "This is my business card when I was working before, and it has my mobile phone on it." After a pause, he still persuaded them for the mission. "It is right for the little girl to be vigilant. In fact, we can meet in the daytime and meet directly in the beauty center. I will leave after I get the card. Please contact me after you think about it. Please pay attention when you get off the bus." Near and Bebe were a little absent-minded at this time. They both stared at Wang's hand holding the business card, wondering why this unkempt fat guy had such a pair of slender and charming hands. In the end, the two of them took the business card for some reason, said thank you, and quickly got off the bus and walked into the gate of Beijing Fashion Institute. AI9 and Bebe walked all the way back to the 309 dormitory on campus, under the gazes of jealousy, greed, and admiration. As a famous freshman couple in fashion design and engineering, they have been used to this for a year since they entered school. Look at the business card. The master is a live broadcast planner. No wonder he wants to start an account on Douyin. AI9 chatted quietly with her friends while removing her makeup and changing clothes. Another roommate, Su Hui, was listening to music, and she didn't want others to know about this. Gently taking off the contact lenses, Bebe kept washing her hands and replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, I don't know if his investment can pay off." Her family background is much worse than AI9's. Most of the income from part-time jobs and live broadcasts is invested in cosplay, clothes, and cosmetics. Even so, she can only buy the cheapest ones, but she had to buy them, otherwise some part-time projects could not be done. Coming to Beidou, seeing others' extravagant scenery, her heart was already full of envy. She was actually very tempted to encounter such an opportunity to get a membership card of a high-end beauty center without paying. This situation is very common in college. In the first year, many girls still maintain the mentality of high school and can endure loneliness and study hard. In the second year, they have experienced some social realities and began to let themselves go, especially in international metropolises like Beijing. People like Annie and Bebe, whose families are not rich or even poor but have particularly good conditions, are in deep entanglement as they are about to enter their second year. Click. The dormitory door was pushed open, and the last roommate Lei Xiaoying walked in with her chin slightly raised and proud. The eyes of the three people instantly focused on the exquisite pink bag in her hand, on which the logo and name of Jiayi Lion Beauty Center were so eye-catching. "Ah, Xiaoying, are you going to Jiayi Lion to do a project?" Su Hui said enviously. She has an ordinary appearance and a calm temperament. She can talk to everyone in the dormitory, unlike the 309 double flowers and Lei Xiaoying, who look down on each other and are always sarcastic. Lei Xiaoying glanced at the other two calmly. "No gifts for projects. My uncle saw that I liked it, so he topped up 20,000 yuan for me to get a membership card and said that I can top it up after I use it up. Ah, it's really too rich, 20,000 yuan. Yeah, but the environment and service of Jaya Yilian are worth the price. Look at the free facial mask which costs hundreds of yuan outside and this. Seeing Lei Xiaoying showing off there, Annie and Yu Bebe ignored her and concentrated on packing their cosplay clothes, but Yu Bebe was more hesitant. Lei Xiaoying was a little unhappy when she saw that they ignored her and said in a yin-yang tone, "Near, I told you not to buy such cheap cosplay clothes, the fabric is not good and the support is poor. After all, we are all studying fashion design, so can you be more discerning?" Annie just chuckled twice. She was a bit soft-hearted, although she didn't like it, she didn't want to confront her roommate face to face. "You Bebe never tolerates someone's bad habits. We really don't have good taste. I guess only Xiaoying has high standards, so she would look for a bald, short, and ugly middle-aged uncle." Lei Xiaoying is the kind of girl who can barely look good after putting on makeup, but she is very promiscuous. She has changed several campus boyfriends since she entered school, but she feels that none of them can satisfy her consumption desire, so she simply hooked up with a middle-aged man who runs a store. Heck, Tilda, are you jealous? I eat well, dress well, have luxury goods, and can go to Jaya Yilian for beauty treatments. Is your part-time job enough to do a small project there? You think my uncle is not good, but you can't even find a rich, ugly uncle. As expected, shameless people are invincible. Yu Bebe didn't expect Lei Xiaoying to not care at all but made herself so angry that she was fuming. She got angry and said, "Today there is a big brother who wants to apply for a card for me in Jaya Yilian. He is much better looking than your ugly man and he has no other thoughts at all. You spend so much money to apply for a card and expect him to have nothing to gain. This is made up." Tusk, sorry, I'm going to V Chin Shihuang 50 now. Yu Bebe was about to explode with anger. She turned her back, secretly took out the business card and dialed it. Annie was hesitant to speak and sighed. Wang was shopping for clothes at the nearby Xinggong shopping center. He had just discovered his problem. His image was too bad. Even if the reason is good, the first impression is that of a malicious liar, not a rich man at all. In fact, he had this idea a few days ago, but he didn't make much money at that time. He didn't lie to the two beautiful girls just now, he really planned to set up a Douyin account to help people fulfill their wishes. It is not easy to condense the light of wishes above green. According to the system description, it requires strong psychological or physiological needs to burst out. Like the usual hot-headed, fantasizing about winning the lottery, getting a promotion and a raise, and having a beautiful woman throw herself into your arms, it doesn't meet the standard at all. Of course, the system also said that special roles are excluded. He guessed that it mainly means that the wish light of teammate candidates is easier to condense. Since high-level wish tasks are rare, and it is easy to be regarded as a liar if you take the initiative to come to the door, Wang decided to change his mindset and let those who may have a wish light take the initiative to ask him. As long as the Douyin account has a few successful cases and then put Douyin Plus with more fans and traffic, naturally someone will contact you, eager to get the opportunity to realize your wish. Screen out the appropriate ones online and then have an offline interview. If there is a wish light, do it, if not, pass, and a steady stream of tasks will come. Wang did it as soon as he thought of it. The first step was to change his image first, whether it was a video appearance or a face-to-face meeting offline. Interviews, you can't look poor and destitute. He just found a hair salon and cut his messy hair, which had not been cut for a month, into three-dimensional short hair about 3 cm long. He shaved his face and trimmed his eyebrows and he felt much fresher. He was thinking about what clothes to buy. If they were too expensive, forget it. It was not because he had no money but mainly because his weight would continue to drop and the clothes would soon not fit him. The ringtone rang. Wang saw that it was an unfamiliar number and he clicked to answer it. "Brother," the crisp and pleasant voice came and his hands trembled sweetly and he almost threw the phone away. Are you that Bebe?" Wang reacted immediately, her voice was really recognizable. "Yeah." The other side paused. Today's Jai Lions matter. Wang narrowed his eyes, his mind turned quickly. Bebe acted very reserved, but since she took the initiative to call, she must have agreed. The little girl was thin-skinned, it was normal. If you agree, you can apply for the card today, but I have something to do for now. How about meeting at the entrance of Jai Lion at 7 o'clock? It will be light at that time, so you don't have to worry. Okay, brother, see you at 7 o'clock, Bebe agreed directly. After hanging up the phone, Wang clenched his fists excitedly. After applying for the cards for them, not only can 2 golden wishes be fulfilled, but also Douyin video materials will be available, and the next plan can be carried out smoothly. Looking at the screen time, it's almost 6 o'clock, so I have to hurry. He went directly into the Armani next door. Yu Bebe put down her phone, pursed her lips, and without looking at the expressions of the other 2 roommates, she pretended to be relaxed and said to Annie, "We agreed to meet at the entrance of Jai Lion at 7 o'clock. Let's go eat first?" At this time, her heart was still pounding and she couldn't believe that she really agreed to the other party's invitation. Now that she thought about it, maybe she didn't want to give up this opportunity. The conflict with Lei Xiaoying just now was just an excuse for herself. Annie seemed to see her bestie's nervousness and a trace of helplessness flashed across her bright eyes, but she didn't say anything else. She couldn't let her bestie go alone. Gently pulling Bebe's hand, the 2 left the dormitory. Su Hui and Lei Xiaoying looked at each other, and Su Hui said, "Did Bebe really find someone who is willing to give her a membership card for free?" Lei Xiaoying said disdainfully, "Which fool would pay 20,000 for nothing? I guess they will ask for it on the spot or just stand it up." After a pause, she rolled her eyes and said, "Let's go, let's finish our meal quickly and go to see the fun." At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky in Beidou was still bright, but the temperature was not so hot. Annie and Yu Bebe were waiting outside the Jai Lion Beauty Center early. They did not dare to wait directly at the gate, but in the parking lot a little further away. Lei Xiaoying arrived earlier. She showed her membership card and used the excuse of waiting for her friend and sat in the lobby with Su Hui. The 2 of them specially found a corner where they could see the outside and were not far from the front desk. There were also green plants next to them to block them so they would not be discovered. It has to be said that Jiailian's service to its members is absolutely in place. The 2 sat on a comfortable leather sofa, enjoying the air conditioning, eating exquisite snacks, drinking hand-ground coffee and freshly squeezed juice, and watching elegant beauties of all kinds coming in and out. "I knew I wouldn't eat just now." Su Hui was so dazzled that she didn't even bother to look up. Lei Xiaoying glanced at her with disdain and her eyes turned back to the 2 figures in the parking lot. She suddenly touched Su Hui. "Here we go." The 2 of them stared at a white BYD Chin parked in the parking space, and Annie and Yu Bebe greeted it. A tall young man got off the driver's seat. He looked about 25 years old with a neat short hair and a smooth forehead. Although he was a little fat and his face was chubby, he looked really good. He would definitely be a handsome guy if he lost weight. He wore a loose light gray t-shirt and dark casual pants and a pair of black casual shoes on his feet. The texture was good, which well concealed the defects of his figure. Lei Xiaoying raised her phone, zoomed in the camera, looked at the label carefully and muttered, "It's just an Armani suit at most 20,000. He's so fat and he drives a broken BYD. Su Hui, you see, she must have been cheated." Yu Bebe and Annie were surprised to see Wang coming out of the car. Although they didn't see how tall he was in the car in the afternoon, it was definitely obvious that he was fat. His hair was messy and there was no style. Although his skin was tight, his beard was not shaved cleanly and his face was a little dull. Coupled with the cheap t-shirt, he looked like a greasy otaku. No wonder they didn't believe him. When they saw each other again a few hours later, his hair was neatly trimmed and his beard was shaved clean. His originally handsome facial features were immediately revealed. Coupled with a well-fitting Armani casual outfit, he felt a few years younger. Wang looked at the 2 little beauties coming towards him and secretly praised himself for his good taste. The 2 people with average makeup skills are indeed more youthful and beautiful after removing their makeup. Yu Bebe wore a light pink loose t-shirt on her upper body which slightly concealed her beautiful figure. She wore denim shorts on her lower body, revealing 2 white and tender bird legs, which was particularly eye-catching. Her petite feet were wearing a pair of wedge-heeled sandals, and her toes painted with red nail polish were particularly cute. Amy wore a plain white sleeveless long skirt which fully exposed her right-angled shoulders and snow-white arms like tender lotus roots. A section of her slender calves was looming under the skirt and the whole person was fairy-like. Her white and delicate jade feet were wearing one-strap sandals. Her feet were slender and beautiful. There was nothing painted on her nails, but they were crystal clear and shiny without any flaws. Her jade toes were as neat and round as pearls, like a carefully crafted work of art. It was the most perfect foot shape he had ever seen. Retracting his gaze, he smiled and greeted. Wang, who was eager to complete the task, did not say anything. "Who will take the video? Let's go in when you are ready." The two women looked at each other and were a little surprised. In fact, they both had the same idea as Lei Xiaoying, worried that Wang would make demands when the time came. But now, why are you more anxious than us? Amy pushed Yu Bebe and whispered, "You do it." Yu Bebe bit her lip, did not refuse, and walked towards the door side by side with Wang. Amy took out her mobile phone and quietly held it to her chest and abdomen, trying not to attract other people's attention. Open the video recording, follow behind. The exterior of Jayayilian Beauty Center is pink as the main tone, and the backlit logo and signage next to the glass door are beautifully shaped. The receptionist in a formal dress at the gate bowed slightly and said welcome in a gentle tone. Then she led the three people into the door and asked the guests' needs in a low voice. "Apply for a card," Wang said casually while following the receptionist to the service desk. He looked at the interior of the beauty center. The spacious and bright hall is dominated by white and pink tones, and soft lights are emitted from the hidden light strips on the ceiling and walls. The overall design is elegant and exquisite, with smooth aesthetic lines and reasonable space layout, creating a comfortable and luxurious atmosphere. Yu Bebe and Amy couldn't help but secretly look around with excited expectations in their eyes, but their steps were very restrained. The two receptionists at the service desk, who were wearing delicate makeup, had already stood up and were waiting. They asked gently, "Excuse me, are you going to apply for a membership card?" Wang nodded. "Let's help this lady first. Please wait a moment." The receptionist smiled and greeted them, then whispered a few words on the pager. A membership consultant in a suit and skirt and with a good figure soon came out of the office area at the back of the hall, led them to sit at the reception table on one side, and handed over a membership registration form and a signature pen. Yu Bebe glanced at Amy nervously and then began to fill it out. Wang and Amy, with the soft background music and the sound of writing, looked at the membership card book while listening to the membership consultant's soft introduction of the membership card classification and various benefits. The ethereal music, gentle voices, and the different fragrances of the three girls all made him a little intoxicated. Soon, the filled-in information was handed back, and the few people returned to the front desk and watched the front desk lady operate on the computer. Yu Bebe, who had never been to such a luxurious and expensive beauty institution, bit her rosy lips gently, her hands unconsciously clenched and relaxed, waiting for the arrival of the last moment. After the front desk input was completed, she looked up at Wang, and it was obvious that she knew who was paying. "How much do you want to recharge, sir?" Wang put down the membership card booklet, tapped the table with his slender fingers, and said in a calm and magnetic voice, 100,000 Jiniao card, 100,000 Jiniao card. Yu Bebe beside him clenched his fists suddenly, opened his mouth slightly, and looked at Wang in astonishment. Amy, who was holding a mobile phone behind him, trembled with her bare hands and almost dropped the phone on the ground. The duo who were eavesdropping on the sofa seat behind the green plants, the biscuit that Su Hui put to her mouth fell to the ground with a snap. Lei Xiaoying's eyes were wide open and her fingernails almost scratched the leather sofa. She murmured, "Jiniao card, 100,000. The membership consultant's eyes lit up and quickly signaled the front desk to take out the POS machine. Wang was taking out the card when he felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. He looked sideways and saw Yu Bebe's sweet little face flushed red. She said silently, "Too much." He smiled and mouthed a sentence, "It's okay," then swiped the card and entered the password. Seeing the slender and elegant right hand holding the bank card and the receipt being printed out, Yu Bebe felt as if she was in the clouds, limp and powerless. The receptionist held a beautiful membership card that was shining brightly under the spotlight with both hands and handed it to Yu Bebe, saying softly, "Ms. Yu, please keep your Jinyao card. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished member of Jiayilian Beauty Center." Yu Bebe's face was tense and she took the card numbly. She said thank you subconsciously and felt like she was in a dream. Behind the green plants, Lei Xiaoying looked at the golden card, her face twisted with jealousy. Damn. That's not a 20,000 yuan card, not a 50,000 yinhui card, but a 100,000 Jinyao card. She felt that the originally exquisite and beautiful pink yuan card in her bag suddenly became ordinary and vulgar. Wang turned around, took the phone from the equally dazed Annie and stuffed it into Yu Bebe's empty right hand. The two girls were a little confused, and then they saw him calmly say to the membership consultant, "Help this lady get another membership, also a Jinyao card, 100,000. Annie only felt a buzz in her mind and all the images and sounds around her became vague, including Yu Bebe's low exclamation and the sound of the cup breaking behind the green plants in the hall. She was like a puppet, subconsciously led to the table to sit down, fill in the information, and watched Wang swipe the card and enter the password with an empty mind. The sound of the receipt printing seemed to come from the distant sky. It was not until she walked out of Jia Yilian's door with a golden membership card in her left hand and a full gift bag in her right hand that Annie came to her senses. She looked at Yu Bebe, who was also holding a bag next to her and was at a loss like a little girl, and then looked at Wang, who was relaxed and seemed to have spent only 2 yuan. And couldn't help but whispered, "Why do you want to apply for 2 such expensive cards?" From the beginning, when Wang made the suggestion, the two girls thought he meant to apply for a 20,000 stored value card for them to share. When they were waiting for him in the parking lot just now, they were still discussing how to allocate projects if they really got the card. Wang looked at Annie in confusion. "What I said at the beginning was to get a card for you. Of course, you will get 1 card each. As for choosing the Golden Glory card, because I like the Golden Legend, haha. Of course, the more satisfied the wish task is, the higher the reward." If he was not afraid of scaring them, Wang might have chosen the 200,000 star diamond card. Looking at the speechless Annie and Yu Bebe, he reminded, "Remember to watch the video, delete or censor the part where you show your face, and call me in advance when you can send it to me." The two of them woke up from their dreams and remembered what the purpose of this card was. "Brother Wang, I'll add you on WeChat." Yu Bebe hurriedly took out his mobile phone. Wang naturally didn't want to let the 2 teammate candidates slip away, but he didn't want to be too proactive and seem to have ulterior motives. Now that Yu Bebe proposed it herself, he quickly took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, applied, and passed the verification. "You have added Bebe." Annie pursed her lips and raised her phone. "Brother, I will add you too." Wang was a little surprised. This girl was a little cold or introverted from the beginning. In short, she was wary of him. Now she actually took the initiative to add WeChat. "You have added Nini. Okay, the school is just in front. I won't send you off. I haven't eaten yet. I'm tired." Wang greeted and turned away. "Brother," stopped and looked back. Yu Bebe gritted his teeth and whispered with some entanglement, I recharged us so much money. Don't you really have any other requirements?" Thinking sideways, Wang said solemnly, "I really forgot, there is indeed a request." Annie and Yu Bebe suddenly became nervous and looked at him at a loss. "If you have any other wishes in the future, be sure to contact me." In the dull eyes of the two girls, Wang turned around and got into the car with satisfaction and drove away. Nenbach Community, a roadside dumpling restaurant. Wangang finished showing off a plate of Spanish mackerel dumplings and a plate of leek and egg dumplings with the fat house happy water and patted his stomach comfortably. There is no way, as an authentic northerner, he likes this. Yuan Yuan must follow the diet to lose weight, but he doesn't need to. Eat and drink as needed. As long as Yuan Yuan loses weight, he can lose weight with her. This is the joy of freeloading. After eating and drinking enough, Wang began to calm down and check the harvest of the two golden wishes. Golden Wish Any completed player obtains 571 million fusion value, limited time discount redemption *2, brilliance under the feet, a one-time item. Clears and immunizes foot diseases and improves foot shape. Limited time discount, 100,000 fusion value, spirit potion, increases 1 point of spiritual attribute. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion points, last time Yuan Yuan used the skillful hands to improve her hands. This time, the system saw that the girl's feet were beautiful, so it changed it to glorious feet. Wang redeemed it and used it directly. It goes without saying that he felt clearer in mind. The important thing is that it seemed as if a highly skilled technician knew. 88 suddenly appeared under his feet and gently gave him a foot massage. If he was not still in the dumpling restaurant, he would have hummed a few times to show his affirmation. After a while, Wang, who had washed away the mud of the world, breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his feet were extremely comfortable. He didn't need to take off his shoes and socks to check, and he knew that his feet must be as perfect as his hands. He could feel that the hallux valgus that had troubled him for many years had completely disappeared. Although it was not a serious one, Wang was still ashamed to wear sandals or slippers when going out since he was a child, even in the hot summer. Not to mention the pain in his feet caused by hallux valgus when walking or exercising for a long time. Golden Wish You Bebe completed player obtains 815 million fusion value, limited time offer to redeem 2 *, fragrant mouth, one-time item, clears and immunizes oral diseases and keeps breath fresh forever. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value, constitution potion, increases 1 point of constitution attribute. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value, physique potion is a small red bottle. Wang did not use it immediately. His physical fitness is only 6 now and he can completely improve it to more than 10 by exercising times Yuan Yuan square root. There is no need to waste it now. Physical fitness is definitely more difficult to improve in the future. Fragrant mouth and teeth is very practical. Wang activated the prop and the next second he felt a cool breath suddenly appear in his mouth and it quickly moved around his teeth, tongue, mouth and even throat. Before he had time to fully experience the unique cool feeling, the breath disappeared. Feeling lost, Wang opened his mouth and sighed and suddenly found that the leek taste that was full of his mouth just now was gone. He tried it several times with his mouth covered and sure enough, his breath was fresher and more natural than when he had just brushed his teeth. Admiring the magic of the prop, Wang was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Among the 3 props, skillful hands was given by Yuan Yuan. She may have a pair of dexterous hands, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Shining feet belongs to Any. The judgment just now is probably correct because of her perfect feet. Then scented mouth and teeth, does it mean that You Bebe has fresh breath? His tilde recalling the moment just now, Wang felt refreshed. Picking up the phone, he hesitated whether to chat with Bebe but saw that there was a group chat in WeChat which was created by You Bebe and there were only 3 of them. Bebe sent an expression thanking the boss in it and left a message saying that he would send him a video tomorrow. Any sent 2 words, thank you. Without replying to the message, Wang put down the phone again. From the difference in the blending value of Any and You Bebe's rewards, it can be seen that Any is obviously much more cautious and introverted. He entered the system and checked the team message, which showed that there were 2 more candidates. Candidate, Any loyalty, 10, experience, 0. Any's training plan has been updated. The first stage, learn makeup techniques and reach the level of a professional makeup artist. Do you want to start training? Candidate, You Bebe loyalty, 20, experience, 0. You Bebe's training plan has been updated. The first stage, study body shape, manners, temperament, and dance to reach the level of a professional artist. Do you want to start training? Wang thinks that this loyalty level is the normal level. The starting level of 60 like Yuan Yuan is obviously problematic. Any's loyalty is only 10, which is about the level of an ordinary friend. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to attack her. He doesn't care. Take it slowly. It's not bad to be a tool to brush the golden wish. The focus is still on Yuan Yuan and You Bebe. Training will not be started for the time being. This needs to be negotiated by both parties. Ding! Ding! Several WeChat notifications sounded in succession, interrupting Zai Wang's train of thought. He unlocked his phone and frowned slightly at the people who sent him messages. The four people were his mutual friends with his ex-girlfriend Wang Yunfei, and they were also his creditors. Less than a year ago, when buying a house in Base City, Wang Yunfei required a 3-bedroom apartment. With only 400,000 yuan in savings from his frugal life, he could only borrow 300,000 yuan from a few friends, of which 200,000 yuan was borrowed from Yi Lingxi and 2 other brothers. The remaining 4 people had to bite the bullet and ask for help because he had helped them a lot. The 4 people borrowed a total of 100,000 yuan from him at the time and wrote an IOU, agreeing to pay it back in 2 years plus 3% interest. Now it has only been more than 10 months. Zai Wang originally wanted to pay back all the 300,000 yuan he borrowed tomorrow, but who would have thought that a creditor would come to his door tonight? The 4 people's words were similar, saying that they needed money urgently because of something at home and hoped that he would pay it back immediately. It was clear without any guessing that it was Wang Yunfei who was behind it again. I wonder what rumors she made about me. Since they broke up, wouldn't it be better for them to just go their separate ways? First, she conspired with Pei Ziwei to make him lose his job, and now she has the creditors come to collect the debts. If it weren't for the wish game system, he would probably be driven to death by this woman. He hasn't owed her anything in the past 2.5 years. Almost every month's salary was spent by her, and he didn't even know how much she earned. It's no exaggeration to say that Wang Yunfei would ask him to give a red envelope for buying a scallion at the vegetable market. If he hadn't been desperately taking private jobs and running online ride-hailing, he would have been unable to make ends meet. After thinking for a while, Zai Wang cashed out 400,000 yuan from the system, transferred 100,000 yuan to Yi Lingxi's bank card, 70,000 yuan to his other 2 friends Mai Yudeng, and 30,000 yuan to Gu Zinsong. When these 3 people borrowed money, they didn't even ask him to write an IOU, so now they can just transfer the money back. Zai Wang had no interest in these 4 people who came to collect the debt. After all, they helped him with real money. But with Wang Yunfei standing behind them, he didn't want to be looked down upon as if he had nowhere to go. Wouldn't that make her laugh? Opening the newly created 3-person group chat in WeChat, Zai Wang typed quickly, "Wang, I have an unwelcome request. Who of you is free to pretend to be my girlfriend and help me act out a play? Wang, around 9 o'clock in the evening at the gate of your Beifu school. The time is very short and you can go back to the dormitory directly after the performance." After waiting for a while, there was silence in the group. Sighing, Zai Wang was about to think of another way, and there was movement in the group. "Bebe, brother, I can come, run to the execution ground, gif." Looking at the message, the corners of his mouth finally rose. Returning to the WeChat list, Zai Wang copied and pasted the same message to the 4 people, tonight at 9 o'clock outside the main gate of Beifu with the IOU. There are only 3 people in dormitory 309 at this moment. Su Hui is still marveling at the gift bags of Annie and Yu Bebe, but Lei Xiaoying is nowhere to be seen. She is not stupid. She knows that she will be pressed to the ground by Yu Bebe when she returns. So after seeing Zai Wang leave, she directly makes an appointment with her uncle and swears to get something from him tonight. Annie's excitement has passed at this time. She holds her phone and looks at Yu Bebe. "Are you really going? Aren't you afraid that he will take this opportunity to get closer to us little by little and then cheat us out of something? He is 7 or 8 years older than us." Yu Bebe's eyes flickered a little, but she still nodded. "Brother has paid so much, I don't think it's a big deal, not to mention that it's right at the school gate. If he wants to take me away, I will come back immediately." Annie sighed and said softly, "Then you should be careful and call me in time if you have anything." 8:58 p.m. outside the main gate of Beidou Fashion College. Liu Ying's just got off the online taxi and saw a man and 2 women standing on the roadside chatting. Seeing the 3 people's eyes turn to him, Liu Ying's could only bite the bullet and walk over, saying awkwardly, "What a coincidence, you are also here." Cheng Kedin glanced at him. "Don't pretend, we all have the same purpose. We were all notified by Yunfei, but we didn't expect Zai Wang to invite us together." Liang Yiying, who looked ordinary and a little short and fat, said hesitantly, "Actually, I am quite hesitant. After all, Zai Wang has lent me money. I guess we can't be friends with him in the future if I ask for money like this. What if I force him to do something?" Heavily made up, tall and thin Zhu Manqi, who was usually closest to Wan Yunfei, sneered in a shrill voice. "What are you hesitating about? What's wrong with giving me a few plans? He does this. I must get this money back just as a way to vent Yunfei's anger. What happens to Zai Wang has nothing to do with me." Before she continued, Cheng Kedun's eyes fixed. "He's here, now that things have come to this, everyone should be firm. You can remember his kindness in helping, but you still have to get the money back first." The other three followed his line of sight and saw a BYD Chin stopped in front of them with the right turn signal on. Then, a tall and fat figure walked down. Seeing the familiar yet strange figure approaching, the four looked at each other in surprise. He was wearing expensive casual clothes, had a neat and tidy hairstyle, a clean face, and his eyes revealed confidence and calmness. Is this still the decadent otaku Zai Wang they are familiar with? "Hi, long time no see." The generous greeting woke everyone up. Cheng Kedun, who came to his senses, didn't want to tear his face before the money came and joked, "Old Zai, you have become a spirited young man after not seeing you for a while. Tusk, you are wearing Armani. It seems that my money has been settled." "Alas, if my uncle was not in a hurry to have surgery, I really don't want to find." "No need to explain, I understand." Zai Wang waved his hand and didn't let him continue to make up stories. "Although I don't have money on hand." "Why did you call us out in the middle of the night if you don't have money? No, even if you sell the car, you must pay it back to me tonight." Zhu Manqi interrupted him sharply. The faces of the other three people also became ugly and no one wanted to be fooled like a fool. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet. I don't have money, but I can find someone with money to help me pay it back." As soon as the words fell, a sweet and clear female voice like jade beads falling on a plate sounded behind everyone. "Brother." Before the four of them could react, they saw a tall figure dive into Zai Wang's arms, rubbed his head against his chest, then let go of his arms and looked over at him. Her innocent and sweet face was lightly made up, her eyebrows were lightly swept, her eyes were bright and charming, and her black hair was tied into sweet girl ponytails hanging down from both sides. The white polo collar shirt on her upper body was tightly pulled up. Her snow-white and soft bird legs were exposed under the black JK plaid skirt, and the white half-high cotton socks and black Mary Jane shoes made her look more innocent. The youthful aura of 18 or 19 years old, the beautiful and pure face, the curvy figure, the cold white skin with a halo under the light, shocked the four people watching. Not to mention them, Zai Wang, who had met her twice, was a little flattered at this time. Is this the legendary innate JK holy body? Compared with her previous clothes, it is a world of difference. Especially his left arm that was hugged was deeply convinced at this time, and his face turned red unconsciously. With a light cough, Zai Wang tried to suppress his restless heart and said, "Hey, this is my girlfriend. She is studying at Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology. I asked you to come here to ask her to help me pay back the money." Then he looked down at you, Bebe. "Bebe, it's just 100,000 yuan. Go and pay it back for me first. Give them the interest, and I'll give it to you when I have money in the future." Yu Bebe looked up with admiration and said sweetly, "Okay, Tilda, it's just 100,000 yuan. Why don't you pay it back, brother? Just spend more time with me in the future." Then he let go of Zai Wang and walked towards the four people. His face became cold, and his originally sweet big eyes were full of indifference and alienation, as if he instantly switched to a noble daughter. In the eyes of Liu Ying's and Cheng Kedun, who were amazed, Liang Yiying and Zhu Manqi, who were jealous, she walked in front of the few people and said lightly, "Please give me the bank card and I owe you." At this time, the four people saw Zai Wang's turnaround and his rich daughter girlfriend, and they suddenly felt a little regretful. But in the end, they couldn't bring themselves to do it, so they took out their bank cards and IOUs one after another. Yu Bebe took the IOU and took a look at it. "We agreed to pay for 2 years, but they all came to ask for it after only 10 months. Haha." Ignoring the embarrassed faces of the four people, she transferred the money one by one according to the names on it, handed back the bank cards, put away the IOUs, and said calmly, "The accounts are all settled, and I paid you interest at an annual interest rate of 3%. The four people looked at the incoming message on their mobile phones with complicated expressions and then looked up at the rich and beautiful woman who bounced back to Wang, and she switched back to her sweet smile. "Brother Tilda, here's the IOU. How are you going to reward me after the money is paid back?" Wang took the IOU and flicked her forehead lovingly. "You want me to reward you for such a small thing? Woo woo, then should I do something else for you? Take you shopping?" Yu Bei's big eyes turned and suddenly she had an idea. "No, I'd better help my brother change a car." Wang's eyes lit up. "This is fine, it doesn't have to be too expensive. I like the M9, so I'll just change it." Yu Bei didn't expect him to say that. She was stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted. "Okay Tilda, let's go and see the car in a few days." "Fuck, bastard," the four of them were cursing in their hearts. Is this the legendary freeloader? He deserves to die. Wang suddenly turned his head to look at them. Why haven't you left yet?" Oh, it's okay, we'll leave first, we'll have dinner together if we have a chance." The four of them reacted, said hello quickly, and turned to leave. Watching them go away, Yu Bei breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Tilda, was my acting okay? Bei is great, you have such a strong aura that they are all stunned. I didn't expect you to have such talent, I almost believed it. This JK suits you very well, very beautiful." Yu Bei's eyes turned into crescents. She turned around and asked, "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Tilda, but when I said I wanted to buy a car just now, why did you say that? I thought you would refuse it sternly." "Tilda, what if they find out that you didn't change it in the future?" "This answer is in line with my character, and I don't plan to drive an online car-hailing service anymore. I plan to concentrate on setting up an account. I really plan to change to an M9 and the car has already been ordered." Brother is really amazing, he thought of everything. Wang was stunned for a moment. Why did he feel that this girl was teasing, but it sounds very comfortable. He took 2 steps back and said seriously, "Thank you very much, classmate Bei, I will remember this favor. It's late, you should go back to the dormitory and rest." Yu Bei also put away her smile and said softly, "Brother, you helped me apply for the card, I should thank you." After a pause, she took out her mobile phone. "By the way, you transferred too much money to me, there are still 17,000 left, should I transfer it back to the original card number or to your WeChat?" Wang smiled and waved his hand. "I transferred more on purpose, these are your appearance fees." Yu Bei's face flushed instantly. "Number, no, I can't take it, I came to thank you for your help, how can I charge you? You must accept it. If you transfer it back, I will transfer it again, we can compete in patience." Wang's tone was firm, and after thinking about it, he gave her another reason. "Go buy a few more JKs of different styles, they really suit you. Wear them for me when the time comes, okay?" Yu Bei bit her tender red lower lip. She only had this JK, which she bought a while ago to save money. The quality was also very ordinary. Today was the first time she wore it out, and even she liked it very much. Okay, thank you, brother." Yu Bei's eyes were a little red, and her little hands tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, and she squeezed out these words from her teeth with difficulty. After she finished speaking, she felt as if something in her heart was broken, a little uncomfortable, but it seemed to be much more relaxed. Yu Bei's loyalty plus 10, the two waved goodbye and left. But they didn't realize that, although they were not at the main entrance and were not very conspicuous, there was still a pair of eyes that noticed them. Huey didn't expect this new being so disrespectful. He was so angry that he could not hold back his voice. The staff of the member center all looked over, and not far away, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of an office that was not closed. "What's going on? You are so noisy, can't you see that there are still members here?" A low and majestic voice sounded, and the man walked over with a frown. Wang's mouth curled up as if he saw the scene of Huey being criticized and Niu being praised. Classic. Standing in front of the mirror and putting on his contact lenses, he was surprised to find that his swollen eye bags and faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had disappeared, and his facial skin no longer had that loose and old feeling. He checked his skin again and it was the same. He was still fat, but the skin all over his body was very tight. Is this the effect of sharing Yuan Yuan's skin firming? Wang looked at himself in the mirror, who seemed to be a few years younger, and smiled. It was another day full of hope. Beidou Fashion Institute, Dormitory 309. The lights were off at this time and Annie was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open. Ever since Bebe came back and whispered to her about her experiences and gains, Annie had fallen into a long silence. Finally, unable to fall asleep, she turned on her phone, found the contact Mom on WeChat, and told her about what happened today in detail. Mom, Ninny, you did the right thing. He did not show details that matched his financial resources. Remember what your mother taught you. Before confirming that the other party is a wealthy family, all caution is not excessive. Mom, remember, your body is the most precious thing. Don't give it away for petty gains or sweet words. Ninny, got it, Mom. I won't have anything with him, and he is so fat that he doesn't fit my aesthetics. Mom, Annie, how many times have I told you to give up your cheap concept of face control? Handsome men are the most unreliable, just like your father who abandoned us. Can handsomeness and sweet talk be used to make a living? Just throw it away when you are tired of playing. Only the money you get is the most reliable. Ninny, I'm sorry, Mom, I won't do it again. Mom, Mom is doing this for your own good. I don't want you to experience the same suffering as Mom. Quietly locking the screen of her phone, Annie reached out and touched the golden card in the wallet beside the pillow and slowly fell asleep with mixed thoughts of joy and worry. In the bed curtain of the bed opposite her, Bebe was still tossing and turning. Her big watery eyes looked at the dark bed curtains, and she also picked up her phone when she heard the gradually soothing breathing of her best friend next door. Looking through the photos in the album, she stayed on a photo of a family of 4 for a long time. The handsome father and the gentle mother were holding 2 little girls, one big and one small, with happy smiles. The next photo showed 2 grown-up girls standing on the left and right with a thin but vigorous old lady in the middle. The 3 people were dressed simply, with only a faint smile on their faces. As she watched, tears as big as beans slipped out of her eyes and soaked the pillow. After wiping away her tears, Bebe opened the Commercial and Industrial Bank app again, repeatedly counting the balance of more than 30,000 yuan in it, and breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. In the past year since she enrolled, she has had many suitors on campus, including many second-generation rich men from wealthy families. However, she has seen too many examples online and in campus forums where men were seduced by a few luxury bags and then dumped after getting the money. Some even don't have to pay at all and can win again and again with luxury cars and sweet words, and they are so exaggerated that they don't even have to pay for the room. It can only be said that the development of the internet and the explosion of information have made both men and women evolve. The saying "money is for women to see, not for women to use" has become the rule for many wealthy men. Because of her family, Bebe matured much earlier than other girls. Although she had a hard time this year and her envy grew day by day, she rejected all her suitors because she could not see what she wanted in them. Wang was the first hope she met. The 200,000 yuan that was given without any reason and without any change of expression really shocked her. That was the second contact. Bebe did not ask Wang about his debts. She could feel that her brother did not lack the money, but just wanted to tease those people for some reason. In the second contact that was getting deeper and deeper, the fun of cheating together, the calm and stable emotions, the generous actions, and even the slightly domineering tone all made her more interested. Although he was a little fat, he was a very good person, Bebe thought secretly. In addition to occasionally peeking at her. No, he was also staring at Annie. Bebe frowned. She knew her best friend's charm. Although she knew that this person who was obsessed with appearance would definitely not like her brother, she still felt a strong sense of crisis. She had to hurry up and get to know him as soon as possible. She was not as demanding as Annie. If it was really suitable, she would not mind being more proactive. Hong Yubili, Yuan Yuan and Aunt Kayan were lying on the same bed. Although she was much older than Aunt Cayenne, who was 170 cm tall and well-proportioned, she was still like a child, being gently held in her mother's arms. She whispered about her experience from last night to today and the reason why Wang resigned. There was no secret between her and her mother. Aunt Cayenne, who looked a bit like Yuan Yuan but was more heroic, let out a long sigh after listening to her. "It was so dangerous, I didn't expect you to be saved by Zai. He saved not only your life but also my life. How should I repay this favor?" Touching her daughter's long, black and smooth hair, she smiled and said, "Why not give him my precious daughter and all our property?" Yuan Yuan's white ears quickly turned red and she twisted her body unwillingly but did not object. Aunt Cayenne sighed, "You and him are really destined to be together. When Zai just came to the company, you were waiting for me to get off work downstairs and fell in love with him at first sight, but you didn't want me to introduce you because of your figure and illness. Later, Zai got a girlfriend and I didn't want to be the bad guy. I didn't expect that you two would meet again after he just broke up. Yuan Yuan Tilda, if that's the case, you should seize the opportunity and stick to losing weight with him. It will be good for your condition and self-confidence, and you can also cultivate feelings with Zai. Yuan Yuan nodded shyly and said softly, "I know, I will stick to it this time." However, Brother Wang doesn't seem to want to fall in love now. He said that he no longer has the innocence and selflessness of his first love, and he has completely given up on love. Aunt Cayenne raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "It's all the fault of that ex-girlfriend. She hurt my good child like this. Wan Yunfei deserves to die. Wang deserves to die." Wan Yunfei with willow eyebrows and almond eyes is also quite beautiful, but the shrewdness in her eyes somewhat ruins the impression. At this time, she was walking around the house angrily with her mobile phone in her hand, complaining to her best friend Pei Ziwei in a sharp voice. Zhu Manqi sent a message saying that he is dating a young, beautiful and rich female college student. He actually asked the woman to pay him back. There was a slap mark on Pei Ziwei's left cheek that had not yet faded, and she was also gloomy at the moment. She lost her job and was rewarded with a big fight plus breakup package by her boyfriend. She contacted Chen Quangkai for compensation and found out that he was kicked out of the house by his wife and was said to be leaving the house with nothing. What value does a middle-aged man with no house and no money have? He was immediately blocked by her. All this is Wang's fault. Why shouldn't he take the blame? Why did he inform on others and destroy other people's feelings? Wang deserves to die, Pei Ziwei repeated viciously and then spoke with some doubts. Do you think he is acting? How can he hook up with such a good girl? In fact, he paid for it out of his own pocket. Probably not. I know his financial situation best. Every month I take away all the rest except for the loan repayment. The severance pay alone is definitely not enough. Besides, he is unemployed. Without the compensation, he can't even pay the mortgage next month. Wan Yunfei continued to roar angrily. He must have cheated a long time ago. I followed him for 2.5 years and gave him a clean name. In the end, I got nothing. He even resisted when I wanted to take a little revenge. Pei Ziwei secretly curled her lips. You have embezzled at least 400,000 yuan in rent, living expenses, gifts and transfers for 2.5 years. I am not as cruel as you. No, I have to confirm this with Yi Lingxi and by the way, trick her into getting back the 100,000 yuan. Wan Yunfei and Yi Lingxi are classmates. She and Wang also met through Yi Lingxi. Fei, do you know that Wang has found a girlfriend again? What do you think about my suggestion this afternoon that you should collect the debt from him as soon as possible? Yi Lingxi, I know Tilda. I just met him yesterday and I have seen his bed photos. He is a pure girl, quite rich, and offered 3 million to protect him. Wang returned the 100,000 to me tonight. Wang deserves to die. The angry roar resounded through the room again. The morning sun shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. Wang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. He fell asleep before 11 o'clock last night. 8 hours of adequate sleep made his whole body full of energy. Recalling the days in the past year when he often drove online taxis until the early morning and suffered from frequent insomnia and dreaming when he returned home, The deep sleep in the past few days was really a hell and heaven. The full mental state plus the added 2 points of mental attributes made his brain seem to be reborn. With a swish sound, the curtains were opened, letting the morning sun fill the room. Wang took a deep breath of fresh air and suddenly had the urge to exercise. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He changed his clothes, cleared a space in the small living room, and started fat-burning exercise training. Half an hour later, Wang, who had overestimated his physical strength, was already panting and sweating. The countless fitness and weight loss knowledge in his mind could not replace physical strength, but he knew that 30 minutes was just the starting point of fat burning, and he finally persisted until 50 minutes before stopping. After drinking warm water, taking a hot shower, and standing on the electronic scale, he found that he had lost more than 1 kilogram. Satisfied, Wang made himself a simple breakfast. While eating, he opened his mobile phone and found that Amy had sent the video material at 8 o'clock. After a simple reply of thanks, he watched the video in its entirety and found that the effect was unexpectedly good. None of the 3 showed up, except for some trembling hands at certain times, such as when he said the 100,000 gold cards. Open the editing software, import the video, and start editing. As a member of the live broadcast company, although Wang is a copywriter, his editing skills are also quite good. Now, with the blessing of skillful hands, the ideas and thoughts in his mind are quickly transformed into works. After watching the refined finished product, Wang expressed satisfaction. Open Douyin and log in to another account registered with a mobile phone that is not often used. This is a private account without any works, which is occasionally used to read positive energy. He is too lazy to maintain the account, so he just uses it. First, I changed my name to the turtle in the wishing well. The introduction is very positive and it can help people who are really in need to get out of trouble and realize their dreams. It is completely free. Welcome to contact me by private message. It is temporarily limited to the area of Beijing. Then I chose the video and the work description. A big idiot spent 200,000 yuan to help a girl who met on the street realize the freedom of swiping cards at a high-end beauty center, and he didn't ask for anything in return. People are stupid, rich, come quickly. A long list of alternative topics popped up automatically below, and Wang slid his finger and randomly selected a few. Wishes come true, wishes, free help, baby food supplement. A strange thing sneaked in. Why did you recommend this tag to me? Could it be because of Bebe? Delete it. After the post was successful, I waited for 30 minutes. Enter do plus, choose to quickly increase fans, and directly invested 518 in it and ignored it. Wang packed up his things and was about to go out to accompany Yuan Yuan to the gym when his phone suddenly rang. After picking up the strange number, a calm male voice sounded on the other side. Mr. Zai, I'm asking about the Jibidu Selli's direct store. After hanging up the phone, Wang was a little depressed. Cheap goods are not good. The system is only responsible for ordering cars and does not care about other things. He needs to sell the old car and then update the car purchase index online before he can pick up the car and register it. Although he can throw it to the 4S store to do it, 5 to 7 days of time cannot be saved. He can only take a taxi these days. He called Yuan Yuan to explain the situation, changed the fitness time to 4 p.m., and then he went out and drove straight to the 4S store. Huff, huff. Wang and Yuan Yuan leaned on the fitness rack, sweating all over and panting loudly. Wang Jianai looked at them and shook her head. I told you to take a day off before training. Wang knew she was right and turned to Yuan Yuan and said, We are not professionals, so let's listen to Niu, take a day off tomorrow. Yuan Yuan was really exhausted and nodded slightly. Okay, brother Wang, let's go eat, I'm so hungry. Okay, but where to eat? Wang was a little worried. He knew how to make fat-reducing meals, but he really didn't want to move. There is a light food restaurant next to it. Niu recommended it to me. It has a cooperation with Yuidong and can directly provide standard fat-reducing meals. I ate there at noon. That's easier, Niu, come with me. Wang turned his head and looked at Wang Jianai. Go. Niu's main goal is to eat whatever you want. Zai Wang ate the fat-reducing set of steamed sweet potatoes, pan-fried basa fish and cucumber strips with a bit of despair, and secretly made up his mind to go back and make sure to go there. I need to add a meal. Yuan Yuan and Wang Jianai were very happy while eating and chatting. Wang Jianai was a simple, cheerful, and generous person. Although Yuan Yuan was introverted, she soon fell in love with this sister. Seeing that Yuan Yuan could make new friends, Zai Wang was also happy for her. However, as they chatted, the topic suddenly turned to himself. Milk sister, what was Wang brother like in college? Yuan Yuan blinked her big eyes, looking curious. Wang Zai was thin and handsome at that time. He was not allowed to be the school hunk, but he was a sure thing to be the department hunk. Wow, there must be a lot of girls chasing him, right? There are a lot of people who like him. I liked him a lot when I first met Wang Zai. Zai Wang was stunned and interrupted, how come I didn't know about this? Wang Jianai looked at him with complicated eyes, her eyes dimmed slightly and then smiled freely. You were full of childhood sweethearts at that time. How many girls dared to confess? Your poisonous sister is not a good person. Zai Wang was choked and was unable to refute. Yuan Yuan became a little depressed and lowered her head to pick the chicken, steak and spinach on the plate. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked up at Wang Jianai. Milk sister, brother Wang said, that his childhood sweetheart is the same age as me. How could she be in the same school as you? Wang Jianai smiled bitterly, reminiscing, she is a real genius. She was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology junior class at the age of 15, just 1 year lower than us. Her school is very close to our campus and they can often see each other. She graduated with a master's degree at the age of 19 and has been working for 3 years now. Yuan Yuan shrank her neck and suddenly felt that this peer she had never met was so scary, as if she was some kind of big devil. Will she scold me to death? Zai Wang touched her head with a smile and comforted her. Lingxi has become much better as she grows older. Yesterday she said she wanted to see you, don't be afraid. Yuan Yuan patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Jianai snorted, dissatisfied. You are still protecting her like this? Yuan Yuan looked at Wang Jianai curiously, feeling that Sister Milk must have suffered a lot from Lin Zai. She rolled her eyes and asked, Sister Milk, didn't Brother Wang confess his love to Lin Zai later? Sister, was he rejected? Why didn't you try again? As soon as these words came out, the other two people's faces changed. The night was hazy and the lights were dim. Zai Wang and Yuan Yuan were covered in the gentle moonlight and the refreshing evening breeze, walking side by side on the road to Hongyu Bailey. He was going to send Yuan Yuan back to the community and then take a taxi home. When passing by Yuidong Fitness just now, Wang Jianai went back to work first. Yuan Yuan said with some shame and worry, Brother Wang, did I ask the wrong question just now? You two have become so strange. Zai Wang sighed and comforted, it's none of your business, but that's Niu's scar, I can't reveal it in front of her. After a pause, he continued, in fact, there are not many twists and turns. It's just a tragedy of a young girl who is not experienced in the world and meets a philandering scumbag. I heard that Niu was pursued by a senior, but he found out that he cheated in just 1 week. He asked him but was ruthlessly abandoned. He also humiliated her in public and said that she was a cheap man who came to him. Niu almost lost her mind at that time. She hasn't been in a relationship since then. Well, she always said that she only likes women now. Yuan Yuan was originally feeling sad for her and she shuddered when she heard this. Don't worry, she just said that and I haven't seen her really dating in these years. Oh, Sister Milk is so pitiful. Yes, it's really not easy for her these years. But who has it easy? Zai Wang looked up at the starry sky and the bright moon, indulging in the whirlpool of memories, and the next murmur was inaudible. Yuan Yuan didn't hear it clearly and blinked in confusion, and then she became inexplicably happy. Since she officially recognized Brother Wang, she felt inexplicably at ease as long as she was with him. When she reached the gate of the community, Zai Wang stopped. Okay, go back and have a rest, we'll see you the day after tomorrow. Yuan Yuan hummed reluctantly, then tilted her head and said mysteriously, Brother Wang, I asked you to take me back because I wanted to give you something. Oh. Wang looked at her in confusion. Why did he look like he was asking for credit? Yuan Yuan took something out of her small bag and pressed it. Click, the unlocking sound came from the side. Along with the two flashes of the front and rear marker lights, the double arrow matrix LED headlights and 3D floating red taillights gradually lit up gorgeously at the same time. The front face of the dazzling light curtain clearly outlines the classic double kidney-shaped air intake grille of the BMW family, and the welcome light carpet like angel wings slowly spreads on both sides of the car body. BMW X5-X Drive 40 Li exclusive M Sport Night Package. Like a lurking dark beast, it slowly opened its cold eyes and showed its bright fangs. Yuan Yuan handed him the silver-gray car key and was as happy as a child giving a handmade gift to his parents. Here, Tilda, I know it's inconvenient for you to drive without a car, so I found one for you to get around. Wang's heart was pounding because of her innocent smile, and his lips stammered a few times. Looking at the expectation flashing in Menjuan's eyes, he couldn't say no after all, so he took the key. Thank you, then I'll borrow it to drive for a few days. Oh, you can keep it and drive it in turn. I have several cars at home and no one drives them. I know brother Wang is low-key, so I chose an inconspicuous one on purpose. Yuan Yuan blinked her big eyes and she looked like she was about to praise me. Wang's mouth twitched fiercely a few times. The king of the road, worth nearly 800,000 yuan, is the most inconspicuous one in your family. You are worthy of being my Yuan Yuan, and you pretended to be me again. Yuan Yuan still understands me. Wang, who only has the third level of coercion, can only admit defeat. Yuan Yuan's bright eyes curved into crescents. After saying goodbye to him, she walked into the community happily. Wang got into the car, stroked the luxurious interior, slightly adapted to the electric steering wheel and seat, and started the engine. In the low roar, the dark night beast jumped out and merged into the traffic of light and shadow. After washing up, Wang lay on the bed and browsed his phone. First, I looked at the data of the beauty center video posted in the morning: 5,000 plus playbacks, 400 plus likes, 200 plus comments, and the number of fans increased by more than 1,400. The effect is very good. I also invested 518 yuan in Do Plus, this time choosing the number of likes and comments. Entering the comment area, as expected, many of the high number of comments were questioning. It's fake at first glance. It must be a photo taken when helping an acquaintance to apply for a card. If there is such a big injustice, please give me 10. Although it's fake, I still want it. This is Jia Yilian at first glance. Wang didn't care. After all, more comments are good. He just pinned one of his comments, Turtle in the Wishing Well, welcome everyone to sign up and experience the authenticity for yourself. The premise is that you must agree that I will make a video of the process and publish it. He read all the comments and private messages carefully and passed those who were obviously joking or really wanted to cheat him out of money. Finally, he selected 3 people, sent private messages to each of them, and arranged to meet on the weekend. After logging out of the current account, Wang logged into his usual Douyin account again, contributed a few views, likes, and comments to the Turtle in the Wishing Pool, and then he began to browse the live broadcast room aimlessly. Just after swiping past a few young ladies who were posing, he entered the live broadcast room of a singing anchor. Go forward, don't look back. God has a reason for letting you miss anyone. I'm afraid you'll get hurt and bear it alone, so I saved the best person for the last. She was singing, you must learn to move forward, with a clear voice that was slightly sad without showing her face in front of the camera. The emotion that went straight into the heart instantly froze Wang's fingers. He did not slip away but listened to the whole song quietly. He just felt that the anchor's voice was really good. At this time, the female anchor named The Rest of Life Like a Song paused after singing, as if looking at the screen, and then said, "Thank you for your company. If there is any song you want to listen to, you can type it on the screen. Thank you." The voice was very sweet, completely different from the sad tone just now, and there was an inexplicable familiar feeling. While he was wondering, a line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of Wang. Another day without any gifts. I really want someone to give me a carnival. He was shocked. What happened? I didn't contact other people nor did I consume my mental energy, so why did the wish prompt pop up? Shocked, Wang entered the system light screen and found that the task list was flashing. He clicked it and saw that there was indeed an unfinished wish prompt there. The detailed information below made him stunned for a moment. This is a golden wish from Bebe. Could teammates and candidates ignore the space and directly provide wish tasks to the host? Wang had a bold idea, and it was very likely the correct answer. He looked at the live broadcast room again, the female anchor who is still trying to interact. Although you can't see her face, your voice and great truth still expose you. I looked through the information and you Bebe's works are all singing recordings in the live broadcast room with more than 10,000 followers. Her live broadcast results are not ideal. Now there are only a few dozen people in the live broadcast room. This is probably the current situation of small anchors. If Bebe is willing to show her face in the live broadcast, she will definitely have more than these fans with her appearance, but the little beauty obviously wants to convince people with her talent, not to rely on her face. It seems that she really likes singing. Thinking of her first stage training content, Wang felt that he had grasped the system's training ideas. This little beauty is so hardworking, part-time and live broadcasting, it is easy to think that her family situation is not ideal. But it's good this way, it's easier to produce golden wishes. I can consider talking to her about training and future development. Wang stopped thinking about it, fearing that the beautiful girl would quit broadcasting because of her unsatisfactory performance. Then the golden wish would fly away. His slender and nimble fingers slid and operated quickly. Bebe was chatting with fans absent-mindedly. Although she looked cheerful, she was in a very bad mood. Today, she finally took advantage of the fact that no one in the dormitory was broadcasting live, but the benefits were hard to describe. She knew that this was related to her irregular broadcast time, but the most important thing was to not show her face and not touch the edge. Is there no one who can discover my talent? Bebe is confident that she can sing well, but the cruel reality is that doing well or working hard is not always rewarding in this world. Thinking of the tuition and living expenses for the next semester and the poor economic situation at home, a deep sense of melancholy welled up on her sweet little face. If it weren't for the 17,000 yuan, she might have to stay in Beijing to work as a summer intern for the entire holiday. She really missed her grandma and sister Tilda. Depressed, Bebe inexplicably thought of the fat brother and considered singing one more song before going off the air, and then chatting with him on WeChat to try to build some relationships. At this moment, a reminder that she had never seen before suddenly popped up on the screen. Self-recommendation for a bed, free carnival ×5. Before she could react, the gorgeous carnival special effects rose rapidly from the bottom of the screen, setting off the entire live broadcast room. Bebe's bright and clear almond eyes widened and she petrified on the spot with an ah sound. After watching the long-awaited carnival special effects bloom 5 times in a row, she finally reacted and couldn't help screaming, "Ah, tilde, thank you. Thank you for the 5 carnivals sent by the self-recommended pillow brother." Dozens of fans in the live broadcast room also exploded. What's going on? We can actually meet the big brother for the rest of our lives? How can this be the big brother? This is a super rich man. He didn't even click on the follow button and sent 5 in a row. Why don't you kowtow to me for the rest of your life? Big brother is confused. As Wang realized that no one followed her, so he followed her instead. Bebe was still thanking excitedly, muttering the nickname of the self-recommended pillow. Suddenly, she paused for a moment and there was no extra movement. Wang's WeChat received a message. "Is it you? Brother, this little beauty is quite smart." "Wang, I'm not, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. How can such a shameless name be mine?" Bebe in the live broadcast room laughed a few times, obviously relaxed, and even said with a bit of coquettish tone, "Brother, this name is given a self-recommendation. Tilda, you are so proud. You dare to question the name of the big brother with profound meaning, so bold. Don't you think Sheng is being coquettish? Brother has called out, it's so sweet, I'm jealous. Silly child, big brother means that you should recommend yourself to the bed." Yu Bebe ignored the nonsense in the live broadcast room and concentrated on holding her brother. Brother didn't tell me in advance to record the screen. This is the first time I received the carnival. Wang shuddered. Why does this girl become more and more tea the more familiar she is? It's okay, and let's sing first. Yu Bebe looked at the big brother is confused who started to queue up and swipe the screen crazily and smiled. What song does brother want to listen to? Just order it. Silk pulling drama. Wang wanted to listen to different styles and see her singing skills. Okay, Yu Bebe seemed to have mastered a lot of songs and quickly called up the accompaniment. Who laughs at being arrogant because of beauty? The sad and affectionate singing voice was lingering and he soon became addicted to it. The orchid finger twists the world like water, the 3-foot red stage, everything is blown into the song. When the opera voice sounded, the perfect timbre and emotional interpretation made Wang feel like he was electrocuted, and he had goosebumps all over his body. Before the song ended, he threw out 5 more carnivals. This time Yu Bebe was much calmer and insisted on singing until the end before thanking the self-recommended brother Zai again and did not mention the fact that it was not recorded on the screen. With the fall of 10 carnivals, the traffic continued to rise and there were more and more people in the live broadcast room at this time. Wang thought about it and decided to let her sing another difficult old song that he liked very much. The Wind Rises. This widely circulated song involves many breathy techniques in the verse part, and the true and false voice switching in the chorus is also very challenging for the vocal cords and singing skills. He couldn't sing it with his full 5-note ability. Okay. The little beauty's eyes lit up and she obviously wanted to challenge herself. I stopped and walked along the way. I was caught off guard and broke into your smile. Wang didn't expect that this girl actually sang the JJ version and even raised the sound of the words smile higher. I was once unable to extricate myself from the world. In the name of love, are you still willing? Yu Bebe was not hesitant. He successfully performed the chorus part, keeping his breath steady and his timbre uniform throughout the whole process. The transition between true and false voices was perfect, which shocked him deeply again. As the accompaniment slowly faded away, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to listen to the song What Sin Have I Committed? I only discovered this anchor today. No wonder there is a big brother here who is smashing the carnival. I am also. Sorry, I can't afford it. Get ready to record the screen. After Wang sent the message, he paused for a moment. Self-recommended pillow seat. Send carnival times 10. The gorgeous special effects dominated the screen again, drowning out other small gifts. Thank you for the self-recommended pillow seat, brother. Yu Bebe shouted sweetly. She was actually a little numb from being swiped. Withdraw, bye. Wang simply exited the live broadcast room. He was so anxious because just now a line of prompts suddenly appeared. The 180 Chinese symbol standard 3-piece set of the male god has been interactively completed. Please contact the Starfish House Hunting Sun Palace store to handle the house acceptance procedures. Phone 13xxxxxxxxxx. This is a house that belongs to you in Beijing. It is also the dream of all the people who drift in Beijing. Regardless of the fact that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang couldn't wait to call. Fortunately, it seemed that they were also working overtime and the two parties quickly agreed to handle the procedures tomorrow morning. Just after hanging up the phone, a new prompt appeared in front of me. Golden Wish, Yu Bebe, completed player obtains 5.28 million fusion value, limited time discount redemption 1 Yu Bebe loyalty plus 5. The reward has shrunk. It seems that only the first time is a little sweet and then it becomes Mrs. Niu. Scumbag system. But he thought that this girl would take advantage of the popularity to broadcast for a while and convert more fans, but he didn't expect that it would be over in at most one song. The WeChat notification sounded and sure enough, she sent a message. Bebe, thank you big brother for realizing my dream of carnival. Thank you boss. GIF Wang, why don't you broadcast for a while? What a great opportunity to increase fans. Bebe, those fans are not as important as meeting big brother in person. I don't have classes tomorrow morning. I want to invite you out for a cup of milk tea and lunch. Wang, I have something to do tomorrow morning, let's do it another day. Bebe, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. It's okay for me to be alone, Tilda, as long as you don't dislike my ordinary appearance and it's unbearable to look at. Damn, I don't buy this, I hate women like you who are teasing. Wang, then you can go with me to do the work tomorrow and then have lunch. Bebe, thank you, Jeej, Tilda. After agreeing on a meeting time tomorrow, Wang put down his phone and looked at the limited time offer of Bebe's Golden Wish reward. In the exchange store, the limited time discount exchange project has been pinned. Wang 99% equity, 99% equity of Beidou Wang Investment Co., Limited. Limited time discount, 100,000 fusion value. Wang estimated that this should be an investment company with a registered capital of 10 million. There was nothing to hesitate and he chose to exchange directly. The exchange of goods is interacting with reality, the time is unknown, please wait patiently. In view of the fact that the player has obtained the absolute controlling rights of the important node company, the previously exchanged 10% shares of Xingcheng Media will be transferred to Wang and will continue after the interaction is completed, indirect shareholding or controlling. It's quite common, Wang has heard of it. I didn't expect this investment company to be quite important. Bebe is really his treasure girl, I have to treat her better in the future. Beidou Fashion Institute, Dormitory 309. Bebe's eyes flashed with excitement and she concentrated on repeating the screen recording clips, laughing from time to time. Did someone give you a carnival? The sudden voice behind her frightened her and she turned around to see that Annie had returned to the dormitory at some point and was looking at her with a frown behind her. Bebe had not planned to tell her, but since she was discovered, she would not lie and affect their relationship, so she simply told her story. Annie, what a coincidence. As soon as I thought of my brother, he descended on my live broadcast room like a god and gave me 5 carnivals. I used another account to broadcast live and I didn't open a friend recommendation, but he just randomly entered the live broadcast room. I didn't even show my face, but he was recognized. What a fate, Tilda. I just checked my brother's Douyin account. He has never sent gifts before. His current level is the result of the 20 carnivals he gave me. You didn't see the crazy screen of Big Brother is confused in the live broadcast room. It made me laugh to death, Tilda. Goose, goose, goose. Annie's pretty face was accompanied by a smile. Looking at her smiling best friend, there seemed to be stars in her eyes. I have never seen her so happy in the past year of knowing her. Usually, Bebe's eyes are mostly strong and weak, sad and confused, envious and entangled. Intertwined, it's hard to break free. Sighing in her heart, she knew Bebe's family situation and she didn't know whether to persuade or encourage, so she could only keep silent. Annie knew the significance of the carnival. There were 20 in total and Bebe could get 30,000 yuan. With yesterday's Jiniao card and the 17,000 yuan she gave him casually, her bestie received nearly 150,000 yuan from Wang in just 2 days. You know, Lei Wang has been with that short, fat and ugly uncle for several months and all the gains added up are not this number. Will he be the one that her mother asked her to wait for? Annie was extremely confused. By the way, Annie, I won't go to UXE in the 10th Prince's mansion tomorrow morning. I will go out with my brother to do something and have lunch together. Bebe's words interrupted Annie's confusion and she frowned beautifully. You don't know him yet, so it's not good to go out alone. What to do? I don't know either, Tilda. I originally wanted to treat him to milk tea, shopping and dinner and thank him properly. In the end, he said he had something to do and would meet me another day. It took me a lot of effort for him to agree to take me to dinner after finishing my business. She was not upset because of her bestie's obstruction, but instead went forward and hugged Annie tightly. Don't worry. I have a very accurate eye for people, just like I knew you were my bestie at first sight. I will share my location with you tomorrow and contact you in time if you have anything. Annie also hugged Bebe in return and gently hummed against her smooth cheek. 9:30 outside the main gate of Beidou Fashion Institute. Lu Zixu sat in a silver-gray BYD Kinjang, checking the time on his phone from time to time, and his anxiety was evident. Bebe and her usually leave after 9 o'clock. Why are they so late today? he muttered while occasionally adjusting his Armani casual clothes that were exactly the same as someone else's. As a standard 2D fat otaku, Lu Zixu is 175 cm tall and weighs 175 kg. He loves 2D and has known Yu Bebe and Annie, who are also members of the school's 2D club, for a long time. Unlike them who shine brightly in the club, Lu Zixu is just a nobody. Although he admires her, he never dares to express anything. Until the night before yesterday, Lu Zixu witnessed the second half of the performance at the school gate. If he had seen Yu Bebe throw herself into Zai Wang's arms, he might have completely given up. Unfortunately, he only saw the interaction between the goddess in his heart and the ordinary fat man, which was passionate but not beyond the boundaries of friends. At that moment, Lu Zixu's heart was ignited with hope of blazing flames. I didn't expect my goddess Bebe likes this. I just need to dress up and it will look like this. I also have a BYD chin at home. So Lu Zixu gritted his teeth and bought the same clothes as the ordinary fat man and drove the car here specially in the morning. He knew that every Thursday morning Yu Bebe and Annie had no classes, so they would go shopping together at the second-dimensional gathering place of UXE in Shiwangfu. Once, he and 7 or 8 people in the club, including the two of them, went there once. This is a great opportunity. Pretending to meet at the school gate, inviting the two goddesses to go shopping together, I believe they will not give up the opportunity to take a car and squeeze into the bus and subway. With an extremely excited mood, Lu Zixu stared at the school gate. Not far away, 4 girls dressed up in fancy clothes were boredly waiting for online ride-hailing cars. A girl who was looking around suddenly touched her roommate. "Siyu, isn't that the freshman school beauty Yu Bebe?" Siyu followed her gaze and saw a beautiful girl walking out of the school gate. The pink double-layer pleated cake skirt that was not even knee-length showed off her long legs and thin waist perfectly, and underneath was snow-white half-high cotton socks and white sneakers. The upper body was just an ordinary slim white t-shirt with pink patterns, but she wore it with a surging momentum, especially when she also carried a small white bag across her body, with the shoulder strap deeply sunken into it, full of sexy temptation. The pure face with light makeup and the neat high ponytail plus the white and glowing skin made her look pure, beautiful, and youthful. This outfit brought the contrast between purity and desire to the extreme, instantly attracting countless eyes around. Siyu's eyelids couldn't help twitching and she said in a hateful voice, "She's flirting, she only knows how to seduce men." When she was a freshman, she had been ambiguous with a second-generation rich man who liked her for half a year. Unexpectedly, in her sophomore year, the second-generation rich man was seduced by Yu Bebe, who had just entered the school, and he ignored her completely. The second-generation rich man confessed to Yu Bebe several times but was rejected and finally gave up. But Siyu ignored him. She was not a rag collector, that's why she was deeply jealous of Yu Bebe. Another roommate said, "She is really dressed up today. I haven't seen her dress like this on campus before. Is she going out on a date? I haven't heard that she has a boyfriend. Damn, is she being taken care of by an old man?" Siyu's eyes flashed and she subconsciously took out her mobile phone. At this moment, the driver's door of a BYD Chin parked on the side of the road opened, and a man walked down and greeted her. Yu Bebe walked out of the school gate with joy, feeling that it was sunny and cool today. She glanced at the roadside and didn't see the white BYD Chin, but there was a silver-gray car of the same model parked on the roadside. Her brother shouldn't have arrived yet. She was not in a hurry and walked to the roadside, ready to send a WeChat message later. As soon as she stood on the roadside behind the silver-gray BYD Chin, the door was opened and a fat man with short hair and casual clothes walked out. At first glance, Yu Bebe thought she saw Zai Wang and then suddenly realized that this man was not as tall as her brother. Without paying much attention, she looked away, but the man came up to her and greeted her. "Hi Yu Bebe, what a coincidence tilde." Bebe blinked her clear and bright eyes, looked carefully and said suddenly, "Lu Zixu, why did you change your hairstyle?" This inconspicuous classmate in the two-dimensional club had always had a thick, long, middle-parted hairstyle which was almost as good as a mushroom head. Unexpectedly, she suddenly changed her hair to short hair. Not to mention, she was really much more energetic, but she still looked so hard to describe. Although she was dressed like her brother, her image and temperament were very different. Lu Zixu's eyes were full of surprise and he smiled shyly. The weather is hot, so I changed my hairstyle. Bebe, are you going to the 10th Prince's mansion UXE? It happens that I want to go there too, so I can drive you with me. Amy unexpectedly did not come with her, but it was better this way. A perfect world for two people. The otaku's heart was full of expectations and excitement. Bebe smiled politely and distantly and decisively refused. Sorry, I have an appointment today, so I won't go to the 10th Prince's palace. Go by yourself and have fun. Lu Zixu's face froze. Not going, an appointment? This script is wrong. The follow-up lines that he had just memorized in the car for half a day were not used, and the otaku who was not good at communication didn't know how to start. He grunted a few times, racking his brains to think about the words, trying to try again, when suddenly a low and powerful engine roar came from far away. The two turned their heads and saw a dark black SUV with a sporty feel, huge body but smooth lines, approaching quickly in the sun with a cold glow. The eye-catching cold white double-arrow daytime running lights on the front face are full of aggression, like the cold pupils of a fierce beast, and the iconic double-kidney air intake grille and the blue and white logo on the front of the car highlight its brand. Bebe turned back boredly when he saw that it was not Zai Wang's car. But then he heard a squeak of brakes and the BMW that looked very expensive stopped steadily behind Lu Zixu's BYD. The passenger window automatically lowered and a familiar and unforgettable magnetic male voice came from the driver's seat. Bebe, get in the car! Bebe was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She called her brother in surprise and cuteness, opened the door without hesitation and sat in the passenger seat. As the car window rose again, Zai Wang glanced at Lu Zixu standing next to him in confusion, as if he saw his twin brother. I'm handsome, but I don't have such an ugly brother. I didn't expect that. I picked a casual outfit at Armani and it was still a classic match. You can wear the same clothes everywhere. I'll throw it away when I get home. With the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Yai beast slowly started and then accelerated instantly with the roar of the surging engine and drove away. Only Lu Zixu, who was heartbroken, was left stunned on the spot. Just as the BMW X5 started, a black Audi Q5 stopped at its previous position. On the passenger seat, Lei Xiaoying looked at the BMW in confusion as it disappeared from sight. How did Bebe get on that car? The short, fat, ugly middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat smacked his lips in envy. Tusk, BMW X5 Lei Xiaoying squeezed this uncle hard for 2 consecutive nights. The pale-faced uncle didn't know whether he was happy or afraid, but he promised to take her to the 10th Prince's mansion to go shopping and buy a bag on the weekend. She had to please the sponsor now, so she quickly comforted him. Oh, isn't it just an X5? It's about the same level as your Q5, uncle, don't be jealous. The uncle smiled awkwardly, unable to explain that these two models were not competing models, and simply said, the shape and tail exhaust pipe of that car, it is the most expensive 40 Li Premium Sports Night package, which can buy 2 of my cars. Lei Xiaoying choked, feeling more and more uncomfortable, and simply said hello to the uncle, then got off the car and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Standing on the side of the road, I saw a boy staggering into the BYD Chin in front and walked away sadly. Loser, she snorted disdainfully, and just as she was about to take a step, a voice came from behind. Schoolmate, do you know Bebe just now? Lei Xiaoying turned around and saw a senior sister wearing a floral dress with a slim figure and beautiful appearance standing there with a smile on her face. Bebe, she is my classmate, of course I know her. Is there anything I can do for you? Looking at the senior sister who crushed her in all aspects, she answered cautiously with a little jealousy. Su Siu did not expose this lie. She had specifically inquired about Bebe, so she naturally knew that the hot-tempered junior sister in front of her was Bebe's roommate. It's like this, I have a male classmate who likes her very much and I want to confess recently. I just saw you Bebe get on that BMW, so I want to find out from you if she already has a boyfriend and if he is very outstanding. If so, I will go back and persuade my classmates to give up. Seeing that Lei Xiaoying was a little hesitant, she added, "Please rest assured, junior sister, my name is Su Siu and I am the Deputy Director of the External Relations Department of the Student Union. Do me this favor and you can find me if you have any problems in the future." Lei Xiaoying really didn't know who the person driving the BMW was. Yu Bebe definitely didn't have a boyfriend. The only person she had contact with in the past few days was the fat brother who applied for the card. It's not a loss to be able to use this information to get to know a senior sister who looks not simple. After thinking about it, she said, "I can't confirm it now. How about this? Let's add WeChat. I'll go back to the dormitory to ask and tell you." Su Siu smiled and nodded, took out her mobile phone to add WeChat friends and then watched Lei Xiaoying walk into the school gate with a gloomy face. When Lei Xiaoying returned to the dormitory, Amy was preparing to go to the library to review. "Hi Tildenir, why are you flying alone?" Amy was a little confused by the sudden enthusiastic greeting from her roommate, but she was weak in character and still gave an answer. "Bebe went out for something." Lei Xiaoying rolled her eyes and continued to ask, "When I came back, I saw her get into an 800,000 BMW SUV at the school gate. Did she have a boyfriend behind your back?" Amy was stunned for a moment and blurted out subconsciously, "She was obviously with." She stopped quickly before she finished speaking. "Don't hide it from me, I know everything. She must have said that she went out with the fat guy who opened the card for you who drove a BYD. Lei Xiaoying hadn't returned to the dormitory for the past 2 days. She knew that Su Hui, the big mouth, must have said everything and she didn't care about whether it was embarrassing or not, so she asked directly. Amy looked at her hesitantly, didn't say anything, unlocked her phone and sent a WeChat message to Yu Bebe. The reply came quickly and a photo of Zai Wang driving a car was sent. After reading it, Amy breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Lei Xiaoying already knew, she explained softly, "It was that person driving the car, but I don't know if it was his car." "Bebe didn't say?" Lei Xiaoying smiled and said, "I was wrong, he is quite rich." Then she turned around and got on the bed and quietly sent a WeChat message to Su Siu. "You Bebe should be with a much older, rich and ugly man outside the school." But he didn't notice Amy and still stood there blankly. Rhythmic music poured out from the Harman Kardon speakers and echoed in the BMW X5 cabin. Yu Bebe sat on the soft diamond-shaped perforated leather seat, obviously a little restrained. A section of snow-white and soft thighs was exposed under the pink skirt, which made Zai Wang's eyes always unconsciously wander. He deeply understood why the owners of luxury cars don't like to put their right hands on the steering wheel. After admiring the luxurious cabin interior for a while, the lively and active little beauty couldn't help taking a few selfies. "Brother, didn't you say you would change your car? Why are you driving a BMW again?" Although she didn't know how much the car cost, her intuition told her that it must be beyond her imagination. "Yes, but I have to sell the car first to update the quota. I have to wait for about a week and my friend lent me a car to drive first." Yu Bebe stuck out her pink little tongue. "The friends of rich people are indeed rich people and any car they borrow is a luxury car." "Brother, what are you going to do to collect the house?" Yu Bebe's surprise was not over yet. The car had already stopped steadily at the door of a large-scale agency. There was no way. This place was not far from Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology. At the door of the Haxinghaus Hunting Rizhigong store there were already 2 staff members, a man and a woman in trousers and white shirts, waiting. When they saw the BMW stopped, they hurried to greet them. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zai?" the leading man asked politely. "I am. Are you Mr. Zhao who just talked to me?" Yes, I am responsible for the whole process of buying the house you want. You can just call me Zio Zhao." Zio Zhao glanced at the BMW X5 and Yu Bebe next to him calmly, and his expression became more respectful. The buyer named Zai did not show up throughout the process, and everything was handled by a professional lawyer with a power of attorney. It was amazing. The whole process was also super fast. He directly signed the contract and received the full payment. It was the easiest order in his career. Now I finally see the real person. Although he is dressed in ordinary clothes, his temperament is calm and elegant, and the beauty next to him sets off. Isn't it said that whether a man is successful or not depends on the appearance of the woman next to him? In this regard, Yu Bebe, a school beauty who is 18 or 19 years old, definitely adds a lot of points. Zai Wang looked at the 30-year-old Xiao Zhao strangely and finally did not get entangled in the name and followed him into the store. Several people sat down and the female agent who followed them handed over a thick file bag and served tea. Xiao Zhao said, "Mr. Zai, your lawyer handled it on your behalf before. Now all the procedures are here. Let me check with you." Zai Wang nodded. In fact, he was far from being as calm as he seemed. After all, it was his first house in Beidou, and he knew nothing about the specific situation. "The Yuying mansion you bought is right next to our store, between the 3rd and 4th ring roads in the northeast, surrounded by 3 parks of 700,000 square meters, enjoying the natural green ecological space. The surrounding facilities are mature and the transportation is developed. The park is only 1 road away. You can walk to 2 subway stations and comprehensive large-scale commercial buildings within 3 minutes. Kindergartens and well-known schools are just a stone's throw away. In the future, your children can walk to school until junior high school or even high school." After saying this, he also looked at Yu Bebe meaningfully. Yu Bebe's pure and sweet little face suddenly turned red to her ears and she quickly lowered her head and pretended to drink tea. Zai Wang seemed to know nothing. He took the introduction of the property and looked and listened. He had nothing to complain about the geographical location. It was indeed a prime location. Yuying Mansion was just delivered in January this year. It was fully decorated with some electrical appliances. The original owner planned to use it as a wedding room when he got married on November 1st. A full set of new furniture and electrical appliances had been arranged. Because of the urgent need to settle abroad due to work adjustments, he sold it. All the supplies are brand new. Xiao Zhao paused after introducing this and took out the contract to show it to the 2 people opposite. Mr. Zai bought the main apartment of 196 square meters with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms and 2 kitchens. The unit price was 138,000 yuan and the total price was 27.48 million yuan, which has been paid in full. Zai Wang's heart was in turmoil and he praised brother Tongzi for his might, but his face was calm and he nodded slightly. Yu Bebe's little hands under the table tightly grasped the edge of her skirt and her almond eyes stared at the man beside her, and suddenly she felt that he was so far away from her. Xiao Zhao showed a full set of sales contracts and various invoices and documents, and took out a red real estate certificate and handed it to Zai Wang for inspection. "The house you bought also includes 2 parking spaces and the property fees and parking space management fees have been prepaid for 5 years. If there is no problem with the inspection, I will take you to the property to handle the procedures and inspect the house." Zai Wang nodded and stood up. "Let's go." After completing all the property procedures, the BMW was temporarily registered. Zai Wang also made an appointment for deep cleaning service of the room through the property. Later, accompanied by Xiao Zhao and the female agent, the 2 walked into Yuying Mansion. Entering the grand hotel-style entrance, what comes into view is the 3,000 square meter large community landscape garden surrounded by 10 buildings of different heights. Passing through the exquisite and elegant, layered, different styles but the same beauty of the garden, we came to the bottom of Building 10. Zai Wang looked up at the 26-story building with a black and gold Bulgari-style facade. The bottom floor is made of stone, and the upper part is real stone paint with metal lines. Entering the luxurious lobby with soft and bright lighting, the suspended ceiling, grill-shaped walls. Everywhere reflects the quality details. The whole building is designed with 2 elevators and 2 households, and 4 people take the high-speed elevator directly to the 20th floor. Xiao Zhao handed the key and smart lock password to Zai Wang, who can change his face, fingerprint, and password by himself later. Opening the heavy iron gray armored door, you will see a row of unique entrance wardrobes plus shoe cabinets. Entering the room and looking around, Wang felt a sense of pride. The modern light luxury style decoration is dominated by gray and white, with LDK integrated design and no main light design. The whole house is covered with large-size light gray floor tiles with smooth texture. Central air conditioning plus fresh air system with whole house smart home design. You can enjoy a relaxed and convenient life. In addition to the restaurant, there are 2 Chinese and Western kitchens and a special housekeeping room on the north side, with high-end kitchen appliances. The sports park is outside the north-facing bedroom, and the quiet and elegant study can see the sports park and the Sun Palace Park at the same time. In addition to the spacious and bright living room on the south side, there are 2 bedrooms that do not disturb each other, both with independent bathrooms, and the master bedroom also includes a delicate cloakroom and a 270-degree lighting bay window with unbeatable views. Standing in front of the huge French window in the living room, bathing in the morning sunshine and looking out at the green Rizhigong Park, Wang felt open-minded and his depression disappeared. "Is this my home?" he murmured in a low voice. Unfortunately, the room he lives in is a bit empty. It would be better if 2 people could come in to live with him. After checking around, it was indeed as Xiao Zhao said. The room was fully equipped with furniture and electrical appliances which matched the decoration style and were all high-end brands. Furniture such as beds and sofas did not even have protective films removed. He only needed to buy some bedding and daily necessities and move in with his luggage. After thanking Xiao Zhao and the others, they left tactfully after completing all the procedures. Only Wang and Yu Beibei were left in the room, and it became quiet instantly. Yu Beibei felt like she was dreaming and everything around her seemed a little unreal. From hearing the full price of more than 27 million yuan to the prime location, landscape garden and luxurious buildings she witnessed along the way, she felt like she was in the clouds. This is also the reason why the little beauty was quiet and silent all the way. It was not until she stepped into the room and experienced the actual shock brought by the 196 square meters that she suddenly realized that she had gotten rid of the dream and returned to reality. Her house was not even as big as her brother's master bedroom. She toured the room with envy, touching the furniture, doors, windows, and electrical appliances with her hands, and her heart was filled with infinite desire. Finally, she sat in front of the 270-degree light bay window in the master bedroom, intoxicated by the endless greenery and the hustle and bustle in front of her. "Beibei, what are you doing here?" The magnetic and pleasant voice woke her up. Yu Beibei stood up, walked briskly to Wang with her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, tilted her head and looked up at him with admiration. "Brother, your new house is so beautiful, I'm so envious. I've never seen such a big room in person." Wang looked at the beautiful girl who was pure in desire and emotional value and was the easiest to brush, and as long as she paid, she would get loyalty feedback. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he couldn't help blurting out, "You can come and live if you like, I'll leave you a room that belongs to you. You can come anytime and use it as a safe haven or even as a home." Yu Beibei's eyes were red in an instant and mist filled her clear and bright almond eyes. She blinked her big eyes desperately, rubbed her nose and sniffed hard a few times, and then she stopped the tears from flowing. Yu Beibei's loyalty +5, sure enough. Why don't people want to be lickers now? It's because they can never see hope. For a girl like this who can get feedback at any time, what does it matter if she pays appropriately? Wang smiled and waved at her, "Come." Then he turned and walked out, and Yu Beibei followed behind him obediently like a young wife. Walking through the living room, he came to another bedroom facing south. It was only slightly smaller than the master bedroom and also had a bay window and a separate bathroom with a smart toilet and shower room. "This bedroom is yours. The 2-2-meter double bed, smart bedside table and custom wardrobe are ready. You plan the bedding, ornaments, toiletries and the like, and we will go shopping later." Yu Beibei suddenly plunged into his arms and hugged him tightly. The clean and fresh citrus-sweet fragrance came to his face, making him drunk. Unlike the last time he acted in a vague hug, Wang could deeply feel her excitement at this time. And her excellent figure. The The little beauty's loyalty has reached the stage of 40 closeness, and it seems that more possibilities have been unlocked. Wang also hugged her back gently without any unnecessary movements, nor would he say anything silly to ruin the atmosphere or push her away. Wouldn't it be good to enjoy the youthful vitality of 19 for a while? Unfortunately, his experience didn't last long. The pleasant doorbell music suddenly rang, and Yu Bebe jumped out like a frightened rabbit and rushed into the bathroom with a blushing face. Wang looked at the video access control helplessly and found that the cleaning ladies who had been arranged had arrived. He could only open the door in dismay, arrange for them to do a deep cleaning seriously, and call out the shy little beauty to drive to the shopping together. 309 Dormitory. Yu Bebe chattered to her bestie about what she saw and heard today and praised her brother generously. Brother spent almost 500,000 yuan on bedding, pajamas, slippers, and other things for 3 rooms today. That brand called Heston's is really expensive, but it feels very comfortable. Near Tilda, we will no longer be afraid of being late when shopping or watching movies in the future. Will you come with me to stay there? That big bed is super comfortable to lie on, Tilda. Amy shook her head absent-mindedly. I don't know him well, how can I just stay at someone else's house? Yu Bebe shook her white arms outside her pajamas vigorously, and her crisp and pleasant voice instantly switched to the soft Wu dialect of her hometown. Will you accompany me, Tilda? I'm afraid of being eaten by my brother alone, Tilda. You're afraid, but you still go. Amy couldn't stand the girl's coquetry. Why not? I finally met my brother who is mature and considerate, has such a good personality and has some money. I just don't want to go so early. Amy sighed. Let's talk about it when I really need to stay. Anyway, it's fine as long as you feel good about it. Don't regret it later. Then she turned back to her bed, put on her headphones, and listened to English. She looked at the screen with a distracted look, and the sound from the headphones seemed to float in the sky. Slutty. After all, Amy came from the same international metropolis, Shanghai, and had more experience. She was just a little surprised that Wang drove a BMW X5 before, but after hearing about the house just now, she knew that Wang was definitely not as rich as Yu Bebe imagined. A lawyer was acting for him and he paid in full. Which ordinary rich second generation could take out more than 27 million in cash? Amy was very worried whether her bestie could grasp such a person. She clicked on her mother's dialogue box in the address book, hesitated for a long time, and still exited. She couldn't tell her mother about this, otherwise she would never have peace, and her mother would even come to Beidou to help her personally investigate this man. Although Wang had good facial features and a good personality, but she really didn't like fat people. It would be great if you were thinner and more handsome, even if you didn't have much money. Yu Bebe frowned at her bestie on the upper bunk. This dead face control. Amy really doesn't like her brother and her performance is quite obvious. I guess her brother also noticed it because he never mentioned her during the chat. If this goes on, he will definitely hate Near. She got a 100,000 yuan beauty card for nothing but was given a cold shoulder. Even a clay man can get angry, no. If they hate each other, it will be difficult for her to be caught in the middle in the future. You should love your best friend yourself, and you have to find a chance for them to get to know each other. Yu Bebe took out her mobile phone thoughtfully. Wang had just packed up the things he had moved back. After sending Bebe back to class in the afternoon, he returned to his own rental place in Changying home, packed up some necessary supplies, threw away the rest, and went through the rent cancellation procedures with the agent. He only used one car to complete the moving task and left the place where he had rented for more than 2 years. It can be regarded as a complete farewell to the past life. I chatted with Yuan Yuan on WeChat for a while and made an appointment to go to the gym again tomorrow afternoon. She excitedly said that she had lost 6 kilograms and Wang Jianai was a little worried about her health. Then she shared photos of today's 3 fat-reducing meals, which made Wang feel ashamed. Yu Bebe treated him to Hunan cuisine at noon. How about eating less for dinner later? Just as he was about to go to eat, Yu Bebe sent another message. Bebe, brother Tilda, I stood up Amy this morning and I'm going to make it up to her by going shopping at Shuangfu again on Saturday. Bebe, but I also want to see my brother Tilda pitiful. GIF Zai Wang's mouth corners slightly raised, this little girl. Wang, then let's go together, I'll pick you up on Saturday. Bebe, thank you boss. GIF shopping is good if they come across something they want to buy, they may be able to brush out a golden wish. Yuan Yuan has a carefree life and it's too difficult to brush a wish. Zai Wang is now counting on them, especially you Bebe. Looking at Yuan Yuan, who lost 6 caddies, her facial features are more charming and her mental state has improved significantly. She seems to be full of energy. She was excitedly sharing her feelings with Zai Wang. Brother Wang, I felt uncomfortable all over because I didn't exercise yesterday. Do you think this is a bit addictive? I feel the same way. It seems that my body has adapted to exercise. Come on, we will all get better and better. Yuan Yuan blinked her thick eyelashes and her bright eyes were full of hope. She nodded heavily. The same process: first use equipment to increase strength and then do aerobic exercise. Wang Jianai extended the aerobic time for them today but still asked them to come back every other day. Obviously, she was a little worried about the speed at which they lost weight. The 3 of them had a fat-reducing dinner as usual. The milk seemed to have returned to normal. They talked and laughed. Yuan Yuan didn't dare to ask more questions but just talked about some fitness knowledge. Zai Wang sent them back to the fitness center and Hongyu Bailey one after another. He stood at the gate of the community and looked at the Lanzhou ramen across the street hesitantly. In the end, his empty stomach convinced his brain. A large portion of ramen, a bowl of beef and a spoonful of chili oil. 1 clear, 2 white, 3 red, 4 green and 5 yellow. Zai Wang, with his index finger excited, began to show off wildly. He had just finished eating and was about to take a big sip of the clear soup when a deep and sexy voice came from behind. Boss, a large portion of ramen, a bowl of beef. He turned his head stiffly and Yuan Yuan happened to look over. The 2 looked at each other in silence. In the end, Zai Wang reacted better. His face darkened and he was heartbroken. Yuan Yuan, you disappoint me so much, you actually came out to eat secretly. Yuan Yuan saw that he was angry and her face was immediately panicked, tears rolling in her big eyes. Woo-woo, I'm sorry brother Wang, please listen to my explanation, I'm really too hungry. I definitely don't eat secretly every day, every meal, oh. That's not right, why are you eating too? Damn it, my Yuan Yuan has a brain. Zai Wang looked calm and made the last resistance. I didn't add beef. At 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, Zai Wang got up on time. He is now used to it. As long as he doesn't go to the fitness center during the day, he will get up early and exercise on an empty stomach. In front of the large French window in the living room, looking at the green park and the cloudy sky nearby, he persisted in fat-burning exercises for more than an hour. Sweat soaked his sports vest and his muscles were expressing fatigue, but Zai Wang felt like he was reborn and relaxed. After washing up, he made a simple fat-reducing breakfast. Looking at the 2 slices of whole wheat toast, boiled eggs, nuts and blueberries on the plate and thinking of last night, Zai Wang couldn't help laughing. In the end, he allowed Yuan Yuan to eat the bowl of ramen with meat. Yuan Yuan was moved to tears while eating noodles. She vowed not to add food until she weighed 130 pounds in the future and shared her location with Zai Wang so that he could supervise her. By the way, she also added 5 points of loyalty, which was speechless. Open the system panel and check the status. Player, Zai Wang, age 26 years old, height 180, 5 cm, weight 86 kg, physique 7, spirit 11, funds -1, 482 million yuan, blending value 22, 354 million yuan. The height has increased by 0.5 cm, the weight has further decreased and the physique has increased by 1 point. Because Zai Wang has been engaged in sedentary work for a long time, his arms and legs are not very strong and his belly and face are fat. Although he has lost 8 pounds, his protruding belly is still a bit big and his face can be seen to be thinner. Looking at the annoying negative fund value, he decided to contact the bank to settle the mortgage in advance. The blending value reached 22.35 million, more than half of which was contributed by the treasure girl Yu Bebe. It looks like a lot, but Zai Wang didn't plan to squander it casually. Thinking of the props worth hundreds of millions of yuan in the exchange shop, he felt that he was very poor. He should try to keep as many as possible for emergency, as many of them can save lives at critical moments. Luxury clothing is not available in the exchange shop, and it would be too much of a loss for him to buy it in real life. He has to wait until his body shape is fixed. However, he can exchange for a watch which is durable and can be used to show off. The most important thing is that it is half price. Wang searched on his mobile phone. There is no Patek Philippe in the brand of the 10 Princes Palace, but there is the eternal second Vacherin Constantin. He was too lazy to run alone, so he simply chose from Vacherin Constantin. Since it was half price, he directly skipped the ones under 1 million and then fell in love with the 4300 V220 GB946 of Zhonghengsehai. Ultra-thin, fully engraved perpetual calendar. He thinks the blue dial looks better with 18K white gold. The moon phase display is decorated with brilliant the starry sky, and 2 golden moons are only 8-1 thick. The movement is clearly visible through the front of the dial, and the transparent sapphire crystal bottom cover comes with 3 straps: platinum, rubber, and leather. The public price is 117 million and the exchange price is 580,000 fusion value. Interacting with reality, please wait. Exchange completed. The player has chosen Vacherin Constantin 10 Palace Central Store to pick up the goods. Wang sat in the study and looked at the comments and private messages on Douyin and picked out a few alternatives. Turning around and looking around the empty study, he decided to take time to buy some books to fill it up. He had money and free time, and his mental strength and learning ability were enhanced, so he had to make full use of it. Seeing that the time was almost up, he got up and set off. Along the way, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. This was the 3rd time he and Annie met. Annie was in a complicated and tangled mood. She wanted to thank the other party again for the card, but she couldn't say it. Although Wang wanted to trigger the golden wish, he didn't want to go to such a cold butt, especially since he couldn't figure out the other person's mind. He didn't have any new wishes and his loyalty value didn't change at all. It was all thanks to you, Bebe, who livened up the atmosphere in the car. There was some traffic jam on the road, and it was already past 11 o'clock when they arrived at the 10th Prince's mansion. Wang knew that the two of them wanted to go to UXE, so he planned to leave them there and go to the 10th Prince's Mansion Central to pick up the ticket. If he took them with him, what if Annie thought he was pretending to be cool? Why bother with all this trouble? Brother, let's go to Central with you. You do your business first and Nier and I will just go shopping and contact each other by phone. Yu Bebe rejected his suggestion outright. Wang didn't care. He parked the car and went to Vacherin Constantin by himself. Annie looked at his back as he walked away and frowned slightly. He seemed to have lost weight. She turned to her bestie and asked, "What are you planning now?" Yu Bebe smiled and said, "As expected of my bestie, you really understand me. I wanted to buy a gift for my brother the day before yesterday, but the house closing disrupted my plan, so I only treated him to a meal. I had to buy it today. UXE doesn't have any big brands, so I'll just go around here." AI Nai's delicate face showed a tangled look. She wanted to say that you have to pay tuition for the next semester with that little money, and you may need your help when you go back home during the summer vacation. But she hated herself a little bit, so she kept silent. The two walked around hand in hand, and finally Bebe decided to go to Dior and told Wang that he could wait for them nearby. AI Nai and Bebe were short of money before, and they were freshmen, so they had never visited luxury brands. Now they entered the elegant and luxurious store, and they became nervous unconsciously and strolled around with a tense face and forced calmness. Fortunately, there was no sales sarcasm, and Yu Bebe picked a short black men's wallet with Dior embossing as she wished. Seeing the price of 5,000 yuan, Annie felt sorry for her, but Yu Bebe paid the bill happily. As the two were checking their wallets and receipts, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Aren't these the two school beauties in our dormitory? What a coincidence." A familiar voice came from behind, and Yu Bebe and Annie turned around to look. Lei Xiaoying, who was wearing a black off-shoulder dress, had big reddish-brown waves and heavy makeup, and was standing there with a short, fat, ugly middle-aged man who was not even as tall as her. She didn't go back to the dormitory last night, and Annie and Yu Bebe didn't expect to meet here. Although her tone seemed to contain sarcasm, the two of them still greeted each other coldly for the sake of their roommates. The middle-aged man's face became paler, and facing two school beauties who were even better than his girlfriend, he could only force out a smile. "By the way, aren't you two usually on Pinduoduo? Why are you here?" "Hey, I wanted to buy a bag in a low-key way, but you found out anyway, what a shame." Yu Bebe was so angry at her sarcasm and pretense that her eyes widened and she pouted and said, "That's a good opportunity for me to see how low-key you are, don't be worse than my wallet." Lei Xiaoying glanced at them with disdain, pointed at a groove 20 old flower bag next to her and said coquettishly, "Uncle, I want this tilde." The middle-aged uncle who was familiar with luxury goods took a glance from a distance and knew that the bag would cost more than 20,000 yuan. He felt a little painful after the heavy bleeding. He coughed and pointed at the candy-pink Dior Nomad clutch bag on the other side and said, "That color is too old-fashioned and not suitable for young and cute babies. Look how beautiful this pink one is, and the size is bigger than that one." Yu Bebe sneered at the side, haha, even if she didn't understand, she knew that the prices of the two must be different. Lei Xiaoying was a little embarrassed. "I act so hard every night and I have to do it secretly in the middle of the night." "You are still bargaining?" She smiled and looked at the middle-aged uncle. "But I like that one. How about this, Uncle Tilda? I have two options, both of which can reflect your love for the baby. Option A is the bag just now, and option B, you don't have to buy anything." B. Anyway, it's all love, so I'll choose B. The middle-aged uncle smiled brightly. "Hey Tilda, option B is Uncle to accompany me well this weekend, and the baby will also try to repay Uncle's love." "Oh, but I have social events tonight and tomorrow, it's too bad." "Then choose A." The middle-aged uncle felt his legs soften, his smile was restrained, and he answered with regret. After getting the favorite bag of 24,000, Lei Xiaoying smiled proudly, glanced at the men's wallet in Yu Bebe's hand and fired again. "Bebe, your brother is short of a wallet. He actually asked you to buy one. Tusk, my uncle is still the best, he never lets me buy anything for him." The middle-aged man straightened his chest calmly with a look of earnest advice. "Yes, little girl. Young men nowadays spend their money on themselves, be careful not to be cheated of your money and your life." Yu Bebe said coldly, "I want to buy it for my brother myself, what does it have to do with you?" Oh, I'm just feeling sorry for you, you'll have to eat dirt in a few months if you buy this wallet. How about I ask my uncle to lend you some money? If you have difficulties, just ask, don't be polite to me. By the way, does my brother know the situation of your family? You'd better not tell him, or he will think you're after money and all the men in society will be alert. Then they will think you're using the wallet as bait. Yu Bebe's little hand suddenly clenched the black wallet, her rosy lips turned pale and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Lei Xiaoying's words really hit her heart. Since they met, Yu Bebe had never mentioned her family to Zai Wang just because she was afraid that he would think so, although she did want to seize the opportunity at all costs at the beginning. As long as he was not stingy with money and could improve her family's financial situation, even if he was fatter and his image was worse, what did it matter? At least he was still young, just do it peacefully. His girlfriend will marry him after graduation. Just find an ordinary job and live a worry-free life. She doesn't expect love, but the initial idea began to change after a few contacts. The sense of dependence and satisfaction is overwhelming. My brother seems to be able to appear at any time when I need him most or poke the softest part of my heart. Yu Bebe feels that she wants to get closer and understand him more and more, which also makes her less and less willing to confess. Seeing her best friend's lost soul, Amy's eyebrows can't help but stand up and her delicate and gentle face began to tighten. She said solemnly, "Lei Xiaoying, you only have money in your eyes, so you think others are for money." Lei Xiaoying said disdainfully, "Yes, everyone, it's all for money, why pretend to be affectionate? Of course I'm looking for my uncle because he's rich." Shocked, Annie turned her head to look at the middle-aged man in surprise as if she wanted to know his reaction to this sentence. The middle-aged man smiled and didn't care. "In this day and age, if I don't talk about money, can I still talk about love with her?" Numbly looking at the two people who were cuddling like a couple in love, Annie felt that her three views seemed to be collapsing. Seeing that I had the advantage, Lei Xiaoying immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued, "Bebe, since you are not for money. The next time I see your fat and ugly old man, I will tell you about your family and let him cherish a good girl like you in the future." Yu Bebe suddenly raised her head and her watery almond eyes glared at her. "Brother is not a fat and ugly old man." Lei Xiaoying was a little confused. "What kind of reading comprehension ability do you have? Shouldn't the focus be on me exposing you?" But she didn't care. She had a sly smile on her face. "That's not what I said. We are roommates. How could I say such a thing?" She looked at them in confusion. "Don't you know yet? It is spread all over our school. The forums say that the school beauty Yu was kept by a fat and ugly old man for money. Tusk, there are also videos and photos of you getting into a BMW. Pictures speak louder than words. Yu Bebe and Annie's faces changed drastically and they quickly took out their phones to log into the forum. As expected, they found that someone had posted a rumor in the early hours of yesterday morning. The rumor was made up vividly, and the most vicious imagination was written based on a video of her opening the door to get into a BMW X5. There are a lot of comments below, all of which are abusive. "What pure school beauty, clean and self-disciplined, is just a persona. I never believed it. Thinking of such a beautiful beauty being pressed down by a stinky old man, it's disgusting. No wonder no one in school likes her. It's because you didn't pay enough, ha ha ha." Annie patted Yu Bebe, who was shaking with anger, and whispered, "I'll report the rumor and contact the administrator to delete it." The victorious Lei Xiaoying blushed and continued to sneer at the side. "Look, it's not me who made the rumor, right? It's not like I haven't seen him before. Although your brother is fat and ugly, he's not old. Hehe. Who are you saying is fat and ugly?" A cold male voice came from the side. Lei Xiaoying's fake laughter stopped abruptly. She looked at Wang, who was standing beside her with a gloomy face in astonishment, and subconsciously shrank behind the middle-aged man. She looked at him with some doubt. Why did he feel different from what she saw in Jia Yilian? His clothes were more ordinary, just a simple t-shirt and sweatpants. But he didn't look fat. At most he was strong, and his facial features became clearer and more three-dimensional as his weight decreased. Fat, ugly, and old, there was no word to describe him. The middle-aged man was quite responsible, standing there with his chest puffed out without moving. However, his pupils suddenly contracted when he glanced at the tall and strong young man. The young man was still holding a beautiful packaging box of Vacherin Constantin in his hand. So the watch on his wrist was really the ultra-thin perpetual calendar with carvings that traveled all over the world. The middle-aged man subconsciously hid the green water ghost on his wrist behind him. Damn. Driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5 and wearing a watch worth more than 1 million yuan, is this kind of person someone I can mess with? This damn woman will only cause trouble for me. Wang looked at the two of them coldly and ignored them. He turned around and came to Yu Bebe. He had to prioritize the golden wish of the treasure girl. A few minutes ago, he took the watch from Vacherin Constantin and was about to put the big watch box back in the car. Who knew that before he even reached the elevator, the wish prompt appeared in front of him. Lei Xiaoying, this bitch. How can I make my brother believe that I am not approaching him for money now? I don't want to lose him. Wang, who had experience, was not panicked at all. He checked the details of the wish and it turned out to be Bebe's. Lei Xiaoying, he heard Bebe gossip about this roommate with whom he had a bad relationship, and he also knew something about her middle-aged boyfriend. Although he didn't know the specific circumstances of the wish, Wang could guess that it was related to Lei Xiaoying and decided to start with her to prepare. As for Bebe's wish, is that a big deal? He saw her loyalty rising all the time. How could he not understand her feelings? If she approached and teased him every day but her loyalty did not change at all, he would have deleted this candidate long ago. Wang quickly dialed a phone, gave a few instructions, and came to the place they agreed on. He searched in several shops around and soon found the four people. Looking at Yu Bebe's slightly red eyes and pitiful expression, he couldn't help but rub her head. What's going on? She hesitated for a few times and couldn't say what happened just now. She just bit her rosy lips and shook her head. Wang saw the black wallet in her hand and he understood a little. He reached out to take it, flipped through it for a while and asked, "Is this for me?" Yu Bebe nodded, looking at the ground. "I want to thank my brother for taking care of me. You have a good eye. I just need a short wallet, so thank you, Bebe." The little beauty was delighted, raised her head and looked at Wang with a sincere face, her eyes sparkling and her mind was full of thoughts. Lei Xiaoying was just heard by her brother talking behind her back, so she must not dare to expose herself. She could have gotten away with it today and continued to conceal it, but Yu Bebe gritted her teeth and a trace of determination flashed in her big eyes. "Brother, actually my family conditions are not very good." "Oh, I knew it." Not only Yu Bebe but the other three were all surprised. Wang spread his hands helplessly. "You can tell from your usual dressing, life details, part-time jobs and live broadcasts. Is this hard to guess?" Then you, the beautiful girl who was exposed on the spot, stuttered and didn't know what to say. "Are you afraid that I think you are a gold digger? You approach me just to make money." Wang looked at her with a funny face. "Haha, except for a few rich second-generation and third-generation people, how many rich people are really stupid? Don't you underestimate us too much?" The shallow-minded Annie and Yu Bebe looked a little dull, but Lei Xiaoying seemed to be thinking about something. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, feeling that he had spoken his mind. "Don't worry. Since I am willing to be your friend, I naturally recognize your character." Wang then lowered his head and moved closer, whispering, "I'll tell you a secret. I can tell whether other people's feelings for me are sincere." The voice was very low and only Yu Bebe and Annie heard it. When he raised his head, he took a special look at Annie. The little girl's heart was pounding and she quickly looked away. "Bad brother, I don't believe you." Yu Bebe laughed first and then the crystal tears finally flowed down uncontrollably. These tears did not contain sadness but were filled with the joy and emotion of untying the knot in my heart. "Again, you saved me again when I needed it most." Yu Bebe's loyalty plus 10. Golden Wish, Yu Bebe. Completed players receive 739 million fusion value. Limited time discount redemption *1. Wang secretly praised the treasure girl, looked down at the wallet in his hand, thought for a moment, and waved to a female clerk who was watching the excitement not far away. The female clerk immediately walked over quickly. She had been paying attention to this gossip from the beginning, and she had been moving slowly towards this side until Wang appeared. She had trained her eyes to see the million-level Vacherin Constantin at a glance, and now it was finally her turn to appear in the plot. "Please recommend a bag suitable for this lady." "Okay, please wait." The female clerk had been observing for a long time and walked away quickly without hesitation. Seeing Yu Bebe's surprised and puzzled expression, Wang smiled and said, "Give and take, so next time you can give me another gift, I will make a profit." "Sir, what do you think of this Lady Dior handbag? It is made of white sheepskin leather with rattan pattern stitching to create quilting details and with gold-finished butterfly rivets. The metal butterfly pendant with light gold finish and the DIOR pendant with white resin beads are very suitable for the pure and sweet temperament of women. The small size is more youthful and energetic. With a detachable leather spaghetti strap, it can be carried by hand or crossbody, and the store price is 51,000 yuan. Wang was very satisfied with the female clerk's vision. "This model is indeed suitable for sweet girls." Nodded, "This is it." Yu Bebe bit her red lips and did not object. After untying the knot in her heart, she seemed to look directly at some of her inner thoughts and no longer struggled with herself. "Thank you, brother Tilda." Wang smiled at her shy and excited girl and glanced at Annie, who stood quietly and said nothing beside her. There was still no trace of gold on her. Seeing that her best friend received a bag worth more than 50,000 yuan, she was not moved. "It's really hard to deal with. I don't know what you want." Wang turned around and looked at Lei Xiaoying, who was jealous, and the middle-aged man with envy. "Now tell me about your business." "Lei Xiaoying, right? Apologize to me." Lei Xiaoying has recovered. With someone's support, she is much tougher. She hugged the uncle's arm and said, "Why apologize? I just made a few jokes." Zai Wang's eyes moved to the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Can't you control your own woman?" Although the middle-aged man was a little scared, he was still a boss and didn't want to lose face in front of the young people and their lovers. He raised his chubby double chin slightly. "Little brother, don't be so arrogant." Before he finished speaking, he saw the other side took out a mobile phone. Zai Wang took out his mobile phone and calmly read a message he had just received on WeChat. "Huang Sijin, is that you? Currently the legal representative of Hongtong Catering Management Co., Limited. In Beidou City, the equity details are as follows. There are 3 Hongtong hot pot restaurants in Beidou City located in revenue in recent years. The main suppliers are, 2 of them have big problems. It is recommended to report to the Market Supervision and Management Department and the Health Supervision Department." He ignored the middle-aged man Huang Sijin's increasingly ugly face and continued to look through it. "The following is the risk analysis. Let me see what it is. Tax analysis. Debt risk analysis, supplier risk analysis, negative news search over the years, fire safety, food safety, employee social security issues." Huang Sijin's face became paler and paler, his body trembled like a sieve and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, I apologize to you and I will take good care of Xiaoying in the future. Please be merciful." He revealed everything about himself in a short time. Many of these problems were suppressed by him and were difficult for outsiders to find out. If they were exposed again, he would be in big trouble. It is difficult to find out these things, but what is more terrifying is the speed. Zai Wang stopped talking and looked up at him and Lei Xiaoying, who was also terrified, behind him. "You didn't scold me, what are you apologizing for?" Huang Sijin used his hand to pull the woman who almost killed him. "What are you waiting for?" Lei Xiaoying no longer had any arrogance, she was actually quite clever. Even the big boss in her mind bowed his head and admitted his weakness. An ordinary person like herself, she couldn't help but shudder. What virtue did you Bebe accumulate in her previous life to be able to rely on such a big thigh? She bowed her head and said timidly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have slandered you just now, please forgive me. And Bebe and Annie, I will never sneer at you again in the future, I'm sorry." Zai Wang waved his hand and the 2 of them fled without stopping. The 2 women behind him looked at this scene with complicated expressions and had a new understanding of the young man in front of them. However, Yu Bebe's eyes were full of admiration and joy, while Annie's pair of peach blossom eyes were much dimmer and full of entanglement. The little beauty hugged Zai Wang's arm and held him firmly. "Brother, you are so awesome, Lei Xiaoying will never dare to bother us again." Someone felt the feeling of his arm and smiled slightly. This Mara service platform is really not simple and its efficiency is ridiculously high. I just gave Yuna a hot pot restaurant name and made a simple request and provided as much information as possible in a short time. Just now I was still asking if additional follow-up operations were needed. They have a variety of legal and compliant options to choose from. The 3 of them put the watch box and bag back in the car first and then had lunch. During the lunch, Annie became more taciturn, which made Yu Bebe extremely anxious but helpless. Coming to the second underground floor of UXE as one of the holy places for eating grains, the concentration of the second dimension here is too high, and there are grain shops and various kozers everywhere. Annie and Yu Bebe seem to be back at home here. Although they didn't buy much, they were very knowledgeable when shopping. Annie, who was silent before, seemed to have regained her vitality. Zai Wang's age seemed a bit out of place here, but the 2 beautiful girls around him made him the most beautiful boy in the audience, and all kinds of jealous and envious eyes came. He was not interested in those peripherals, just accompanying the 2 girls to wander around. They didn't mention what they wanted, nor did they inspire their wishes, so Zai Wang naturally wouldn't take the initiative to pay. Suddenly the 2 stopped, and Zai Wang behind them looked puzzled, only to see that the 2 of them stopped in front of a store selling cosplay costumes. "Annie, is this a new store?" "Well, there was no cosplay costumes before and this one looks very powerful." Blinking, someone who had been living a miserable life suddenly became energetic and directly called the 2 girls in. Looking at the wide variety of character costumes, many of which he couldn't name, Zai Wang's eyes lit up. "Bebe, choose which one you want." Yu Bebe looked at her brother, who seemed to be full of energy, in confusion, and suddenly understood something. She chuckled and began to choose. After choosing 5 or 6 sets of exquisitely crafted and large-scale costumes, Wang was still not satisfied and ordered, "Keep choosing." The little beauty smiled coquettishly and did not object. She pulled Annie, who suddenly became silent again, to continue choosing. After choosing 7 or 8 sets again, they were placed on the stand next to them. There were exquisite and complicated dresses, various wigs, shoes and socks and props which were dazzling. The two girls stood aside and looked at the selected costumes. Wang suddenly found that Annie, who had not said much, slowly clenched her hands and clenched her fists. While he was wondering, the next moment, brilliant golden light burst out from Annie, almost blinding him, and at the same time, a wish prompt appeared in front of him. I want it too." Wang almost laughed out loud. "You little girl, you are indifferent to luxury goods worth tens of thousands of yuan, but you are excited about cosplay clothes worth 1,800 yuan. Annie, you should also pick a few pieces." Annie, who was staring at the clothes she had been thinking about day and night, suddenly turned back and looked at Wang, her gentle and beautiful peach blossom eyes full of surprise. Seeing that her brother rarely spoke, Yu Bebe quickly patted her bestie and signaled her to choose. A little struggle flashed in Annie's eyes and she shook her head slightly. "Thank you, I don't need it." Bebe next to her was so angry that she stomped her feet and looked at her brother with pleading eyes. Wang snorted in his heart, "You have to take it today whether you want it or not." He turned to look at the female shop owner and the waiter. "All the styles and sizes that the two of them can wear in the store are all wanted. After you pack, I will leave an address and send it to me by express or by delivery." Ignoring the female shop owner, who responded repeatedly and smiled, he looked at the two girls, who were stunned. "You are basically the same height. These are bought for you too. Wear them in turn. There is no space in the dormitory, so just pick a few pieces you like and put them in the closet of Bebe's room in Yuying Mansion." Annie stammered a few times and lowered her head as if defeated. Yu Bebe was excited and kept praising her brother with the emotional value maxed out. Golden Wish Annie, completed player obtains 241 million fusion value, limited time discount redemption *1, Annie loyalty +1, thank you for your 1 point of loyalty. Wang was almost mad to death. He finally got a golden task, but the reward was just this little thing. After buying clothes, the two girls, who had satisfied their desire to spend, suddenly didn't want to go shopping anymore. After some discussion, they adopted Bebe's suggestion to go to the movies. They randomly chose a comedy and Yu Bebe took the initiative to buy movie tickets. Seeing that it was still early, Wang didn't want to be alone with Annie, so he went to buy 3 cups of fruit tea. When he returned, Bebe hadn't come back yet. He held 2 cups in one hand and one in the other, and handed them to Annie. Annie, who was also not used to being alone with Wang, looked at the slender and beautiful right hand holding the upper part of the cup and bringing it to her with some embarrassment. She stared at the hand unconsciously and stretched out her left hand to take the cup, subconsciously wanting to touch it. Seeing that she was about to touch the perfect hand that occasionally appeared in her dreams, Annie suddenly woke up and quickly moved her hand down to hold the bottom edge of the cup and only held half of it. Wang didn't pay attention to her movements at all, thinking that she had already grasped it, so he let go of his right hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, the cup of fruit tea tilted to one side. Both of them were startled at the same time and they subconsciously reached out to grab it. With a bang, the fruit tea cup fell to the ground and rolled to the side. At this time, Wang's right hand tightly grasped Annie's left hand, and the two of them froze in place at the same time, and the scene became strangely quiet. Feeling the cool jade-like little hand in the palm of his hand, slender, soft and boneless and smooth as fat, Wang subconsciously rubbed his fingers a few times before he realized what he was doing and quickly let go of his hand. Annie's delicate oval face was already blushing. When she was held tightly by the slender, powerful, warm and tolerant man's big hand, she didn't even have the thought of struggling. After being touched a few times, she felt very comfortable. Annie's loyalty +5. Wang was confused and had no idea what was going on. He looked at Amy, who was holding the corner of her clothes with her head down with a strange look on his face. Do I have to touch you every day to increase your loyalty? Ahem. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Looking at Amy, who was frightened by his sudden words, Wang gave up the idea of rubbing her again and didn't say anything. He leaned over to pick up the fruit tea on the ground, wiped the cup with a wet towel, inserted a straw and drank it by himself. After a while, Yu Bebe came back with 3 movie tickets. Seeing the two people ignoring each other, he sighed. While waiting for the show to start, the two women sat together and chatted in a low voice. Bebe, do you want to ask him to help you deal with the rumors on the school forum? Amy has contacted the administrator to delete the post, but related discussions still appear from time to time. Yu Bebe shook her head decisively, her ponytail swinging back and forth behind her head. Don't bother my brother with such a small matter, and I think it's good this way. No one will bother me in the future. I'm tired of being stopped every now and then to confess my love. But others will look at you with strange eyes. I'm not afraid, let them think and say whatever they want. Wang didn't know what they were talking about. He was checking what he had just gained. Imperial pill, a one-time prop. After use, it can be specified to be converted into a medicine that cures specific diseases, non-lethal, non-special. Limited time offer, 100,000 fusion points. Very interesting pills. He couldn't think of where to use them for the time being, so he exchanged them out and saved them first. Yijia Security 67% equity. Beidou Yijia Security Company 67% equity, limited time offer, 100,000 fusion value. Another company or absolute control. Wang has always been open to these and chose to exchange directly. Exchange goods and reality are interacting. The time is unknown. Please wait patiently. After processing the rewards, it was time to start. Wang and the two girls entered the cinema, and Yu Bebe sat in the middle consciously. Shortly after the opening, a small hand quietly grasped him in the dark, soft and smooth, no worse than Annie's. The tender hand in the palm was not at all quiet, scratching his palm from time to time or pinching his fingertips. Wang was itchy in his heart, and he held it hard and touched it hard twice, fully enjoying the smooth feeling. He secretly admired that loyalty 50 ambiguity unlocked more postures. On the way back to school at night, soft music echoed in the car through the Harman Kardon speakers. After a day of playing, even the lively Yu Bebe was tired. She leaned listlessly on Amy's shoulder and looked at the flashing neon lights outside the window. Wang's magnetic voice broke the calm in the car. Bebe, I want to discuss something with you. Considering the current loyalty, he decided to start the first stage of Yu Bebe's training. The reason why he mentioned it now was because Amy was also present. Based on his observation of the two, the little beauty would definitely ask her bestie for advice before answering this matter, so he might as well say it to her face. Yu Bebe immediately sat up straight, looked at Wang in the front row and said sweetly, Brother, what do you say? I heard you sing the other day and thought you had a great voice. Since you are doing live broadcasts, you should also want to show your talents to the public. Are you interested in becoming a professional singer? Yu Bebe and Amy didn't expect that Wang would discuss this. They looked at each other for a moment and Bebe said hesitantly, Brother, are you saying that I should become a professional singer? Although I have fantasized about being discovered when I was live broadcasting, but is this possible? I have some channels here. It won't be a problem to help you debut, but how much you can achieve depends on your own efforts and strength. Yu Bebe was a little excited. She turned her head and looked at Amy with a questioning look in her eyes. Amy looked at the excitement in her eyes and knew her inclination. Although she didn't like Wang's figure after several times of getting along with him, she felt that his character was still guaranteed. The dream of her best friend was right in front of her, so how could she stop it? She smiled and nodded and then was hugged by the cheering Bebe. Wang glanced at the laughing sisters through the rearview mirror and the corners of his mouth raised an arc. But it's not easy to be a professional singer, you have to pass the training first. Okay, brother, I will definitely work hard. A full of energy voice came from the back seat. In the first stage, I will arrange for a professional organization to train you in body shape, manners, temperament, and dance so that you can reach the level of a professional artist as soon as possible. Wow. There are so many things to learn, Tilda. Yu Bebe stuck out her pink little tongue. Don't think about being idle this summer vacation. Stay in Beidou and train well. The little beauty's face immediately fell and she begged pitifully, Brother Tilda, please be kind. Let me go back to Wuzhou to see grandma and sister first. I miss them so much. This kind of tea-flavored coquetry again, knowing that the brother will not buy it. Okay. Give you 10 days off? Yeah, thank you, Jeej. Tilda. Watching the two enter the gate of Beijing Fashion University, Wang found that some students at the school gate seemed to be pointing at his car. He thought they were just watching for fun and didn't care. Picked up the phone, found the WeChat of Maria customer service Yuna, sent his request, and the other party quickly replied that he had received the commission and the most suitable professional organization would contact him tomorrow at the latest. Wang nodded with satisfaction. He could do it himself, but it would be a waste of time and he might not be as professional as others. Secondly, he would have to pay for it himself. Through the My Ruya service platform, although he paid some service fees, the training fees could be directly deducted from the annual quota of 50 million. He didn't spend a penny. After using it twice, he became more and more satisfied with this powerful service platform. Sunday, cloudy and sunny. 11 a.m. In a Starbucks near Sanfeng Bridge, Wang watched the second person who asked for help leave with an unchanging expression, sneering in his heart. He really took me for a fool. When the man in his 30s came just now, his face was miserable, which made people feel particularly sympathetic. He took out a lot of diagnosis sheets, payment sheets, and examination reports of his children diagnosed with some rare diseases. Unfortunately, there was no light of wish. Wang tentatively asked him which hospital his child was being treated in, and wanted to visit him in person and then transfer the money directly to the hospital account. The man said that they often changed hospitals and it was inconvenient to transfer the money directly, and then showed the donation account of a well-known mutual aid fundraising platform and asked him to transfer the money here. Wang directly told him to get out. The first person who asked for help was a young woman who called herself a social animal. She dreamed of traveling all over the country. She asked for a 200,000 travel fund, but she couldn't even condense a blue light. Wang was a little depressed after 2 consecutive disappointments. He had gotten used to the generous rewards of the golden wish these days, and he was no longer interested in the green and blue wishes. He usually blocked the display of green light. Moreover, he felt that it was a waste of time to handle these trivial matters by himself. Why not find an assistant or secretary to do the preliminary work? He had an idea. The phone rang, interrupting Wang's thoughts. He picked up the phone and briefly told his location. Then he saw a dark and sturdy man walk into the coffee shop, glance around and walk towards him. Hello, my name is Yue Yangsheng. The man wore heavy glasses which seemed to have a high degree. He also tied the temples with something like a rubber band and tied them to the back of his head. Hello, my last name is Zai. Let's sit down and chat. Wang looked at the man who sat down stiffly and asked, Mr. Yue's wish is to have myopia correction surgery. I wonder if he has contacted the relevant hospital according to my suggestion in the past few days. A light slowly appeared on Yue Yangsheng's body, mainly blue with a faint flash of purple which made his eyes bright. I consulted several hospitals and they all suggested that I have an artificial lens implant because ordinary corrective surgery is not suitable for myopia of more than 1,000 degrees. He was a little embarrassed. The cost will be even higher. After a pause, Yue Yangsheng blushed and said, I usually work on the construction site and my glasses are particularly easy to fall off when I wear them and I often dirty the lenses. I saw your video that day, so I asked casually, but I didn't expect the surgery to be so expensive. Otherwise, forget it. Wang waved his hand. What is the most expensive quote? Yue Yangsheng hesitated and said, the most expensive is a private ophthalmology hospital which seems to be a chain enterprise. The doctor said that they use imported lenses and it costs 110,000 for 2 eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body changed from blue to purple. Zai Wang's mind moved and immediately triggered this purple wish prompt. I want to have a pair of bright and clear eyes and get rid of thick lenses completely. No problem, choose the most expensive one. If you have already contacted them, we can go to pay the hospital fee in the afternoon. Yue Yangsheng suddenly looked up and looked at the smiling man opposite in disbelief. His lips moved, but he couldn't speak. Okay, go back first. Meet at 2 p.m., send me the address of the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Zai. Yue Yangsheng was so excited that his face flushed and even his dark skin couldn't cover it. After saying goodbye to Yue Yangsheng, Zai Wang drank coffee quietly for more than 10 minutes and finally waited for the call from the last person who asked for help. After a while, he looked strangely at the woman in front of him who was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hood, covering herself tightly. This last person who asked for help was contacted temporarily 2 days ago, saying that she needed money for surgery, but no detailed explanation was given. Looking at her dress, Zai Wang was a little suspicious whether this was a public figure. But when she took off the mask, he knew he guessed wrong. Twisted scars like vines climbing wantonly turned the smooth facial skin into uneven bumps. The skin color was also pale or dark red like a canvas with unbalanced colors, making the face even more terrifying. Zai Wang lowered his eyes slightly, not meeting the woman's gaze behind the sunglasses, and whispered, "So you want to do a reconstructive plastic surgery?" The purple light gradually lit up. The woman put on the mask again and a hoarse voice came muffled. "Yes, my father caused a fire at home while charging the battery. My parents are gone, the house was lost, and all my savings were spent. I am the only one left, lingering on, living on the minimum living allowance. How much does it cost?" Zai Wang's pupils reflected the purple light, which seemed to be bright and dark. "Facial repair and plastic surgery will cost about 300,000. The woman responded numbly. She didn't have much hope and didn't even have much motivation to live. "Including the scars on your body and your vocal cords, do everything that can be repaired together. I'll give you 500,000. If it's not enough, contact me again." The woman's eyes behind the sunglasses were not clear, but her body was obviously shaking and her trembling voice came, You are not lying to me, right?" Zai Wang smiled slightly and whispered, "Give me the card number, I'll give you 50,000 first, you take it to the hospital for examination, contact me before hospitalization, and then deposit the rest in the hospital." The woman was stunned for a while and her scarred right hand trembled and handed over a bank card. "Yu Zumeng." The text message sounded. Yu Zumeng looked at the account information for a long time without saying a word and then bowed her head deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Zai, go, I'll wait for your call." Putting down the coffee that had already cooled down, Zai Wang felt relaxed. Thinking about the afternoon schedule, he went to the eye hospital to pay the bill and record a video, and he was not sure when he could reply. He simply sent a WeChat message to Yuan Yuan and asked her to practice by herself. Yuan Yuan looked at the message and pouted in frustration, but still replied with a received and a smiley face. Putting down the phone, she lowered her head and continued to slowly eat the fat-reducing meal for lunch, which included brown rice, chicken breast, and broccoli. Brother Wang said that he would do aerobic exercise on an empty stomach when he didn't exercise these days, and he couldn't let him down. At least he promised him not to secretly add food, and he must do it. "Excuse me, is there no one sitting here?" "I'll share a table," a male voice sounded in front of her. Yuan Yuan looked up in surprise and saw a familiar young man sitting directly opposite her. He put down the plate and looked over with a hint of eagerness. "The beauty looks familiar. Are you also working out at Yuidong?" Hearing this, Yuan Yuan recognized him as if he was the man who was with Hui Hui on the day of the card application. Yuan Yuan shrank back in fear, pursed her lips, and said softly, I didn't agree with you sitting here, please go to the side to eat, okay?" Hao Ji saw the weak performance of the girl opposite and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. Not good. Hao Ji has been keeping an eye on Yuan Yuan since the card application incident a few days ago. After secretly following her several times, he found that she came to the light food restaurant to eat fat-reducing meals for 3 meals a day, so he decided to take action today. This is a public dining place, you can sit at any table. The girl opposite is introverted and afraid to communicate with strangers. He has a lot of experience in dealing with such people. As long as he is tougher and persistent, he can basically easily control her. Sure enough, Yuan Yuan seemed to want to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything, lowered her head and continued to eat the fat-reducing meal. I have no ill intentions, nor am I a bad person, I just want to make a friend. Don't you know that you are really beautiful? You are completely in my aesthetic point. Hao Ji said with a sincere expression, affectionately and sincerely. From the day I saw you in the gym, you were all in my mind. Moreover, I think you have a good body shape and you don't need to listen to others to lose weight. You are the most perfect in your slightly fat state now. People who really like you will not ask you to lose weight, and men who cannot accept everything about you have ulterior motives. Brother Hao continued to pester her with a hint of meaning. Pa! The chopsticks slammed heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. Yuan Yuan stood up suddenly with anger burning in her big eyes and said word by word to the annoying young man in front of her. You are not allowed to frame Brother Wang. Then he didn't even eat most of the remaining meal, turned around and walked away quickly. Hao Ji was stunned for a while, touched his chin and began to review his performance just now. 4 p.m. Yuidong Fitness Center. Wang Jianai, wearing a black belly-exposing sports vest plus black tight shorts, showing a beautiful figure and smooth waistline, guided Yuan Yuan to do equipment training while chatting softly. After a few days of getting along, the two of them, one cheerful and enthusiastic, the other introverted and naive, and neither of them had any ulterior motives, quickly became good friends. The chat was also much more casual, but most of the topics revolved around Zai Wang. Yuan Yuan kept asking about Wang Ji's life in college. Wang Jianai simply told her everything she knew. The more she talked, the clearer her memory became. Milk sometimes unconsciously fell into a trance with an ambiguous smile on the corner of her mouth. Yuan Yuan was a little flustered. Milk sister, is it true that you liked Wang Ji at that time? Of course it's true, but it's all in the past. A trace of gloom floated across Wang Jianai's pretty face. Yuan Yuan stared at her reaction carefully and curled her lips. You don't know his childhood sweetheart. She was very venomous at that time and she always called people trash and trash. But she was powerful and smart and no one could beat her and few dared to confess their love. Wang Jianai was full of resentment when she talked about this. If it wasn't for Yi Lingxi, she would have rushed directly at that time. There are a few people who are much prettier than me, but she pointed at their noses and scolded them for being unclean and they ran away crying. What does unclean mean? Does she scold everyone for being unclean? Yuan Yuan asked timidly, as if the terrible devil was right in front of her. Wang Jianai's face flushed a little, looking at Yuan Yuan's innocent eyes. He stuttered, I'm not sure, probably means indecent. It's not that she scolds everyone, she didn't scold me at that time but just said disdainfully that my taste was okay but not worthy of her rubbish brother. This damn girl, I didn't even confess. She pressed me to the ground and rubbed me. Yuan Yuan became more and more scared as she listened and whispered, Then I won't go to see her, she will definitely scold me. Wang Jianai sighed, it can be seen that you like Wangzi very much, but if you want to be with him, Yi Lingxi is the test you must face. No one can replace her position in Wangzi's heart. I saw this clearly when I was in school, so I was afraid to move forward. But didn't she reject Wang? Why do you care so much? Who knows, many of us think she likes Wangzi, although she never admitted it. As for why she rejected him, no one knows, but the rejection did not affect their relationship at all. However, as Wangzi said, she seems to have matured after graduation. It can be said that Wan Yunfei was introduced by her, although we don't like people with the last name Wan. Seeing the flame of hope in Yuan Yuan's big eyes, Wang Jianai encouraged, Come on, Yuan Yuan. If you want to stand in front of Yi Lingxi and not be looked down upon, at least you can't be like this now. Practicing a perfect body will give you more confidence. Yeah, Yuan Yuan nodded heavily, I want to improve. In fact, over the past few days I have become more and more fond of sports. I decided to come every day in the future, regardless of whether Wang is free or not. Looking at Yuan Yuan, who was working hard and sweating, she was white, rich, and beautiful. Her only weakness was her figure, which would soon be no longer a problem. Coupled with the youthful vitality of 22 years old, Wang Jianai's eyes flashed with envy, followed by a deep sadness. She was about to turn 26. "Miss Yuan, we meet again." The sudden male voice interrupted Wang Jianai's melancholy. She looked up and saw Hao Ji standing next to Yuan Yuan, wearing a tight sports vest and shorts revealing his muscular lines. Niu Nai frowned. This Hao Ji was said to be the boss of a very promising startup company. He was worth tens of millions at a young age, had a car and a house in Beijing, had a good appearance and figure, and was single. He was the target of many female coaches in the fitness center. Why did he come to chat with Yuan Yuan? "I don't want to talk to you." Yuan Yuan turned her head away with some disgust. Anyone who said bad things about Wang Ji was classified as a bad person, like Wan Yunfei. "I want to apologize for my abruptness at noon. My expression was not very accurate at that time. Miss Yuan should indeed become better. Whether I am good or not has nothing to do with you. Please go away." Nai Menjuan was tough for once. "I just want to get to know Miss Yuan first. I believe we have a lot in common." Wang Jianai couldn't help it at this time and said solemnly, "Sir, my client is in class. Please don't disturb her." Hao Ji frowned. He waited for a few days to meet the opportunity that Zai Wang was not there. How could he give up easily? As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a clinging man. Today he must add WeChat first. A private trainer dared to drive him away. He stared at Wang Jianai and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to members like this? Do you believe I will complain to you and ask you to get out?" Wang Jianai raised her eyebrows and was about to fight back when she saw Yuan Yuan, who was half a head taller than her, blocking in front of her. "Don't bully Sister Milk. Go and complain and see who Manager Wei listens to." Hao's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that after just a few days this female personal trainer had such a good relationship with his target. He quickly relaxed his tone and showed a harmless smile. "I was just joking. How could I really complain about her? But I am sincere to Miss Yuan." "Let me guess what your sincerity is. How about it?" Someone interrupted him. "Brother Wang," Yuan Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "didn't you say you couldn't come today?" Wang Jianai looked at the tall figure of the man and was inexplicably relieved. "It's still early after I finished my work, so I came here." Zai Wang smiled and greeted the two of them, then turned to look at Brother Hao, who was looking at him with a vigilant look. "Do you want to pursue my Yuan Yuan?" he asked, with a playful look on his face. Brother Hao couldn't figure out the details of this man and could only say that he was suspected to be at the same level as Yuan Yuan. He was a little afraid in his heart, but he must not admit defeat at this time. "Yes, I really like Miss Yuan and want to get to know her first. This has nothing to do with you, right? You are not her boyfriend, and you have no right to stop others from pursuing her." At this time, there were already many fitness girls and female personal trainers who paid attention to Brother Hao, including Huey, who were approaching this side openly and secretly, and pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. For them, it was definitely not a happy thing for the prey they were fighting for to suddenly leave the hunting ground and run after others. At this time, everyone looked at Brother Hao with some resentment. Of course, they were also unhappy with the other party, Yuan Yuan and the others. In summary, everyone was just watching the fun and there was no obvious inclination. Instead, they were looking forward to a fight. "Haha, really?" Zai Wang looked at the purple light on the man and then glanced at the whole audience. His mind moved slightly and he triggered the wish prompt. "Then let me guess your true heart. Well, your startup company's cash flow is broken and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. It urgently needs funds to tide over the difficulties, otherwise the millions you invested will be wasted. So you set your sights on Yuan Yuan, who has a wealthy family, hoping to catch her as soon as possible and use her family's money to fill the company's hole. Am I right?" Brother Hao's face turned pale in an instant, his body shook and he stabilized again, gritting his teeth and saying hatefully, "You are slandering me. If you don't want people to chase your girlfriend, just spread rumors here, you. He wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw Zai Wang's smiling face and cold eyes, his heart sank. The situation of his company and the plan that he had never told anyone were all known clearly. Why should he doubt the other party's background? Maybe he was targeted by the bodyguard when he was following Yuan Yuan. Hao Ji, who was terrified and had a crazy imagination, dared not say anything more. He turned around and left angrily. On the way, he saw the suspicious eyes of the women around him and knew that his reputation in Yuidong was over. The fitness girls and female personal trainers who were watching the excitement were looking at the tall and strong young man with the hungry eyes of a hungry wolf looking at a little white rabbit. In just a few words, the celebrity member Hao Ji's background was exposed. Revealed, the man who has all the money and the rich and beautiful women are all paying for him. This is the diamond bachelor they dream of. You say he doesn't have a good figure like brother Hao. Sorry, I never like money, I just like this kind of figure, it's durable. When the time comes, I will squeeze him dry with my skills and I will naturally lose weight. Wang Jianai looked at her old classmate who was strategizing and was in a trance for a while, then quickly woke up, feeling the wolf-like eyes of the women around her, and then looked at Yuan Yuan's shining eyes next to her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. I didn't expect that you have become so fat and you can still be as powerful as in school. It might be a mistake to choose to move here. Monday, 1 p.m., Wenji Beidou Selly's direct store. After a few days of waiting, Zai Wang finally saw his own Wenji M9 Pure Electric Ultra version 100 kWh after completing all the formalities. The gilded black body glows charmingly in the sunlight, and the smooth aerodynamic lines make it full of sportiness and vitality. The body length and height exceed the BMW X5 and the whole car looks bigger and fiercer. Even so, its acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers is only 4.3s. After circling around the M9, Zai Wang opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. The panoramic sunroof, the wraparound Hongmeng cockpit and the integrated universal screen in front are more atmospheric and fashionable. The feeling of sitting in the car, I only felt that it was full of technology. After the sales lady's enthusiastic and personal explanation, he roughly adapted to the various functions. Then, in a hurry, he stepped on the pedal and drove away at high speed. Feeling the convenience brought by intelligent driving, Zai Wang arrived at Yuanjing Building in just 20 minutes. In the morning, he received a call from Gao Zirong, president of Zizhai Yuanwang Investment Co., Limited. And then rushed to Xinjiang Building, one of the landmark buildings in CBD. After a brief understanding of Zizhai Yuanwang's basic situation, he signed various documents and completely owned this investment company. At the same time, the transfer of 10% of Xingcheng Media's equity has also been completed. Zai Wang asked Gao Zirong to arrange a meeting with the shareholders of Xingcheng Media in the afternoon. Originally, he didn't need to show up for the small investment and even Gao Zirong wouldn't go, but when he resigned last Monday, he had already made up his mind to reunite with Hu Lijun and Chen Quangkai, and he would not miss it. Standing under the Yuanjing Building, looking up at the office building where he had worked for 3 years, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. In just over a week, his life has changed dramatically. Earlier, Zai Wang sent a message to Gao Zirong telling him that he had gone up first. Stepping into the familiar lobby, he took the elevator directly to the 15th floor. Looking at the exquisite and fashionable logo wall of Xingcheng Media in the glass door, he pushed the door open with a different mood. "Hello, sir, may I ask, are you Zai Wang?" The handsome and slim Xiao Zhang at the front desk stood up to greet him but unexpectedly recognized the colleague who resigned a week ago. You have changed a lot, obviously thinner and very energetic." Zai Wang nodded slightly and greeted him. Xiao Zhang has been in Xingcheng Media for almost a year, so he is considered a familiar person. The turnover of staff in his creative department was very high. Because of the demanding Chen Quangkai, many people resigned after less than half a year. It was only because of the heavy pressure that he endured for so long. Therefore, when he left, these colleagues who had no feelings for him didn't care at all. "I have an appointment with Boss Chi this afternoon, please inform him." Xiao Zhang looked at him in confusion, hesitant to speak, sat down and picked up the phone to speak in a low voice. Zai Wang vaguely heard her say, "Zai Wang, at the front desk, I want to see Boss Chi and so on. He thought she was talking to the secretary and didn't care. Who knew that in just a moment, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, Hu Lijun and Chen Kuangkai came to the front desk together. Zai Wang glanced at Xiao Zhang with a smile. She lowered her head in shame and didn't speak. Zai Wang, a low voice came, but it couldn't suppress the anger. Hu Lijun walked up to him with full momentum and looked at him coldly. Chen Kuangkai, who followed closely behind, didn't say anything, but his face was distorted. He was troubled by the divorce this week, and the letter of denunciation was obviously sent by this guy to his wife. If it weren't for the huge difference in size, he would have rushed over. What are you doing in Xingcheng Media? You are not welcome here. Zai Wang raised his eyebrows. It doesn't matter if you don't welcome me as long as Boss Chi welcomes me. You still want to see Boss Chi. Who do you think you are? You and Xingcheng Media no longer have any labor relationship. Boss Chi won't see you and you can't even think about entering the company, Hu Lijun said in a low voice with a cold and sarcastic face. She had a very difficult week. The shareholder she had previously relied on suddenly sold his shares at a premium and left without even saying hello. She and Chen Kuangkai immediately lost their backers in the company. In order to keep her position, she has been contacting several other shareholders for several days and she is extremely anxious. At this critical period, she heard that the recording bastard who resigned last week ran back to the company to see Boss Chi. How could she not be anxious? If the shareholders knew about the scandal she and Chen Kuangkai had done, no one would want her at all. Oh, President Hu is still as arrogant as last time and has more say than Boss Chi. I really admire you. Don't try to trick me. Xingcheng Media is naturally controlled by Boss Chi, but I still have the power to not let you enter the company. Hu Lijun learned a lesson and became much more cautious. If you don't leave, I'll call the security guards to throw you out. Haha, you can try it. Maybe you'll cry and beg me to come back later. Zai Wang didn't care about her threats. Looking at the time, the people from Zizhai Yuanwang were about to arrive. Chen Kuangkai couldn't bear it any longer and directly ordered Xiao Zhang, call the security guards from Yuanjing and tell them that someone is making trouble. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to look up at Zai Wang and quickly called the lobby. After a few minutes, the elevator door opened and 4 tall and strong security guards appeared in the elevator hall. The leading security captain frowned and walked into Xingcheng Media. Who is causing trouble? Hu Lijun breathed a sigh of relief and a hint of pride flashed in her narrowed eyes. Chen Kuangkai pulled his duck voice and laughed wildly, pointing at Zai Wang. It's him! Hurry up and carry this kid out. Let everyone else in the building see his ugly appearance. The security captain ignored him and looked at the tall and strong young man in front of him. If the other party resisted and made trouble, they would control him first and then call the police. If he didn't resist, only a fool would offend him. Sir, please go downstairs with us first. Zai Wang nodded indifferently. He didn't intend to ask for trouble. Anyway, if he went downstairs, someone would come to invite him in a while and then he would call Hu Lijun and Chen Kuangkai to come. Stop. A familiar shout came and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a cleaner walking out of the office area quickly. Aunt Kaiyan! Zai Wang was a little surprised. He missed her a lot after not seeing her for a few days. Originally, Yuan Yuan had mentioned twice that he should come to her house to sit down, and her mother wanted to see him. But Zai Wang didn't know how to face this sweeping monk, and was even more afraid that she would ask about his relationship with Yuan Yuan, so he simply declined. Aunt Kaiyan walked up quickly, first greeted him with a smile, then looked at the people around her, and in the inexplicable eyes of Zai Wang, Chen Kuangkai, Xiao Zhang, and the 3 security guards, she waved her hand with full of pressure. Back off. You have nothing to do here. Yes, Chairman. The security captain stood at attention, saluted, and pushed the other 3 security guards away. Dong what, chief? These security guards are not from Xingcheng Media but from the developer and operator of the building Yuanjing Group. It turns out that not only the 5-story supporting commercial building but the entire Yuanjing Group belongs to you. Zai Wang kept MMP in his heart again, which reminded him of the fear of being dominated by Yuan Yuan in the gym that day. You are really a mother and daughter. Chen Kuangkai, Zhao Zhang and some employees who were peeping in the office area were all stunned. Who would have thought that the cleaning lady who usually swept the floor and wiped the table around them was such a big shot? Hu Lijin didn't seem surprised. Her face was gloomy and ugly. She suppressed her anger and said, "Mr. Cayenne, even if you are our landlord, you can't control the internal affairs of Xingcheng Media, right? I don't care about your internal affairs, but it's impossible for my people to take Zai away." Hu Lijin gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, okay." Then she whispered to Zhao Zhang, "Are the executives still in the office?" She knew that there was a shareholders meeting today and she wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible. After all, the executives' offices and meeting rooms were far away from the front desk. As long as there were no executives outside, she could call the police without being discovered. Zhao Zhang lowered his head and reported, "Everyone else is here, but President Qi and his secretary went downstairs right after Zai Wang." Hu Lijin's heart skipped a beat and she quickly calmed down and said to Zai Wang, "How about this? President Qi is not here at the moment. Come to my office to talk first and I'll take you to see him later." Zai Wang didn't know that this was to calm himself down first and was about to refuse, but there was a ding sound and the elevator door opened and he walked in. A group of 5 people came out. Qi Mingcheng, who was wearing a fashionable casual suit and didn't look like a man in his 50s, and his beautiful secretary with black silk stockings, led 2 men and 1 woman to the front desk. The 3 guests were all wearing black suits and white shirts with their hair meticulously groomed and straight postures, looking like business elites. The middle-aged man in the lead had a handsome face and was very friendly, but he walked with a strong aura. He was Gao Zirong, the president of Zhiyuanwang, followed by his male assistant and the company's full-time female lawyer. Qi Mingcheng was very humble. As the boss and major shareholder, the reason why he went downstairs to greet them in person was naturally to leave a good impression on Gao Zirong and the new boss of Zhiyuanwang. 10% of the equity was nothing to him who held 51% of the shares, but Gao Zirong was a person worth making friends with. Before joining Zhiyuanwang, this person was a well-known figure in the investment circle. After that, he invested in many successful cases. His status in the circle is much higher than that of the boss of a medium-sized company. I heard a few days ago that Zhiyuanwang was acquired as a whole and even Gao Zirong's shares were sold. I don't know why he continued to stay here and be a worker willingly. Maybe the new boss has a better background. I wanted to greet the new boss as soon as possible, but when I met Gao Zirong, I found out that the boss surnamed Zai had already gone upstairs in advance. As soon as he walked out of the elevator door, Qi Mingcheng saw a group of people standing at the front desk and even 4 security guards from Yuanjing building, and he couldn't help frowning secretly. Seeing Hu Lijin was there, he winked with an unhappy look, indicating that she should quickly clear the people at the front desk, and wanted to take the 3 guests directly into the company to avoid the possible troubles at the front desk. In his opinion, the boss surnamed Zai might have been waiting in the reception room. Unexpectedly, Gao Zirong behind him suddenly took 2 quick steps and passed him. He said respectfully to a familiar-looking, slightly plump young man wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and gray casual pants outside the front desk, "Mr. Zai, I'm sorry we're late." As soon as these words came out, the place suddenly fell silent. Gao Zirong turned around and introduced Qi Mingcheng with a serious face. "Mr. Qi, this is the chairman of our Zhiyuanwang and also the new shareholder of Xingcheng Media, Mr. Zai Wang." The front desk Zhao Zhang's face turned pale instantly and he pinched his palm fiercely with his fingers, secretly cursing what stupid things he did. It would be great if he could tell him honestly that Mr. Qi had gone downstairs. Chen Kuangkai's eyes went dark and he almost fell to the ground. He no longer had a home and lived in the office every day. If he didn't have a job again, how could he live? Hu Lijin's eyes narrowed and widened, full of disbelief. How could the decadent fat otaku a week ago become a shareholder of the company in just a few days? Although Aunt Cayenne didn't understand what was going on, she had a bright smile on her face and looked at Zai Wang with interest, happy for her future son-in-law in her mind. Qi Mingcheng was a little confused. Although he didn't come to the company often, he still knew this old employee who had been there for 3 years. He didn't recognize him just now because he had lost 10 pounds and looked a little different. He tried to suppress his surprise, stepped forward and shook hands with Zai Wang and tentatively said, "Director Zai Wang, this caught me off guard. Haven't you been working at Xingcheng Media? Why did you suddenly?" Zai Wang smiled harmlessly. "Mr. G doesn't seem to pay much attention to the company's situation. I was fired by Vice President Hu and Director Chen a week ago, but because I have a deep affection for this place, I acquired Zhiyuanwang and then bought some shares of Xingcheng Media, which can be regarded as returning to this big family. Haha." As soon as these words came out, Qi Mingcheng's face changed slightly. There was obviously a problem here. If it was not resolved well, a shareholder holding 10% of the shares would go against him, which would be very annoying after all. He glanced at Hu Lijun and Chen Quangkai, who all lowered their heads. It seemed that the situation just now was that the three of them were confronting each other at the front desk. "You two really messed me up." Qi Mingcheng collected his thoughts and smiled heartily. "Since you are an old employee, the cooperation between our shareholders will definitely be smoother. This is a good thing. Come on, let's go in and talk." He asked the secretary to take Zai Wang and Gao Zirong to his office, and then he quietly slowed down and approached Aunt Kayan next to him. He whispered, "Mr. Kayan, why are you here to join in the fun?" Aunt Kayan glanced at him and snorted, "My future son-in-law is almost bullied to death by those two. I'm here to support him." Qi Mingcheng was stunned and asked in confusion, "Your future son-in-law is?" Suddenly reacting, he took a breath. "Zai Wang." If he remembered correctly, Mr. Kayan seemed to have only one daughter, which means that this kid will also be the heir of Yuanjing Group in the future. What kind of background does this guy have who has worked hard for 3 years under his nose? He made the big boss in the investment circle sell his shares and work as an honest worker, and was chosen by the CEO of a billion-dollar enterprise to be his son-in-law. There is such a big man-eating plant hidden in his small garden. Qi Mingcheng walked towards the office with mixed feelings and gradually had some ideas in his mind. Half an hour later, the new shareholder meeting was held in the Xingcheng Media Conference Room. 6 shareholders, a president and 3 vice presidents and 3 representatives of Zhiyuanwang attended the meeting together. In the modern-style decoration and the fashionable conference room, several people from Xingcheng Media looked at Qi Mingcheng with complicated eyes. There sat a familiar and unfamiliar young man. Familiar because he is an old employee here for 3 years, unfamiliar because he has lost a lot of weight, and secondly, because I don't know how he completed the counterattack. Qi Mingcheng presided over the meeting, briefly introduced the details of the share transfer, and then gave the opportunity to speak to the young man. Zai Wang said some clichés like unity and cooperation, creating greater glory, and then he was too lazy to waste time with these people and directly put forward his purpose. "As a shareholder, I hereby propose a temporary proposal, that is, to fire Vice President Hu Lijun and Creative Director Chen Quangkai, on the grounds that the two of them colluded and framed employees." The scene was in an uproar. Hu Lijun stood up suddenly and screamed, "You are abusing your power and retaliating. The charge of abuse of power is good, just add it to the accusation against you." Zai Wang clapped his hands as if he just remembered it. Hu Lijun was so angry that her face turned blue. She said loudly, "Everyone, please listen to me." At that time, Zai Wang did not complete the planning case assigned by Chen Quangkai on time, which directly affected the company's live broadcast plan. "I fired him according to the company's rules and regulations. Moreover, I fully considered that he was an old employee and he had no merits but hard work, and I specially compensated him N+1 according to the dismissal standards. It can be said that he has done his best. I didn't expect that he was such an ungrateful person, and he actually bit back. I have worked hard for Xingcheng Media for so many years, and it is really disappointing." Hu Lijun's impassioned speech made several small shareholders and management hesitate, and they all turned their eyes to Qi Mingcheng. "Ahem." Qi Mingcheng coughed lightly and said, "Just now in the office, President Zai talked to me briefly about this matter. The specific process is a little different from what Xiao Hu said, and it still needs to be investigated. I personally trust President Zai and everyone can discuss it as much as they want. Hu Lijin felt cold in her heart after hearing this. She didn't expect that President Qi would have a tendency in such a short time. She couldn't help but look at a shareholder named Li who was diagonally opposite. He was the new backer that she had basically confirmed after running around for a few days. Li Qiang hesitated. Although Hu Lijin's vice president was not ranked high within the company, it was at least a good supplement for him. It was a pity to give up like this. He cleared his throat and said righteously, Xiao Hu is a veteran of the company and a vice president. It is inappropriate for her and the company to fire her without making any mistakes, and both of them hold important positions. Leaving rashly will have a great impact on the operation of the company. In addition, the N+1 compensation is also a considerable expense. Zai Wang suddenly said, Mr. Li means that as long as the position is important, even if it violates the company's rules and regulations, you can do whatever you want. Your point of view coincides with Hu Lijin's. Li Qiang frowned. Mr. Zai's words are an accusation. The company's rules and regulations are of course fair to everyone, but they did not violate them. Both of you insist on your own opinions and have no evidence. I have evidence. Hu Lijin suddenly stood up and looked around, especially at Zai Wangshi. Her eyes revealed deep pride. After the meeting, I arranged for someone to make a paper version of the meeting minutes according to work practice, which clearly stated the meeting date, the person in charge of the plan and the deadline, and my signature was also on it to confirm. After that, Hu Lijin took out a thick meeting record from the folder in front of her and circulated it to everyone. At the same time, she secretly felt lucky. After dismissing Zai Wang that day, she felt uneasy, so she deliberately forged this meeting record just in case. Li Qiang carefully flipped through the file and felt more stable. He said confidently, although it is not a file in the OA, such a detailed meeting record cannot be forged in a short time. Director Zai, it's not that I don't believe you, but let's forget about it. Don't let personal conflicts affect the operation of the company. Zai Wang leaned back in his chair comfortably, ignored Li Qiang and said to Hu Lijin, Yes, we can add another charge of forging documents against you. He looked around, especially looking at Li Qiang without avoiding, and then picked up the mobile phone on the table. Do you want evidence? I have it too. Hu Lijin's heart skipped a beat. Seeing his familiar movements, she desperately shouted impossible in her heart. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Zai Wang unlocked his phone, turned up the volume, and clicked on the recording clip just like he did 7 days ago. Director Chen, today is June 10th. I will apply for a bonus for you this month. After this clip and the one in the office were played, Hu Lijin's content came on. Everyone is so cunning. I have the final say in the company. If I don't like you, I will fire you. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to arbitration or the court. The company's legal department can't be supported for nothing. After the recording was played, the meeting room was silent. Zai Wang chuckled and said, What do you think after listening to it? Combined with the time of the meeting minutes, I said that they framed the employees. Isn't it unfair? Li Qiang glared at Hu Lijin fiercely, lowered his head and stopped talking. Hu Lijin, with a pale face, looked at Zai Wang with dull eyes and kept muttering, Impossible, impossible. I clearly saw that everything was deleted, even the cloud backup was deleted. Zai Wang smiled harmlessly again. Sorry, when I was looking for the recording file for you, I forwarded several copies to my email and WeChat. Then he looked at Li Qiang and comforted him, Mr. Li, don't worry about paying them N+1 this time, right? This kind of behavior seriously violates the company's rules and regulations, and there are more than one, and there is definitely no compensation. Of course, Ms. Hu has the right to appeal to the labor arbitration. As she said in the recording, the company's legal affairs cannot be supported in vain, he. Li Qiang looked at the tea in front of him, his mind wandering, and he seemed to have heard nothing at all. Everyone else present was secretly glad that they didn't stand out, otherwise they would not only be misjudged, but also offended this new shareholder who seemed to have an unusual relationship with Mr. Qi. Qi Mingcheng was proud of his correct judgment, and he spoke directly to make the final decision. Dismissing a vice president is not a trivial matter, so shareholders start voting. Zai Wang sat in the chairman's office with a happy mood and chatted with Qi Mingcheng, Aunt Kaiyan, and Gao Zirong. During the period, Aunt Kaiyan and Gao Zirong were introduced to each other. Although they had never met, they had heard of each other's names. Gao Zirong looked at his mysterious boss, who was held by the hand of Kaiyan, the billionaire of Yuanjing Group, like his own son and nephew, and felt that his background was profound. Zizha Yuanwang originally belonged to a trust with a mysterious and unfathomable background. Gao Zirong only held a small part of the shares. This time the boss suddenly changed and all his shares were repurchased. Not only was the price irresistible to him, but he was also given huge compensation in many aspects such as shares of other companies, and the requirement was to continue to stay in Zizha Yuanwang to assist the new boss. Gao Zirong was not stupid, so he could naturally see the relationship between the new boss and the original trust and decisively signed the agreement. Now it seems that the other party's thigh is really thick. Zai Wang was held by Aunt Kaiyan's hand and he was a little restless. He really couldn't stand the eager eyes of the other party looking at his son-in-law, for fear that the next moment he and Yuan Yuan would be dragged to get the marriage certificate. In a moment of urgency, he suddenly thought of an excuse. Aunt Kaiyan, Yuan Yuan, and I go to the gym every day. Now the time has passed and she is still waiting for me. Yes, I forgot. I can't delay your date, otherwise Yuan Yuan will blame me. Go quickly, come to see Auntie when you are free. Zai Wang greeted the other two and without waiting for Gao Zirong, he quickly opened the door and left. Strolled to Yuidong Fitness, changed clothes and went to the second floor. Yuan Yuan had already started exercising under the guidance of Wang Jianai. Yuan Yuan, who had lost weight, changed into a slightly tight sportswear today. Zai Wang couldn't take his eyes away. This big-framed girl began to reveal her hidden charm as she lost weight. The thinness of her face made her facial features more three-dimensional and even had a sense of exoticism. In terms of figure, I don't know if it's natural or the effect of being a fitness expert. Yuan Yuan is thin where she should be thin, and the places that shouldn't be thin are still full and round, which makes it more prominent. In fact, Wang Jianai and Yuan Yuan were also delighted to see Zai Wang. Not only is his weight decreasing, but his height is also gradually increasing. The combined effect of the two is also very obvious. He is much more handsome than a week ago. Niu Nai is now accustomed to the abnormal weight loss speed of these two people. Anyway, they both went to the hospital for a checkup and all the indicators are very good, so let's continue to practice. At the current speed, the goal can be achieved in 1.5 months. Zai Wang chatted with the two casually for a few words and then started strength training, but as time went on, the three of them found something wrong. I don't know, when there was a circle of fitness girls and female personal trainers around, each of them has a good figure and the fitness clothes they wear are particularly eye-catching. The materials are simple and the sight is confusing. The ones with the rear bridge are squatting with their backs to them, the ones with thin waists are practicing abdominal lifting, and the ones with big waists are naturally doing chest expansion. From time to time, someone would throw a wink at him. With so many free benefits, Zai Wang was a little overwhelmed and dazzled. He felt his heart surge and exercised more vigorously. Tusk tilde questioning Brother Hao, understanding Brother Hao, becoming Brother Hao. He was furious and the two people next to him were also furious. Yuan Yuan and Wang Jianai were so angry about these roast chickens. Seeing someone's interest, they got even angrier. Niu Nai coughed lightly. Wang Zai tilde, I think your movements are very standard now and your strength is almost enough. You can stick to aerobics at home by yourself and you don't have to run to Yuidong every day. Zai Wang was a little puzzled. I paid for a membership card to hire you as a personal trainer and in the end I had to practice at home by myself. Besides, if you're here, Yuan Yuan will always be distracted, which will seriously affect her training progress. Zai Wang frowned, his face full of disapproval. How is it possible? Yuan Yuan is looking forward to my coming the most. She can't practice at all without me. No, Yuan Yuan's pretty face was tight and she denied him mercilessly. Milk's sister is right. Brother Wang's being here does affect me. You should practice at home in the future. Looking at brother Wang's shocked and heartbroken eyes, Yuan Yuan couldn't bear it and added, "When you eat, you can come and eat fat-reducing meals with us." Zai Wang wanted to argue, "You leave now, immediately, right away," the two women said in unison. Thursday, 7 a.m. The electric curtains slowly and steadily moved to both sides, letting the bright morning sunshine into the room. Zai Wang stood in front of the French window, stretched his waist with his upper body naked. His weight has dropped to 162 kgs and his speed has begun to slow down. The next step is to build muscle and shape his body. His clear and bright eyes looked at the distant skyline. He was not used to such a clear vision. Even wearing contact lenses before could not correct his current vision. On Tuesday, Zai Wang accompanied Yue Yangsheng to complete the artificial lens implantation surgery on his left eye and took some video materials. Yesterday, the right eye surgery was also successfully completed. After the wish was settled, he was given 1.82 million fusion points, the first purple wish package, and a limited-time discount for binocular vision correction. Zai Wang did not hesitate to use 100,000 fusion points to exchange for this prop with an original price of 8.88 million. According to the instructions, I used it before going to bed last night. When I opened my eyes this morning, the whole world became so clear. The purple gift pack opened a property value-added card. This one-time item can greatly increase the value of the property when you redeem or receive a bonus property. According to the level of the red and blue gift packs, this value-added rate should be a big surprise, but he can't use it for the time being, so he collected it first. Then, Zai Wang did an hour of fat-burning exercises as usual and added new strength training. After washing up, he thought about today's arrangements while eating breakfast. On Wednesday morning, according to the appointment, he paid off all the 148 million bank mortgages and his debts were finally cleared. In the afternoon, Yu Zumeng was officially hospitalized. He went to deposit 450,000 for hospitalization expenses. The treatment and plastic surgery will last for a long time, so he can't rush it. But Zai Wang's two videos on the Douyin account Turtle in the Wishing Pool about Yue Yangsheng's successful surgery and Yu Zumeng's plastic surgery preview went viral, and the number of fans, comments, likes, reposts and other data all grew exponentially. Of course, this is also related to his investment in Douyin Plus. The data explosion caused him a lot of trouble. He couldn't handle the private messages and comments. No, he had to hire a secretary or assistant and one was probably not enough. He simply picked 4 or 5 people who needed help last night and arranged to meet in the afternoon, leaving the morning time for his treasure girl. Today was the day when Yu Bebe started the first phase of training. 9 o'clock in the morning. With a squeak of brakes, the BMW X5 stopped steadily on the roadside outside the gate of Beidou Fashion College, accompanied by the idling sound of the engine, and lay dormant steadily. Many students near the school gate seemed to recognize the BMW with a license plate full of 6s and 8s and began to point and talk again. Zai Wang sat in the driver's seat. He couldn't see through the window from outside, but he could see outside clearly. He was a little puzzled by the fuss of these students. Then he thought of Yu Bebe, the little beauty. After hearing him say on Monday that he had obtained the Wenji, he carefully asked himself if he could still drive the BMW to see her. Although he was a little surprised by her purpose because Yu Bebe was not the kind of person who liked to show off, he still agreed. Anyway, he told Yuan Yuan to return the car, but she refused to take it, so he would drive it for a while. Not 2 minutes later, Bebe, who was wearing a pair of energetic buns and full of youthful vigor, walked out of the school gate. She was wearing a pair of sky blue denim shorts with slightly frayed hems, revealing her snow-white and slender bird legs, and a pair of yellow canvas shoes. She wore a short light yellow printed t-shirt on her upper body, and the corners of her clothes were casually tucked into her shorts, highlighting her slender waist, and she carried the white Lady Dior bag diagonally. Yu Bebe ignored the eyes of the people around her, which were mixed with contempt, jealousy, disgust, surprise, greed, and other emotions, and walked straight to the expensive black BMW, opened the door, and elegantly lifted her legs and hips to sit in. Then, with the roar of the engine, the BMW X5 left all the suspicions of the crowd far behind and sped away. In the car, Yu Beibei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Zai Wang in surprise after not seeing him for 5 days. "Brother, how did you lose so much weight? Are you okay? Just exercise and diet." "Nothing. I went for a physical examination and the doctor recommended that I participate in the Olympics. Go, go, go." Beibei smiled and suddenly stretched out her little hand to touch his cheek. Zai Wang felt the soft and delicate touch and felt numb all over as if he had been electrified. He couldn't help but smile and said, "What are you doing?" The little beauty's blushing face was like a blooming rose. She bit her lower lip and said, "Brother, you look so good when you lose weight. You are more handsome than I thought." "You Beibei's loyalty +2, what's that?" "When I was your age, I was handsome then, but I haven't recovered to my peak yet." Zai Wang put on a narcissistic face. "No picture, no truth." Beibei pouted with a disdainful tone but a cunning look in her eyes. "Wait." While waiting for the red light, Zai Wang took out an old photo from his mobile phone album and sent it over. Yu Beibei smiled like a little fox, opened the photo and looked at it carefully. "Wow, brother, you were really handsome back then. How come you were also a school idol?" Looking at the 18-year-old boy in the photo with sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a pure smile, the simple white t-shirt and jeans could not hide his handsomeness and style, as if the Prince Charming in the girl's dream had walked into reality. Yu Beibei's eyes were full of twinkling little stars. She slid her slender fingers quickly and was about to set this photo as the wallpaper of her mobile phone but stopped at the last moment. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned. She canceled the setting and even deleted the photos in the album, leaving only the original photos in the WeChat, and then added them to the collection. She breathed a sigh of relief and began to chatter with Zai Wang about the fun things of the past few days. From time to time, she would sneak a peek at his profile and felt extremely comfortable. Half an hour later, the BMW stopped in front of a 5-story building near the North 4th Ring Road. The stylish and artistic facade with the huge artistic words "Confronting Culture and Art Training Center" standing prominently on the roof. There are many metal plaques on both sides of the gate, all of which are XXX TV Station Cooperation Organization, XXX Film and Television Center Designated Training Organization, XX Department Cooperation Unit, and so on, showing the connections and status of this training center. When Zai Wang and Yu Beibei got out of the car, someone was already standing at the door waiting. A middle-aged woman in a plain and elegant suit came up with a young female assistant. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zai?" The middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses and a graceful demeanor asked in a gentle voice. "It's me. Are you Ms. Yu who contacted me last week? I'm Yu Kyujun. Welcome to your presence. Please come in." The other party's attitude was very polite, even respectful. The lobby design of Confronting is also full of artistic atmosphere. There are many photos of celebrities visiting and training at Confronting on the corridor, as well as a considerable number of photos of Yu Kyujun and various celebrities in the entertainment industry on various occasions. Zai Wang originally thought that she was just a person in charge, but now it seems that she is wrong. "Excuse me, are you from Confronting? I'm sorry that I didn't have time to introduce myself. I am the founder of Confronting and also a major shareholder." Zai Wang and Yu Beibei sat in the exquisite and elegant office drinking coffee served by the assistant. "I didn't expect that Boss Yu would come in person." According to his understanding, Confronting is not a small workshop. It has large stores in several major cities across the country. Even if Yu Kyujun is based in Beidou, it should not be involved in such a small order. Mr. Zai is a distinguished member of Maria. "I will definitely come to receive you." Yu Kyujun added in his heart that he is a distinguished S-level member. As a service provider of Maria, Yu Kyujun is naturally aware of its huge strength and has received some member orders, but the S-level members whose order levels are specially highlighted are a level that she has never encountered. Being able to contact this real boss hidden under layers of cover is a rare opportunity for her to expand her network, which is naturally not to be missed. "Well, let me introduce you to Confronting and the training program prepared for Ms. Yu Beibei according to your requirements." "How about it? Thank you." Zai Wang nodded. Yu Kyujun intended to show his strength to prove that the choice of S-level members was correct. He focused on the situation of Kimingsing's branches across the country, how strong and professional training forces it has, its cooperation with many well-known entertainment companies, and which well-known artists and traffic stars it has trained. Wang kept a calm face, but Yu Bebe, who had never seen the world, was excited. She thought her brother was just looking for an ordinary training institution, but who would have thought that it was such a big cow in the industry? I don't know how much it will cost. And the boss of this national chain training institution, who knows countless big names and stars in the entertainment industry, is so respectful to her brother, which is obviously a gesture towards a superior. Yu Bebe feels that the more she contacts with her brother, the less she knows him. From a decadent online taxi driver at the beginning to a self-media entrepreneur with plenty of money, then a real rich man who spent a lot of money to buy a house, and now a hidden boss with a mysterious background. With the change of cognition, Yu Bebe began to become more and more confused. Her brother has far exceeded the level she expected at the beginning. Can she still stay with him? An inexplicable panic surged in her heart again, just like the last time in the central ring of Ten Kings Mansion. When the panic was about to reach its peak, a warm, big hand was placed on the top of her head and gently rubbed her. Yu Bebe looked sideways and saw her brother smiling at her. His clear and gentle eyes were like a breeze blowing away all her confusion. It was like a sweet spring moistening her heart. "Don't be distracted, I've already talked about your training plan." "I know, brother." Yu Bebe nodded obediently. Her heart was firm again, just like the decision she made on the night of their first meeting. She must seize this opportunity and seize the future. Yu Bebe loyalty +5. Wang nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't know that he had just interrupted the gathering of a golden wish. Yu Kyujun pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and observed the interaction between the two calmly, with a plan in mind. He didn't need to rush to get closer to this S-level member. As long as this beautiful little lover was trained here, there would be plenty of opportunities. Then I will introduce Ms. Yu's training program in detail. This is customized according to Mr. Zai's requirements. The training is expected to take about 3 months and cover 4 aspects. The first is image shaping, including appearance, posture training, temperament development, clothing matching, hair design, etc., aiming to improve personal image and temperament so that you can always keep yourself in the best condition. The second part is stage performance, including language expression, body language, camera sense, stage positioning, audience interaction, emergency response, etc., to enhance stage charm, performance, and confidence. The third part is dance training and physical training, which can also be regarded as an extension of stage performance. Finally, there are some auxiliary trainings such as all media response strategies, psychological construction and stress resistance, etc. What do you think of this training plan? Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? Wang had no opinion on the training plan. He just listened to the arrangements of professionals. Moreover, this plan not only included all system requirements but also expanded and extended. He looked at Yu Bebe. "What do you think? Can you stick to it?" The little beauty looked back at him firmly and nodded heavily. "No problem, I can do it." Yu Bebe knew that training would take up a lot of her energy and time, but this was not only for her own improvement but also for her future development. More importantly, this was her brother's expectation that she could become the shape he wanted. "Yu Babino, the first phase of the training plan has been opened. Players, please go to the exchange store to exchange for a limited time offer training refueling packs." Players share all the results of Yu Bebe's training and the effects of the refueling packs in real time. Wang entered the exchange store and saw 2 training refueling packs. Stage Star, a one-time prop. After use, the training effect related to stage performance, dance training, etc. is doubled. Limited time offer 100,000 fusion value. Image spokesperson, a one-time prop. After use, the training effect related to personal image, temperament, demeanor, shape, etc. is doubled. Limited time offer 100,000 fusion value, all redeemed, designated for Yu Bebe. He believed that with these 2 props, just like Yuan Yuan's weight loss, the training speed would be greatly accelerated, and then it would be Yu Kyujun's turn to be shocked. Let's follow this plan. From today, Bebe can come for training every Thursday morning and weekend before the summer vacation. Thank you, boss you. Mr. Zai, you are too polite. We will choose the best teachers to teach. You can leave it to Kimmingsing without any worries. Zai Wang, who had nothing to do in the morning, watched the training and was very satisfied with the level of the teachers. Near noon, after the course was over, he took Yu Beibei to find a place to have lunch and then send her back to class. The two had no idea what to eat, so Zai Wang simply drove to the nearby Wuluku shopping center and planned to go shopping inside. There were so many restaurants that there would always be something they liked. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, they went all the way up. At the current stage of loyalty, Yu Beibei no longer avoided slight physical contact. She held his arm lightly throughout the whole process, chatting and walking with a smile on her face. Zai Wang enjoyed the company of the beauty and was quite comfortable. Comparing in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh at Yuan Yuan's shyness. Her loyalty of 65 was 8 points higher than Yu Beibei's, but she was still too shy to hold hands, wasting her love brain. He knew that if he took the initiative, Yuan Yuan would definitely not refuse and would even be very happy. But thinking of the 10 billion assets of Yuanjing Group, Zai Wang couldn't bring himself to do it. The two of them went all the way to the 6th floor and saw a Beidou cuisine restaurant called Hunger. There were many people waiting at the door. Zai Wang didn't like to wait in line, so he took Yu Beibei to go around and continue looking. As soon as he walked over, a girl's voice came from the side. "Sister Beibei?" Hearing the greeting, Zai Wang and Yu Beibei stopped at the same time and turned to look. Among the guests waiting in the Hunger, there were a man and 2 women traveling together. The girl with a round face, who was at most 1.6 meters tall, stood up and waved happily to Yu Beibei. The tall and thin boy wearing glasses next to him looked somewhat similar to the fat girl and was quite handsome. He obviously knew Yu Beibei but frowned and had no intention of getting up. Even another girl with delicate makeup and seductive eyes who was about to get up was pressed on her thigh by him and sat back. Zai Wang could feel that Yu Beibei's arm around him suddenly tightened, and he immediately understood that he had obviously met someone he hated. The two turned to face each other. Yu Beibei pursed her rosy lips and greeted the round-faced girl, Zai Oyu. Then he nodded to the boy reluctantly. "Cousin, are they actually relatives?" Zai Wang was quite surprised, but he looked down at the boy calmly. The cousin seemed to be bothered by the presence of outsiders. Seeing Yu Beibei take the initiative to say hello, he finally stood up and responded. He was about 175 cm tall and thin, which was obviously not good enough in front of Zai Wang's tall and strong figure of 181 cm. The fat girl named Xiaoyu should have a good relationship with Yu Beibei. She asked with a smile, "Sister Beibei, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome, tilde." Yu Beibei's little hand suddenly clenched, her nails pierced into the palm of her hand and her cherry lips opened, but she didn't know how to speak. He said he was a boyfriend, but the two had never expressed their attitudes. She also felt that it was a little short. She didn't know what her brother would think if she spoke rashly. If he wasn't, what was the matter with her intimately holding the man's arm? While she was struggling, a gentle and magnetic voice came to her ears. "Hello, I am Beibei's boyfriend, Zai Wang." Yu Beibei felt her nose sour and tears almost burst out. She quickly lowered her head to adjust her mood, but she pulled his arm hard and pulled it in front of her. "My brother is still so considerate." Yu Beibei's loyalty plus 10. She took a breath, calmed down, and began to introduce under Xiaoyu's teasing eyes. "Brother, this is my uncle's cousin Duan Yu, the same age as me, a freshman at Beidou University of Science and Technology." Then she looked at the man and woman. "This is my cousin Duan Yuan, Xiaoyu's brother and sister, also in Beidou University of Science and Technology, a junior." Xiaoyu took over the conversation. "This beautiful girl is my brother's girlfriend named Wen Yakyu, also a junior at Beidou University of Science and Technology." The few people nodded to each other politely. Wen Yakyu, who was not very interested in this handsome man and beautiful woman because of her boyfriend's attitude, had her eyes wandering around casually, but they froze in an instant. She stared at Yu Beibei's Lady Dior, swallowed her saliva, and then began to look at the two of them seriously. Well, the clothes are not big brands. Although her boyfriend's cousin is dressed well, they are obviously ordinary goods bought online. How could she carry this Dior bag that she has been thinking about for a long time? Is it a high imitation? Then her eyes fixed on Zai Wang's wrist again. Is it Vacheron Constantin? When Yakyu, who is not very familiar with men's watches, is not sure. At this time, Zaiyu had already made a warm invitation. Sister Bebe, are you also looking for a place to eat? Join us, it's almost time and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Yu Bebe and Duan Yun frowned at the same time and were about to refuse, but when Yakyu suddenly pulled her boyfriend and said meaningfully, "That's right, it's rare to meet relatives by chance and we can eat separately." Duan Yun seemed to realize that it was not appropriate to refuse, so she didn't say anything. "Then let's go together, but you have been waiting for so long we can't take advantage of you, I'll treat you to this meal." Zai Wang smiled and made the final decision. Just kidding, he still wanted to know more about the little beauty's family situation. Such a good opportunity should not be missed. Duan Yun's brows relaxed a little, but his girlfriend next to him spoke again. "How can that be? This restaurant is not cheap, let's split the bill." "No, you are still in school, so don't compete with me, a social animal, to pay the bill." Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, "Is Brother Zai already working? You look very young, I thought you were a senior in the 4th year." Zai Wang gave her an appreciative look. "You, a little fat girl, have a bright future. Brother will remember you. I'm 26 years old and have been working for several years." Hearing this, Duan Yun straightened his chest and immediately stood up. He felt that he was young and promising and had a promising future. He was better than a social animal who had been beaten by society. "You are so arrogant to treat me to a meal. Isn't it just a few years earlier than us? When I graduate, I will find a job with a monthly salary of less than 3. I don't care about it even if it's worth tens of thousands. When I was 26, I had already bought a car and a house in Beidou. How could I be like you, relying on a few years of social experience to cheat a little girl?" After laughing twice, Duan Yun said meaningfully, "Then you are much older than you, Bebe." "Yes, there is a difference of 7 years. Fortunately, Bebe doesn't think I'm old." Zai Wang would never treat such a brat as a joke. "Brother, don't talk nonsense, you are not old." Yu Bebe pinched his waist with a red face. At this time the waiter called their number and asked several people to follow him into the Hutong gate. This Beidou restaurant is naturally decorated with the characteristics of the old Beidou. The interior style is full of nostalgia. Next to the seat is an old brick wall with the name of the Hutong. Old objects such as 28-inch bars, old-fashioned dial phones, thermos bottles, etc. can be seen everywhere, trying to restore the old Beidou style of the 1970s and 1980s. The number they were in was not a private room, but just an ordinary table for 4 people, which was crowded enough to fit them in. Zai Wang was afraid that they would not dare to order, so he took the menu and ordered several expensive and famous dishes such as Wenfang roast duck, Beilai roast lamb, Qianlong cabbage, crispy shrimp, scallion and yam braised pig's tendon, and then let them order. The other 4 added a few special dishes such as rabbit mashed potatoes and honeycomb coal fried rice, and then gave up. While waiting for the dishes to be served, when Yakyu first turned her head to study the bag that Yu Bebe placed next to the table. The details were impeccable, exactly the same as what she had seen in the store. Then, taking advantage of the distance, she carefully recorded the characteristics of Zai Wang's watch, secretly searched for it on her mobile phone under the table, and finally found the exact same model, and then she took a breath of cold air. Vacheron Constantin Overseas Series Ultra-Thin Carved Perpetual Calendar, public price 117 million. This is like wearing a luxury car on your wrist. Look at the handsome, gentle, and non-aggressive Zai Wang, and then look at Duan Yun, who is beside her and talks about internships and employment prospects in her senior year. She suddenly felt that this boyfriend, who was originally quite satisfactory, was not so attractive. During the dinner, the atmosphere was quite harmonious without any vulgar and mindless conflicts. Although Yu Bebe and Duan Yun did not get along, they maintained basic courtesy due to their kinship. Coupled with Xiaoyu's heartlessness and Wen Yakyu's deliberate approach, Yu Bebe at least had a good time chatting with them. Zai Wang seemed very quiet, eavesdropping on their conversation most of the time. Unfortunately, no one revealed Beibei's family situation and the source of their conflict. The topic mainly revolved around college life, and only occasionally could he hear some of Yu Beibei's childhood fun and embarrassing stories. However, when he heard that Wen Yakyu was a junior student majoring in administration, he suddenly thought of a certain girl who was also in the same class and major at Beijing University of Science and Technology. To be honest, due to work and life pressure, I haven't visited her for a long time. I am not a competent brother. It just so happens that her birthday is coming soon, so I will buy her a gift to make up for it. Zai Wang did not ask Wen Yakyu if she knew the girl. They were not familiar with her and the situation was unclear, so it was better not to try to establish a relationship with her. When Yakyu asked him indirectly what kind of job he was doing, but Zai Wang just laughed it off by saying that he used to be a hardworking worker and now he has opened a small company. After having a good meal and a good drink, Zai Wang had already paid the bill in advance, and the five of them walked out of the restaurant. After a brief discussion, Yu Beibei was going back to school for classes and they were also going back to Beijing University of Science and Technology, so the two groups said goodbye. Zai Wang walked and strolled with the little beauty. There were no big brands in the Wuluku shopping center, so he quickly lost interest and went all the way to the underground garage. Duan Yun, Duan Yu and Wen Yakyu were dizzy and swollen by the scorching sun in the summer afternoon as soon as they stepped out of the air-conditioned shopping mall. When they walked 200 meters in the 37-degree high temperature to the bus stop, they were already sweating and miserable. Hiding in a shade where the sun doesn't shine, the hot wind that blows in front of them is still irritating without any cool feeling. The three of them lost the desire to talk and just hoped that the bus would arrive soon. Just as they were anxious, they saw a large black SUV with smooth lines slowly approaching. The cold white double-arrow daytime running lights in front of the car were like the cold pupils of a ferocious beast, and the blue and white BMW logo on the front of the car was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. The three of them watched this expensive BMW stop beside them, the dark passenger window lowered silently, and the sweet and pretty face of Yu Beibei who had just parted was reflected in their shocked eyes. "Get in the car, brother will take you back to school." The sweet and crisp voice broke the stagnation of the three. Zai Oyu was the first to react, shouting, "Brother Zai is mighty," and got into the back seat first. When Yakyu did not hesitate and followed closely. Duan Yun hesitated for a moment and seeing that the other two had disappeared in the back seat, he could only bite the bullet and get in. The car started smoothly again and the three of them felt the cool breeze coming out of the air conditioning outlet in the back seat and they felt like they were reborn. Secretly observing the luxurious and sporty interior of the car, they were all a little speechless. When Yakyu was fine as he had been mentally prepared. The brother and sister who realized it later became more and more restrained and just sat there honestly, feeling a little tortured. Fortunately, the intersection of Wu Road is very close to Beijing University of Science and Technology, and the car stopped at the north gate in a short while. The three thanked Zai Wang, got off the car and stood on the roadside watching the black beast with the X540 Li tail mark disappear from sight. The heartless Zai Oyu sighed, "I didn't expect Sister Beibei's boyfriend to be so rich. I didn't notice it at all during the meal." Duan Yun, who returned to normal after getting off the car, sneered disdainfully, "It's just a broken BMW. It can be bought for 200,000 now. When I get a job, I can get it in less than a year." When Yakyu looked at her boyfriend with disappointment without telling him that this car was obviously not worth 200,000, nor did she mention her discovery, she walked towards the school gate without saying a word. Inside the BMW X5, the air was quiet for a long time. Yu Beibei finally whispered, "Brother, thank you for helping me today." She didn't ask whether the sentence "I am her boyfriend" was true or not. Instead of hearing an answer she didn't want to hear, it was better to keep it as a thought. "What are you thanking me for?" I felt particularly happy when I saw the changes in Duan Yun's expression when he got in the car and when he was eating. Yu Beibei was silent for a moment and finally began to tell the story with difficulty with a trace of sadness in her voice. My parents died in a car accident when I was a child, leaving me and my sister behind. At that time, our family had a large house in the city and an old and dilapidated small house in the urban-rural fringe. My parents' funeral was handled by my uncle. I remember that not long after the funeral, my grandparents and uncle came to the house and quarreled with my grandmother. The general meaning was that the compensation for the car accident was not enough for the funeral expenses, and the money for the large house in the city was funded by my grandparents, and grandma doesn't care. Anyway, the final result is that grandma took me and my sister back to the old house in the urban-rural fringe, living on the minimum living allowance and odd jobs. Everything else was taken away by my uncle's family, and they never cared about me and my sister again. At the end, Bebe was already crying. Crystal tears kept overflowing from her beautiful almond eyes, sliding down her fair and tender face and falling on her body. Wang sighed deeply. The car was driving on the main road of the ring road and he couldn't stop. He could only stroke her head with his right hand to comfort her. In theory, you sisters and grandma have the right to inherit. It is impossible for you to only get an old and broken house. How much is the compensation? Do you have any savings? Bebe slowly stopped crying and shook her head. I didn't understand these things at that time. Grandma was just an old lady in the countryside. They took out some things that they said were evidence and scolded her for a long time and finally compromised. My uncle's brother and sister went to the same school as me. Yuan Yuan was older than me at that time and more sensible. He knew the relationship between my family and my sisters, and his attitude towards me became worse and worse. Oyu is more innocent. She loves to chase me and play since she was a child. Even now, although I won't take the initiative to find her, the relationship is okay. After listening to Bebe's story, Wang didn't speak for a long time. Until he returned to the gate of Beijing Institute of Fashion Technology, he stopped the car, unfastened the seat belt, and then leaned over to embrace the girl who bowed her head and said nothing. Taking a deep breath of the fresh and sweet citrus fragrance on her body, he said, "Don't worry, I'm here in the future, no one can bully you." After a pause, he added, "Except me." Bebe had buried her head in his shoulder, about to cry, but he made her laugh. Bad brother. She suddenly raised her head and her rosy lips touched Wang's cheek like a dragonfly touching water. Then she opened the car door with a red face and fled in a hurry. Wang touched his slightly wet cheek, savoring the soft and wonderful touch just now, smacking his lips. The sun was scorching hot in the afternoon of June in Beidou. Sitting in the Starbucks at Sanfeng Bridge again, Wang enjoyed the air conditioning and drank coffee leisurely. After leaving Beifu, he came here as planned and had sent away 2 help seekers who had no wish. The need to cultivate a professional team is becoming more and more urgent, but it seems a bit awkward to let Yuan Wang Investment Company do this, and it is troublesome to open a small company alone. While thinking, the glass door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and another help seeker who had just been contacted arrived. The woman was wearing flat sneakers about 172 cm tall, a slightly loose black sports t-shirt and sports trousers, which sealed most of her figure, but could not cover up her long legs with a ratio against the sky. Wang had seen several women with excellent figures, whether it was Annie, Bebe, Yuan Yuan, or Wang Jianai. The proportion of legs to height was very good, and they were definitely long legs with a golden ratio. But compared with this young woman whose legs were longer than her life, they were all slightly inferior. She seemed to have confirmed the location outside the door and walked quickly to his table with long legs, bowing slightly. At Wang's signal, she sat opposite him and looked up to meet his eyes. She looked a little younger than him, but she was definitely not a fresh college student who had just graduated. Her face was neatly lined and she was a little thin due to malnutrition. Her nose was straight and her lips were standard. Her sword-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes were cold as a knife, but they were slightly less sharp because of fatigue. Her expression was cold and gave people a strong sense of alienation. She had a typical queen-like face, but unfortunately she was a little unkempt. Her facial skin was dark and dry and she was obviously lacking in maintenance. Her shoulder-length hair was also dry, split and messy, and she had no image. You asked for help in your private message to raise money for your brother's surgery. Please explain in detail. As soon as the voice fell, Wang straightened his back slightly and his face suddenly became serious. It was because a dazzling golden light rose from the woman's body. He did not hesitate and consumed his mental power to stimulate the wish prompt. I hope to raise 300,000 yuan for my brother's surgery. I don't want to go back home and marry an old man I've never met and exchange my happiness for money. Thinking quickly, Wang keenly discovered two factors. First, this wish is not like Yue Yangsheng's request for a successful surgery. It is likely that as long as the surgery fee is given to her, it will be fulfilled. Second, it is actually a combination of two wishes. Raising the surgery fee is one and not going home to get married is another. I need more information. Seeing that the woman was about to start talking, Wang quickly raised his hand to stop her and added, "In addition to your brother's condition and the content of the surgery, you should also introduce your own situation." In short, the more detailed the information related to this matter, the better. The woman's face showed a vigilant look. "Sir, this has nothing to do with the matter I asked for help, right?" Well, the voice is very suitable and it is also the kind of cold and royal sister voice. It must be very nice to cry. For requests for help with a higher amount of money, I will ask for information for background check. If it is a scammer, the more information provided, the more likely it is to have loopholes. Understand, if you can't accept it, you can leave now. Wang made up a story and then looked into her eyes coldly. Your honesty and sincerity will determine the final result. Watching the woman's panicked eyes retreat under the pressure of his gaze, and even the cold and distant feeling was broken a little. He suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Tusk tilde, I am not the kind of screen-licking maniac who shouts, "Sister, step on me." As a teammate candidate, I should honestly accept the captain's adjustment education. The woman bowed her head and thought for a moment and finally compromised. My name is Zio Jiankyu, I'm 24 years old from Bashu. I stayed in Beidou after graduation, worked for 2 years, and am currently unemployed. She then took out a stack of medical records, handed it to Wang to read, and then said, My brother is 22 years old, studying at a university in my hometown, and was diagnosed with leukemia when he was about to graduate. A suitable match has been found, but the 300,000 yuan surgery fee. My family know I can't afford it. You can't afford it? Are you and your brother the only ones at home? Wang interrupted her statement. No, my parents are both here. Zio Jiankyu said with some difficulty. She wanted to make up a lie or evade the main point because no one would support her after knowing this situation. Perhaps it was the deep eyes of the young man that made her feel seen through. Perhaps it was his tyranny just now that defeated her. Perhaps it was the frankness and sincerity that determined the final result. Zio Jiankyu inexplicably thought of a sentence, sincerity is the ultimate skill, so she finally chose to tell the truth and leave everything to fate. And the other party, I am the eldest daughter, my parents. My parents said it was not easy to raise me, and they hope I can pay for the surgery. Wang already roughly understood, to put it bluntly, the saying that raising a child is not easy and paying for the surgery is just a family that favors boys over girls and is exploiting their daughters. I am just a business administration major at an ordinary university. I finally found an assistant job and I have to give half of my monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan to my family. The 30,000 yuan I saved was used up when my brother just got sick, so I really have no money. If you really can't pay for the surgery, what can your parents do to you? Zio Jiankyu felt that there was a sharp knife digging in his heart, vowing to take out all the pain and put it in front of him. They found a marriage for me in my hometown. As long as I go back and marry the divorced old man with a baby who I have never met, the other party will give them a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. They want to sell me. The emotional Zio Jiankyu finally broke down when he saw the calm and indifferent expression of the young man opposite him. I disagreed, so they came to Beidou and made a scene at my company. I was fired. Woo, what can I do? They are my biological parents who raised me. Woo, I don't want money for my brother, but for myself. Sir, please stop humiliating me. I don't want it, okay? Woo. Wang sighed in his heart but remained as he was on the surface. I can support you, but if you continue to be weak, what if they make more excessive demands next time? Continue to give in, go back and get married. Xiao Jianqiu's sobbing stopped abruptly. She raised her head, staring at the handsome face of the young man with tearful eyes, her lips trembling, as if she wanted to ask to confirm what she just heard, but she couldn't ask. This funding is conditional. I will give you 300,000 yuan at one time, but you have to work for me for 2.5 years and you can't resign during this period. Most importantly, you are not allowed to comply with your family's requests. Because you belong to me for the past 2.5 years, whether it is public or private, everything must be approved by me. Wang did not show any sympathy or comfort and always suppressed her with an unquestionable cold attitude. What job? Personal secretary, the kind that is available at any time. I won't sell my body. Xiao Jianqiu suddenly became excited, his eyebrows were sharp as knives and his eyes were red as he glared at Wang. If I was willing to do this, I would have had money long ago. I wouldn't have come to you for help at all. Seeing the attention from the people around him, Wang's deliberately maintained calmness finally broke down. He showed a trace of embarrassment and hurriedly explained quietly. Don't get excited, I don't mean to ask you to sell your body. This is a serious job, the pure green kind. Xiao Jianqiu relaxed a little but still looked at the other party warily like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Wang sighed helplessly and explained, I have my own company, but this Douyin account is currently operated independently. I filmed, edited, published, screened, and contacted people like you who need help by myself. I'm too busy now, but this matter is not within the company's business scope. It's entirely my personal interest. So I want to recruit a personal secretary or assistant to help me run the Douyin account, understand? Xiao Jianqiu blinked, understood a little, and finally returned to his calm state but still hesitated. Although my previous job can be regarded as a business assistant or administrative secretary, it was not in the operation of Douyin. No, you can hire professionals to help you. This job cannot be done by one person. My plan is to have a staff of 3 to 4 people and you will be responsible for forming and managing the team, similar to the secretariat. Hearing this, Xiao Jianqiu was a little excited. Can she become a manager? At the beginning, I foolishly chose business administration as my major, which was a very impressive name, but later I realized that if my family didn't have a company, who would let you manage it? The employment situation is very bad. After graduation, I don't know how many resumes I submitted before I got an assistant position. In fact, I was doing miscellaneous work, even worse than a secretary. Can I really do it? She still doubted her own ability. You can learn while working and I allow you to grow slowly. Wang has taken great pains to tie this teammate candidate to his side. After saying this, he felt that he was a little too soft and his personality was a little broken. Don't let the other party be too relaxed, Wang quickly added with a cold face. I allow you to make mistakes, but I don't allow you to make mistakes all the time. After the team is established, I will only be responsible for the final interview. You are responsible for all the previous work. I only want results. Let me be frank in advance. Your establishment will be in the company, but you will not handle any company affairs. You will only be responsible for me, so I am called a personal secretary. And I will indeed hand over some personal affairs that I am too busy to handle to you. After the foreshadowing just now, Xiao Jianqiu calmed down a lot. After thinking for a moment, she knew that this was her only way out at the moment. You can get 300,000 yuan at a time and continue to stay in Beidou. Even if you need to work to pay off your debts, you can also accumulate management experience to pave the way for the future. As for handling personal affairs, in fact, which company's boss secretary can distinguish between public and private affairs? If the leader arranges it, can you not do it? As long as it doesn't involve that aspect, she can accept it. Thinking of this, Xiao Jianqiu suddenly found himself a little funny. The man opposite was simply the handsome and rich male protagonist in a romance novel, young, handsome, and rich, with countless beautiful women around him. He just cared about charity and wanted to help her, but she actually thought that he would take advantage of her body. It might be possible when she just entered college, but now that she looks like a dirty office animal, she can't even eat it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Jiankyu prepared herself for a long time, looked up and looked directly at the handsome young man in front of her, bit her lower lip. Okay, I agree. Then I will sign an agreement with you which will state the agreement just mentioned, stating that your salary is 13K per month after tax, but you only get 3K and the rest is used to repay debts, a total of 30 months to pay off. In addition, it will state that the penalty for breach of contract is 300,000. In this way, once you violate the agreement and leave, you will be burdened with 600,000 personal debts. I signed this agreement for your parents to see. Do you understand what I mean? Wang emphasized the last sentence, fearing that the sensitive girl would think that he was plotting against her again. Hey, it seems that it is not wrong to say that he was plotting against her. Xiao Jiankyu thought carefully about the meaning of his words, and suddenly his eyes lit up. With this agreement, my parents knew that they had to stay in Beidou to work for 2.5 years, so they couldn't force me to go back to my hometown to get married. Who would marry a woman with a debt of 600,000? Only 3,000 yuan a month for myself, and my parents had no reason to ask her for money. Although it would be harder, sharing a cheap house and insisting on cooking for myself would be a good choice. 3,000 yuan is not enough for him to use up. He has considered it very carefully. Xiao Jiankyu was no longer cold and looked at Wang with gratitude. I understand, thank you, sir. Wang nodded with satisfaction. He was not a fool at last, otherwise he really couldn't be a personal secretary. He picked up his mobile phone and sent a micro message to Gao Zirong, roughly explaining the content of the agreement, and then instructed his future secretary. Someone will send the agreement over later. You will stay with me for a while, and there will be 2 more people who need help in the interview. By the way, my name is Wang. Xiao Jiankyu didn't understand that the boss was imparting experience. What he had to do in the future was to pass the scammers and ensure that everyone the boss interviewed had real needs. Okay, Mr. Zai. After the two drank coffee and chatted for more than 10 minutes, a girl of 18 or 19 years old with a simple face walked in. She looked around stiffly before walking towards them. Hello, hello, a voice as thin as a mosquito's whistle sounded. Sit down and talk, don't be nervous. Wang said gently. His magnetic and pleasant voice was like a warm breeze. Xiao Jiankyu sat next to him and glanced at the boss. He suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart. Why haven't you been so polite to me from beginning to end? The girl sat down, twisted uneasily, and mustered up the courage to speak softly. I want to have my teeth corrected. My teeth have been ugly since I was a child, and I am embarrassed to speak loudly. After saying that, she opened her mouth with a blushing face so that the 2 people opposite could see her crooked teeth clearly. Wang looked at the blue light coming out of her body and randomly triggered the prompt to see that the wish was fine. The price of invisible correction for adults ranges from about 20,000 to 60,000 yuan. An ordinary blue wish is just a matter of convenience for him. You can contact the hospital yourself, confirm the price, and then contact us. You will pay the hospital directly. Can you accept this method? Are you really paying for my correction? Of course I can accept it, the girl replied in disbelief. Please write down my assistant's phone number and contact her directly. She will also take some video materials when you pay. Wang gestured to Xiao Jiankyu. The secretary quickly exchanged mobile phone numbers with the other party. After watching the other party leave, Xiao Jiankyu asked in confusion, Mr. Zai, is it so easy to confirm that she is fine? No need to check her background. Wang tapped the table with his slender fingers and said calmly, First of all, she doesn't have much money, so there is no need to waste time on checking her background. The secretary felt that her heart was seriously hurt, 50 or 60,000 yuan. She had worked for 2 years to save half of it. Secondly, for this kind of self-defect or disease that needs treatment, the simplest way to judge is whether the other party agrees to pay directly to the hospital account. As long as the person who really needs it can pay him, he doesn't care where to pay. Only scammers will ask to pay him directly instead of paying to the hospital account. Now the refund of hospitalization fees and the like is returned by the original route. If the scammer wants to refund the money to other cards, he needs to provide various certification documents or relevant authorizations, which is generally impossible. Do you understand? Xiao Jiankyu nodded thoughtfully. The last person who asked for help was a fat ant with a simple face. Unexpectedly, he swiped his account from Daoyan. Although she looked honest, the fat ant was surprisingly eloquent, constantly telling them about the hardships and endless sufferings of her family. She introduced the worsening financial situation of her family since her husband suffered from uremia. Her husband lost his ability to work and his source of income, and he had no medical insurance. It was only with the efforts of the fat ant working 4 or 5 jobs, plus the donations from some kind-hearted people, that he was able to maintain the high dialysis expenses 4 times a week. She also took out the diagnosis certificate from a few years ago, some recent billing receipts, and photos of the two of them when her husband was on dialysis. Unfortunately, the fat ant has never had the light of wish. Zai Wang's attitude became colder and colder. If it was just him, he would have driven the other party away long ago. The problem was that Xiao Jiankyu was there too, so there had to be a legitimate reason. Just as he was struggling, the fat ant seemed to see his disinterest, and in a hurry she actually emitted a purple light. Zai Wang was shocked, thinking to himself, did he guess wrong? Unexpectedly, the prompt for stimulating wishes was, you must get a year's fee from the sucker. In this way, twice a week after the medical insurance is paid, my savings will exceed 1 million. Zai Wang took out his mobile phone and simply checked the relevant information, then crossed his arms and looked at the other party coldly. Xiao Jiankyu was listening very attentively, and when he thought of his own situation, he felt a little empathy. Although his expression was still cold, his eyes were slightly red. At this time, seeing that the boss looked at his mobile phone for a while, he suddenly made a defensive posture and his heart was immediately trembling. Zai Wang interrupted the fat ant's chattering. I just checked your family's situation. Your husband's current condition only requires 2 dialysis sessions a week. Is the so-called 4 times a week an early stage, or is it simply fake? The fat ant's face froze and she forced a smile and said, little brother, you are too good at joking. My husband really did it 4 times? Your husband has medical insurance which can reimburse 90% of the expenses at 500 yuan per session. You only spend 5,000 yuan a year, but you ask me for 100,000 yuan a year. The fat ant's face turned from white to red and from red to purple, and she could no longer speak. Besides, I see that you have more than 900,000 yuan in your bank account, right? This is really a good way to make a fortune. Zai Wang gave the final blow. You are a monster, how did you know? The fat ant's face was gray, but her eyes were full of horror. Without caring to say anything else, she grabbed the information on the table and ran away with jaw-dropping agility and speed. Xiao Jiankyu could no longer maintain his cold temperament. His phoenix eyes were full of shock and fear as he looked at Zai Wang. His body was trembling slightly. He didn't know whether he was scared or excited. What kind of background does my boss have? He knew the details of others in such a short time. It's terrible. Fortunately, I chose to be sincere and honest at that time and didn't play tricks with him. Otherwise, I would have ended up like the fat ant now, right? Looking back at the scene at that time when the boss reminded me of that sentence, my information must have been in his mobile phone. That's right, that's it. Xiao Jiankyu was thinking wildly. Zai Wang glanced at her in shock with his peripheral vision and drank a cup of coffee leisurely. The wind was light and the clouds were calm. Not long after the interview, Xiao Jiankyu, who was restless and no longer calm, finally waited for the person who delivered the agreement. Gao Zirong's male assistant Xiao Liu stood by the table in a well-dressed suit and respectfully handed over the file bag with both hands. Zai Wang took it, unzipped it, and took out 4 bound copies from it. Agreement, 2 signature pens and a stamp pad, and even a pack of tissues. Xiao Liu whispered to the side, Mr. Zai, please check if there is anything that needs to be modified. I brought a notebook and a portable printer both in the car and can be reprinted at any time. Wang took the agreement and handed another copy to Xiao Jiankyu. While reading it, he said to her, "Look at what professionalism is. It's not easy to be a secretary or an assistant." The little secretary seemed to feel a lot of pressure, pursed her lips, and nodded gently. Wang read the agreement drafted by the company's legal affairs and found no problems. Seeing that Xiao Jiankyu had no objection, he turned to Xiao Liu and said, "No need to modify it, you can go back, thank you for your trouble." After watching Xiao Liu say goodbye and leave, he and Xiao Jiankyu signed the agreement and pressed their fingerprints. He casually transferred 300,000 yuan to the account she provided. Xiao Jiankyu looked at the SMS on her mobile phone, tightly holding the agreement that would guarantee her stay in Beidou with mixed feelings in her eyes. There was the relief of getting rid of 300,000 yuan, the secret joy of not having to go home and get married, but also the worry about the 2.5-year contract that was almost like a contract of sale, and the confusion about the future secretary job. Golden Wish Xiao Jiankyu completed player gets 2.63 million fusion value limited time discount redemption *2. Wang frowned at the fusion value of only 263 million, so little. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that Xiao Jiankyu had mistakenly thought that the 300,000 yuan was lent to her. That led to the reduction of the reward. Why didn't he remember to remind her that it was just the content of the agreement? Thinking of the millions of fusion values that flew away, Wang felt terrible and his expression turned cold again. Seeing that the boss had regained the image of a cold and domineering boss, Xiao Jiankyu felt uneasy and unconsciously followed suit and played the same coldness. Candidate, Xiao Jiankyu. Loyalty 20, experience 0. Xiao Jiankyu training plan has been updated. First stage, improve skin and hair quality to excellent level. Do you want to start training? There is no surprise in loyalty. At this point, Wang can only calm down and look at the two limited time offers.